This is Chaotic, Book 3 in the Ruthless Asylum MC series. Written by 𝐂𝐨𝐨𝐤𝐿. Narrated by Aaron Shedlock and Tieran Wilder. Prologue. Chloe, 6 years old.
I don't like the dark. It's scary. I don't like that I can't see, but Daddy says it's the only way for me to learn from my mistakes. I have to sit here and think about what I've done. But I really need to go pee. I'm not allowed to use the restroom until he comes to get me, and if I do, he spanks me. Then he makes me start the time in the dark all over again. It's cold, too. He makes me sit in my underwear on the cement floor with some type of ankle bracelet attached to my leg. There's a big, long chain that jingles when I pull on it, but it always tugs tight since it's attached to the wall. My tummy growls, reminding me that I haven't had anything to eat since yesterday. Daddy said I have to earn my food, and not eating everything on my plate means I don't appreciate the food I'm given. It's another reason why I'm down here, but I can't help it. Sometimes I go so long without eating, and then when I finally have a chance to eat, I get full so easy. Mommy cries when that happens, and Daddy gets so mad at me. He always slams his fist on the table, making the dishes shake. A couple of times he's grabbed my plate and thrown it across the room. The food flies off it, and the plate shatters when it hits the wall. Next, he always grabs me by my arm and throws me down the basement steps. He'll run down them, his boots pounding like a stampede of animals, kind of like the zebras on Animal Planet when they run from the lions. Mommy and Daddy say this is the way life is. It's the only way to learn. He says the world isn't kind, so there is no need to pretend kindness exists. I feel bad for people. If this is how everyone lives, what's the point? It sucks. I'm not allowed to say that word, sucks. But Mommy and Daddy aren't here, so I'm going to say it. Sucks, I whisper, and the word echoes in the dark. My voice is the only thing that answers back. Sucks, I repeat, my voice cracking from my throat being dry. It does suck. I gasp as I look around for the voice. It sounds a lot like mine. Hello? Is someone there? I remember to keep my voice low so Daddy can't hear me upstairs. I scoot across the floor, my undies snagging on the bumpy floor. My back hits the wall and I whimper when the brick scratches along my back. I wrap my arms around my knees and pull them to my chest. You don't have to be afraid. We can be friends. I snap my head to the left, then the right, but I still can't see anything. I place my chin on my left knee and squeeze my eyes shut. No one is there. No one is there. No one is there, I say again and again. This is why I don't like the dark. The things I'm scared of most come out to play. I don't want to play with her. I don't know her. She comes at the worst times. It's always when I'm in the dark or I'm crying. She scares me. For about a year, she's been coming around. I never see her, though. She doesn't like to be seen. I don't know you. Yes, you do. I'm here for you when no one else is. I'm your best friend, she says. I sniffle and rub my cheek against my knee. Really? Really. What's your name? I asked between swallows of air. I've never asked her before because I've always been so scared. I don't know where she came from. It's like she just appeared one day. My name is Jessica. Are you an imaginary friend? I ask, hopeful. Yes, I'm just like an imaginary friend. You won't ever have to be alone again, she promises. I fall silent, thinking about all the times I've been alone. I stare up the staircase and see the tiniest amount of light coming from the crack under the door. I hate it here, Jessica. I hate Mommy. I hate Daddy. I want to leave. I begin to cry, and I have to go to the restroom so bad I pee. I can't hold it anymore. No, no, I wail, hitting my head against the wall as relief and hate hit me all at the same time.
It's okay, Chloe.
No, it isn't. Daddy is going to be down here soon, and he is going to spank me. I don't want to be down here anymore, Jessica. Footsteps pound on the floor above us, and I hold my breath, listening to each thud get closer and closer. Oh no, he's coming. Shh, be quiet. Stay in the dark. I don't want him to find you too.
Okay, but I won't be far.
Her words comfort me. I regret not talking to her sooner. I could have felt less lonely a long time ago. The door opens, and the groan from the hinges makes me tremble with fear. I squint my eyes since the light is so bright. I lift a hand to block it. Boom, boom, boom. The stairs roar with every step he takes. My heart is loud, banging inside me as he comes closer. Boom, boom, boom. My entire body shakes from fear and cold. The air is musky, and it makes breathing hard. He squats in front of me, and I look away.
You poor thing,
an unfamiliar voice says. I peek over my knee at the man standing in front of me. He's in a police uniform. The badge catches my eye, and his hat is big, casting a shadow under the ground. When I see a man I don't know, I scurry away, but the chain rocks me back, and I cry out in pain.
Shh. It's okay. I'm Officer Jones. We are here to help you. Here.
He shrugs off his coat and takes a few steps forward before sitting next to me.
This will be warm and cover you up.
He places the jacket on my shoulders, and it's still warm from him wearing it.
I told you it would be okay,
Jessica says. You didn't, I hiss.
What's that, sweetheart?
I shake my head. Nothing. It's just my imaginary friend.
Sure, I know it is. I bet it's been a good friend to you while you've been down here in the dark.
I nod, wondering if he is making fun of me.
He doesn't think I'm real, Chloe. You have to tell him,
Jessica argues. Her name is Jessica. I don't like the dark, so she stays with me. He has a look on his face that I've never seen before. Officer Jones seems sad.
He finally gave up the key,
another person says from the doorway and hurries down the staircase. Another cop, but he doesn't seem as kind as Officer Jones. He is loud. I scoot to Officer Jones's side and clutch onto his leg to hide from the man.
Man, that guy is a real bastard. I can't believe pieces of shit like him get away with this for so long. Hey, shut up, man. There's a little girl here, remember? Watch your mouth.
Officer Jones warns.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
The officer's eyes find mine, and he squats down too.
I'm Officer Tatum. Who are you?
I sniffle. Chloe.
Chloe. That's a pretty name.
I'm Jessica.
I'm sorry, what?
Officer Tatum stares at me confused. That's my friend Jessica.
What? Don't, Tatum. Don't.
Officer Jones shakes his head, but I don't know why. This is all confusing. Where's Mommy and Daddy? How did you get in? Can I eat now? I promise I'll eat it all. You won't have to put me back down here.
God.
Officer Tatum shudders.
I hate this job sometimes.
He inserts the key in the bracelet around my ankle and unlocks it. I'm free.
You aren't going to see your mommy and daddy for a while, Chloe. They aren't good people for what they did to you. Do you understand?
Officer Tatum stands, and his full height has me curling in on myself again.
I don't think she likes that, Tatum. Get back down.
Officer Tatum gets on my level again, and Officer Jones holds out his hand for me to take.
"You don't understand, do you?"
he asks, his voice even and calm. I shake my head. "Mommy will be mad if you take me out of here. Daddy will hit me. I don't want to be locked in the dark again. Please don't lock me away." I beg him, unable to stop the tears. I wrap my arms around his leg, then my ankles. "Please don't. I'll be good. I swear."
"Oh, Chloe. No, no, no. You will never be locked in this room again. You will never have to see those people again. You'll be safe."
He stands, then bends down and picks me up by my arms, hoisting me on his hip like I'm a baby again. I press my head against his shoulder just as the radio goes off saying someone else is here. I couldn't hear. The words were interrupted by a sound that reminds me of plastic crunching together.
"Medics are here, Chloe. They are going to want to take a look at you to make sure you're okay. You want to tell me what happened here?"
I wasn't good. I never ate my food. I didn't clean the house. When I asked about school, they would get mad at me. Mommy was supposed to teach me, but she wouldn't. They didn't like me. They stuck me down in the dark. They said this is how life was for everyone. I don't know. I never left the house. Is this what you do to your kids, too? Do you let them use the bathroom? I ask, wondering how other basements are different than mine.
"No, Chloe. This isn't supposed to happen. Kids are supposed to sleep with the light on, with stories read to them at night. Kids aren't supposed to eat all their food because half the time they don't like what adults make. Kids go to school and make friends, real friends. Only bad people put people in basements."
When we get up the steps, I squint again and hide my face in his shoulder.
"I don't have kids, but if I did, I would never do what your parents did."
You swear? I ask.
"I swear."
Officer Jones nods. He bends down and something hits my back. His arms loosen from around me and the medics start to poke me, shining another light in my eye.
"Get off me! Get off! I won't let you hurt her! Get off!"
My friend Jessica is loud, trying to fight for us. Everyone glares at each other. The paramedic's lips are tight while Officer Jones is sad again. He reaches for my hand and squeezes.
"They aren't going to hurt you. I promise. They want to make sure you're okay. They're going to take you to the hospital."
"Don't leave me! No, please, don't leave me!" I beg.
"You can't leave me either. Don't go!"
Jessica yells in my ear. I know I'm the only one who can hear her. Grown-ups can't see or hear imaginary friends.
"I'll be with you every step of the way,"
he says.
"We need to get her into the ambulance."
His eyes lift from mine to stare at the pretty medic.
"Sure. Okay. I'll be right behind you, okay?"
"Okay," I whisper.
"We are going to be fine. Officer Jones will make sure,"
Jessica says beside me. There are red and blue lights flashing in the night. It's a good night to breathe fresh air, but there's a lot of noise. So many people are talking. I can hear Officer Jones behind me.
"She'll need to be put in the foster system, and I can't have that. There's something about her. I'll take her. My wife and I, we want kids." "It isn't that simple, Jones,"
Tatum argues.
"I know, but I have to try. I have to."
"Jones!" I scream for him when I realize the only thing I can see is the night sky above me. I hate the dark.
"I love it,"
Jessica whispers.
"The stars make me want to dance." "I'm here, Chloe."
He takes my hand as they prepare to load me into the ambulance.
"What's wrong with her? Why is she doing that?"
He asks the medics. Me? What could I be doing?
"It's a coping mechanism. We will know more when we get to the hospital."
Maybe the dark won't be so bad, since I have a friend now. The dark can't be so scary when there is company. right?
Chapter 1. Chloe. Present, where Lunatic left off. Chloe? Chloe, what's wrong? Zane shakes my shoulders, but Chloe isn't here right now. Chloe, you're worrying me. What's going on? Zane sits next to me, but I don't say a word. I don't want him to know everything I know. I don't want him to know that the news about Dr. Washington and his wife being killed was my doing. I don't regret it. Chloe has been taken advantage of her entire life. I was there when she needed me most all those years ago in the dark. No one else was. No one can understand what we have been through. And if it means I have to protect her every step of the way, then that's what I'll do. And that's what I did. I even kept my silence for years. I didn't show my face again until she needed me when she hit her teenage years. Some girls at school were bullying her, but I put a stop to that real quick. Chloe thinks that's when I first showed up. I let her believe that for a long time, but she was wrong. I've always been here, protecting her, watching over her. That fucking doctor led her on for 4 years. Small touches, smiles, long stares, and all that time he had a wife. The world is a better place without Dr. Washington. Jessica. Zane says my name with realization. Damn it, he knows us too well. How did he know? I didn't even say anything. I flick my eyes up to look at him, and he has a stern look on his face. His arms are crossed as he waits for me to answer him. I swallow, not knowing what to say. He can't know what I've done. He won't love me anymore, and I can't have that. I need his love. I can't live without it. If he took it from me, I don't know what I'll do. He can't leave me. It isn't an option. He can never get rid of me, of us. I won't let him. I'll kill him before he can ever love anyone else, so the last person he loves is us. He bends down, placing his hands on the arm of the couch. His arms flex, showing the thick rope of muscle. The tattoo of the red devil on his arm dances as he rocks his body back and forth. It's almost as if it is mocking me for being a devil myself. "What aren't you telling me, little rebel?" he questions, tilting his head as he tries to figure me out. What if I told him half the truth? I know you're choosing to keep something from me, and if you don't tell me, you're going to get punished. The word is a deep growl, threatening, one that says I might not like what he has in store for me. I stare down at my hands, twisting them with anxiety. Guilt eats away at me and my stomach churns with nausea. I don't want to lie, but sometimes lies are better than the truth. The truth can ruin, but a lie can hurt less. I know Dr. Washington. He was my therapist, I admit. Chloe disappeared when she saw the news, so I emerged. She was in love with Dr. Washington. I think you and I need to have a little talk. He grips my arm and pulls me from the couch. Goldie, Zipper, Apollo, Felix, and Oliver all stare at me as we leave the room. "This is bad, this is bad, this is bad," Ollie mutters with a shake of his head. It isn't that bad, I swear. It's horrible what happened to him. Chloe's going to be so sad. She'll want to go to the funeral. Zane slings me into the bedroom, and I fall onto the bed, heart thumping against my chest as he slams the door. I gasp, not liking how angry he is. His face is red, his eyes are narrow, and I can tell he doesn't believe me. There's only one way to fix that. "You're going to tell me everything," he says. "Now." Zane tilts his chin and lifts his eyes up through his lashes, a dangerous expression that showcases his mania. He is tiptoeing on the edge. That's my clue to leave. What are you talking about? A patch of darkness fills my mind as I come back, realizing I lost another chunk of time. Wasn't I just in the living room? I point in the direction of the living room. What happened? Damn it! Zane yells at the top of his lungs, which causes me to scoot back on the bed. He turns around and slams his fist against the door. The metal of the knob shakes and his shoulders rise and fall from the anger. Zane? What is it? What happened? I asked timidly. Jessica knows something about that fucking therapist. The reminder of Dr. Washington dying has me clutching at my heart. I thought I loved him, but I understand now that it was an obsession with the need to be loved. God, it's terrible. He was such a good therapist. He is in front of me in 2 steps, sweat shining on top of his bald head, his brown eyes glimmering on the edge of madness. When he touches me, he keeps the touch gentle and rubs his thumb over my cheek. You're keeping something from me, sweet girl. Well, Jessica is, and it's driving me crazy. I'm sorry. I'll tell you what I know, Zane. Always. I'll be honest with you no matter what. I love you. Do you? He asks, sliding his fingers down my chin until his thumb locks on the dip under my bottom lip. His fingers tighten, and he forces my head back for me to look him in the eye. How could you even question that? I don't. He closes his eyes and whispers of numbers leave his lips as he counts. I don't like the idea of you loving someone else. Your love belongs to me and only me. He leans over, inching his lips closer to mine, but doesn't kiss me. The hot breaths tickle over my mouth. Do you still love him? I shake my head while he flattens his hand on my throat, skimming it down until it settles over my heart. I only love you, I promise. I thought I loved him, but after you, I know now that wasn't the case. That wasn't love. That was just a desperate obsession. I've never loved anyone either. Ever. And honestly, if he weren't dead, I might just have to kill that doctor myself, if it meant he had any of your love. His hand dips in my shirt, slipping under my bra to squeeze my breast. I don't think you understand just how unhealthily. He pinches my nipple, and I arch my back, keeping myself upright by pressing my hands on the mattress. How obsessively. Zane nips at my bottom lip, and his other hand caresses my skin down my chest. How possessively I feel for you. He grabs the collar of my shirt and rips it down the middle, the sound of tearing fabric filling the room. He steals my breath when he grunts in satisfaction. How fucked up in the head I am because of you. Maybe you wish you were with a normal man like that doctor, he says with a shrug of his shoulder. Zane pushes me against the bed, and a slight ache in my jaw reminds me of what happened yesterday between him and Jessica. But that's just too fucking bad. He tugs my sweatpants down my legs and tosses them to the floor, flips me over and covers me with his body. You're mine, whether you want to be or not. The hard, hot flesh of his cock slaps me against the ass. Do you need a reminder of who you belong to? I shake my head. But I think you do, I reply, burying my cheek against the mattress. I think you're right. The fat tip of his cock probes against my entrance, and I soak him with my juices, trying to suck him in. He grips me by the back of the head, tangling his hands in my hair, and yanks me backward. Tell me you love me while I fill you with my cock. Zane, I whimper when the wide tip stretches me. Fucking tell me you love me, he orders, pulling on my hair harder, and my eyes begin to water from my scalp tightening. I love you. We love you. That's not ever going to change. My mouth drops open when he slides to the hilt. You're mine. You were never his, he growls, thrusting in and out at a desperate, fast rate. I was never his like I am yours.
"No," he seethes, scooting me up the bed. He lets go of my hair and my head is off the edge of the bed while he grips the globes of my ass while he fucks me.
"No, you were never his, Chloe. Never."
His long, hard shaft spears me, and the coarse hair at the base of his cock scratches against my flesh with every stroke.
"Fuck."
He flips me over without losing connection, drilling into me over and over again. Zane pushes the hair out of my face, and there is an urgency in his eyes I've only ever seen once. A mania we all try to keep at bay.
"Drives me fucking crazy to know you had feelings for him."
He pins my arms and holds them above my head, thrusting faster and harder.
"I fucking hate him."
He licks up the middle of my chest, then up and round my left breast. He bites down on my nipple and squeezes the other tit with his other palm. Zane hooks his arms around my shoulders to drive himself into me harder. He can't get deep enough, no matter how fast and the amount of force he uses. I wrap my arms around his back, then dig my nails into his skin, scratching the blunt edges down his spine and over the globes of his ass.
"Did you want to fuck him?"
he whispers into my ear.
"Did you want to feel his cock like you're feeling mine?"
I have to admit the truth. There was a time that I wanted Dr. Washington. I couldn't help it. I thought I was in love with him. So I answer honestly. Yes, but only because I didn't know you existed. He pulls out of me, lifts me up, and cups my face. I glance down to see his cock shining with my juices as the veins bulge and the tip is a dark red. Our breaths mix and I breathe him in to feel him in my lungs. I'm feral for him. I run my hands over his chest, the hair thick as it glides between my fingers. I'm empty. My pussy pulses to be filled by him again. I don't know why he stopped. You're the only one I want, Zane. Now, forever. I glide my knees across the bed and trap his erection against my belly. I wish I could change it. I'm here with you now, and there's no other place I'd rather be. He smashes his lips against mine, lifts me into the air by my thighs, and enters me again, stretching me to the limit. Oh, God! I gasp, tossing my head back. His forehead falls against my chest, holding me against him as he moves inside me. Every delicious, thick inch of him has my orgasm building low in my belly.
"You're mine, Chloe. Jessica is mine. This pussy is mine. And the thought of you wanting to give it to someone else makes me want to pull out, get dressed, and walk out that door. You'll be left wet, aching, dying to be filled by me and only me."
No, I begged too desperately, clawing his neck with my fingers to hold on to him tighter. Please don't. I'll never want another again. Just you. Only you. I rock my hips back, sliding across his girth. I have to show him how much I need him. He's the only man I've wanted with this intensity. My love for him is bone deep. Don't go, I beg, pressing a kiss against his lips. Don't leave me like that. He was only an idea, but you're the real thing. He grips my face, squeezing my cheeks, and a rumble reverberates in his chest.
"I don't think you understand how fucking pissed I am."
He hauls me to his chest and flips us until I'm on my back.
"I don't even like that he was an idea."
He taps me on the side of the head, ramming his cock inside me. Zane lifts up and grips the headboard, using it as leverage to slam his hips between my legs.
"It fucking
Slam.
pisses me
Slam.
off."
Slam. The headboard cracks, and one hand comes down to readjust my hips before hitting the wall with his fist.
"You're only mine,"
he sees through tight teeth.
"In dreams."
Slam.
"In reality."
Slam.
"In fucking ideas."
Slam. I shatter, my legs shaking uncontrollably as my orgasm rips through me. Zane! I cry out his name.
"Yeah, it's my name on your lips. Mine. It's me who makes you come.
Yes, I hiss, squeezing my muscles around his cock.
It's me who fills you up.
He gives 3 more hard thrusts before he comes. The heat of him warms my depths, and I drift my hands to his ass, pull him tight and hold him there. I don't want him to go just yet. I love you, Zane. Only you.
I love you too. And whatever you're hiding, I'll love you through it.
I roll out from under him. His cum drips down my thigh, so I make my way to the restroom in a huff. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not hiding anything. I told you. He was my therapist. Jessica and I struggled with one another in our teen years, and he helped me. He was the only other man besides my father that got to know me, that cared enough to get to know me. I cared that he died. He taught me a lot about myself, and I'm sorry that makes you mad. I slam the door to the bathroom and cry, the time in our bed ruined by his distrust of me. I turn on the bathtub just as he knocks, but I ignore it. I wipe my cheeks, mad at him, mad at myself, and I don't know why. What if he is right? What if I am hiding something, but it isn't me who's being dishonest?
Chapter 2. Zane. I place my hand against the bathroom door, still trying to catch my breath from the angry sex we just had. Angry on my end. I'm still fucking angry, but I'm coming down from my high. It wasn't a normal episode, but still, I wasn't fighting the worst of it. When you're locked in a mental institution your entire life, talking to a psychologist, being drugged, having to talk through your feelings, you learn a thing or two about yourself and your condition. It isn't always easy to fight it, but I'd rather torture myself than ever risk hurting Chloe. Chloe, I'm sorry. Please come out. It wasn't directed at you. I think it's Jessica. Go away. She sniffles from behind the door. Interesting. Times like this are usually when Jessica takes over. Whenever Chloe is in a tense situation, Jessica is the one that is always in control. Maybe it isn't Chloe that's hiding. It's Jessica. Please, open the door, sweet girl. Let's talk. I miss you. I don't like fighting with you, and I don't want to leave things like this before I go see Reaper. Come on, Chloe. Open the door so we can talk. I wait for her to answer, but all I hear is the tub in the background. Sweet girl, I mumble, and in defeat I lay my forehead against the door. Please. I'm not past begging. I fucked up. I didn't handle the situation well, I know that now, but damn it, picturing her with someone else drives me to my mania. The lock clicks, and I hold my breath with hope. With an unsteady hand, I grab the handle and open it, revealing the large bathtub filled to the brim. The bubbles are high, covering her chest. Her blonde hair is up in a messy bun, plopped right on top of her head, and her cheeks are wet. And it isn't from the bath. Ah, sweet girl, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. I'm an asshole. I climb into the tub and pull her into my arms. Her cheek settles against my shoulder, and my one hand caresses the back of her head. I don't understand why you think I'd hide something from you. I don't want us to ever hide anything from each other. What else do you want to know? I rub her shoulders, and she exhales. Her breath tickles against my ear. My body reacts like it always does to her, and my cock begins to stir. I close my eyes and try to ignore the softness of her hair against my cheek. She smells so good, too. I want to know everything about you, sweet girl. You must know that. She sits back and the water ripples around us. The steam drapes around us in a light fog. A few pieces of her hair frame her face and the ends pierce the surface of the bubbles. Her hazel eyes are bright from crying, glowing like the lily pads at night when the moonlight shone across the pond at the institution. I would see those pads every night when I looked out the window in the common room, during my 1 hour free time I was allowed during the day. I remember thinking I was going to die in that place. I'd look around me and see the people in the same outfit, nearly comatose from the drugs, and the guards waiting for us to act up. I knew I was going to die there. I felt it. But then I had the wild urge to live, to get out, and do anything to survive. So I did, and it led me right to her. Chloe's the reason I didn't die in that place. She lifts a shoulder and swirls the bubbles around her. I haven't loved you right then, and I'm sorry. I tell her, brushing my thumb across the top of her red-tinted cheek from the warmth of the water. I do want to know everything, and I'm worried, that's all.
You think I'm hiding something?
Her eyes water and that cute, plump bottom lip begins to quiver. No, sweet girl. But I think Jessica is. Can you tell me about her? What can I do to get her to talk to me? She sighs, exasperated.
I don't know. She isn't exactly the listening type. She likes to do what she wants. It's always been like that, ever since I was a teenager. Usually, when I'm upset or she thinks I need protection, she always comes around. That's all I know.
I know, but she isn't here right now, and that's what concerns me. I tuck a piece of her hair behind her ear, stunned by how beautiful she is. I'm a lucky bastard to be with a woman that's not only gorgeous on the outside, but on the inside, too. Her heart, her soul, her mind, I want to nurture it and watch her grow, if I was capable of nurturing. I'm only capable of loving her in the way I've imagined love to be. Ever since the news about... I take a deep breath to calm down when I think about that fucking therapist. The therapist? I even managed to say without clenching my jaw. She was there for a moment, but we got to the bedroom and I asked about him, then you came back to me. I pull her against me, wrapping her legs around my waist so she's as close as she can be. Her hands press against my chest, and her lashes are wet and pointed into spikes. Small droplets of water cling to her lower lash line, but when she blinks, they shake loose and drip down her cheek like tears.
I don't know why. Sometimes I get flashes of memory from her. It isn't all the time, just sometimes. Usually it's just a total blackout. I'm not sure what she could be hiding. She didn't like the therapist very much, I know that.
I'll have to file that information away for later. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's been 4 days since his death, and Chloe hasn't been here that long either. What's the connection? I don't want to doubt Chloe or Jessica, but her therapist died, and when I first met Chloe, she had no clue how she got here. I want to be wrong, but my gut tells me something happened. Maybe Jessica's a witness, and she's too afraid to say something. I'll need her to come to me because she trusts me. All I can do is be patient. How did Jessica come to exist? I ask, wanting to steer clear of the therapist for the rest of the day with Chloe. I'm being a real bastard about the situation. Someone she cared about was murdered. The least I can do is be supportive. No matter how hard it is, I have to push my jealousy to the side and love her through her sadness of someone she used to love, even if it hurts like hell.
It's embarrassing,
she says, looking away from me and staring out the window. It's still pretty early, so the sun is out, but we can't tell much else since the window is frosted for privacy purposes.
I don't remember a lot of my childhood.
No. She shakes her head and leans all the way back until she's against the tub. She keeps her legs wrapped around me, and I stroke my hands up and down her legs. Touching her is getting me heated. Her skin is liquid silk in the water, and her breasts are above the water, her hard nipples tightening above the bubbles. It's hard to focus on anything other than how much I want her. Why? I ask, keeping my touch light and my tone soft.
For the longest time, I would have told you that she showed up when I was a teenager. I started getting blackouts, bad ones. Some girls had been bullying me, but all of a sudden, they were afraid of me. It kept happening. Eventually, my dad put me in therapy, and we found out I had dissociative identity disorder. I have memory loss now, but only when Jessica is present. She doesn't have memory loss with me. Like, she can see through my eyes, but I can't see through hers. It's weird, and I still don't understand it. But it's a disorder that only comes from trauma.
Trauma? I frown. Her chest rises above the water before diving under again as she takes a deep breath.
I only know as much as I do because of my dad. He really made sure I knew everything I could about my disorder so I could have a normal life. If I remember the story right, he's the one who found me.
Found you?
Yeah, it's one of the few things I remember from my early childhood. I was adopted, but the night my dad found me, I had been locked in a basement.
She closes her eyes and shivers. I expect Jessica to come forward, but she still remains quiet.
I hate the dark, she whispers. I was chained in the basement, alone, in nothing but my underwear. I can't remember why, but I remember being scared.
My nostrils flare when I think about a young Chloe all alone with no one to protect her. She won't have to worry about that again. She has me. I want to get out there and fucking find her birth parents and make them pay for what they did. At first, I thought Jessica was an imaginary friend. That was what I believed for nearly a decade, too. She was just an imaginary friend I had been talking to make me feel better. She had been trying to talk to me for a year, but that night in the basement, I was so scared. So she and I talked, and it helped me get through the dark. Dad was a cop, still is. Only he's chief of police and Mom is a lawyer, so they have a lot of money now, but they didn't then. Raising me wasn't cheap, and he didn't have to. He could have let the system take me, but we had a connection in that basement, and I didn't want to be with anyone else. He took a chance on me. He saved me from that basement. Chloe, I whisper, squeezing her hand tight. Her eyes are brimming with tears. My life was so good after that. I saw 100 doctors and psychologists, but I was fine. Jessica didn't show her face for years, not until I got blackouts. And then I understood Jessica wasn't my imaginary friend. She was me. I'd conjured Jessica up to protect me, and so I wouldn't have to be lonely. It took years for me to come to terms with that and to not feel crazy. You had to do what you had to do to survive. And guess what? I love you. I love her. And if it were up to me, I'd kill your birth parents. My shoulders roll and my neck cracks as I turn it to the side. I'm feeling a rush of anger, the need to release my pent-up rage, but the feeling of her hand stroking over my heart calms me. It's why I want to call my dad so bad. He must be worried sick. He didn't think I was disabled. He didn't treat me with a handicap. I had my own place, my own job. Oh, my job. I forgot. She gasps. Oh my God, I bet they are looking for me. I really need to call them, Zane. How could I have forgotten? You can call him whenever you want, sweet girl. If you want, you can call them when I go to Reaper's. Stay here and relax. I need to go see the man who nearly raped her. Jessica kicked his ass, but it's nowhere near what I want to do with him, and I can feel an episode coming on. I need to get out of here before it happens. I've yet to learn to love myself the way that I love you, she says as I step out of the tub. I wrap a towel around my waist and bend down, gripping her by her slender neck as I crash our lips together. I'll never love myself or anyone the way I love you, I say. If people knew just how fucked up she and I were, they would think we were too unstable to be together. In a way, we are. Crazy pulls us together, and our love lives in the center of the chaos. We are chaotic. What other way is there to be? Life would be boring otherwise. I'm sorry Jessica's quiet right now. Don't apologize for her. I point at her, then shake my finger. Don't take the fault for something you didn't do, okay? I'll get the truth from her. You don't have to worry about that. Enjoy your day. I steal another quick kiss before I head into the bedroom to get dressed. Closing the bathroom door behind me, I stroll over to the dresser and open the drawer. I tug out a plain black shirt, forego the briefs, then grab a pair of worn jeans. Yeah, fuck wearing underwear. The quicker I can get my cock out and sink into her heat, the better. I give the bathroom door one more look before grabbing my wallet and tucking it into my back pocket. I don't want to go. My instincts are telling me something is about to happen. Something big, something bad. I need to stay, but I need to kill the man who hurt Chloe first. Shouldn't be too difficult. I killed 2 men for my life. I could do the same for her. Zane, how is she? That was bad news, bad news, bad news. Is she sad? I'll make her tea. I pass him as he enters the kitchen. He flips on the light 3 times before entering and clicking on the burner 3 times. She'd like that. She's confused is all. Jessica won't answer and Chloe's in the dark, so everyone be gentle today, okay? Sure. What happened was terrible. Goldie nods, playing with Zipper's hair. His eyes are heavy, and it looks like he's on his way back to sleep. Yeah, it was. Don't ask any questions. Jessica's being skittish, and I don't need my job being more difficult than it already is with her. Just be friends. Friends. Ollie claps his hands between each word and cheers. Demons! Demons are coming up from the ground! Felix screams and begins to run down the hall. A second later, the bedroom door slams shut. Ollie, you're best with him. Go check on him and tell him the demons are our friends. Are they? Demons are bad, right? They are misguided. Go show them the way. I need to go see Reaper. Oh, tell him I said hi. Ollie puts the kettle on and then rushes to Felix's room to check on him as I asked. No, I need to go see a man about a dog. and there is no saving a monster like this one.
Chapter 3. Chloe. I step out of the bath and grab an extra towel from the shelf. A chill wraps around my wet skin, sending a shiver down my back. As I wrap the fluffy, soft towel around my body, I watch the water drain from the tub almost as if I'm in a trance. I have so much on my mind, and talking with Zane didn't help any. I know it isn't me that's causing him grief. It's Jessica. But at the end of the day, it's me all the same. Isn't it? I created her. Shouldn't I be able to get rid of her, too? I guess it doesn't matter. I'm stuck with her. Maybe she is sensing that I'm upset about my therapist and is letting me grieve. I don't know. I don't really care at this point. What's done is done, and I can't change the past. I can only focus on the future, just like Dr. Washington used to say. I wonder when his funeral is. I'd love to go to it and pay my respect to him and his wife. I had no idea he was married. It makes sense now as to why he never asked me out when there was a spark between us. He always kept it professional, even when he stole a few touches here and there. Or maybe it was wishful thinking on my part. Probably. I hold the edge of the towel to my chest so it doesn't fall as I walk into the bedroom, then realize I still don't have clothes here. I've been wearing Goldie's clothes or Zane's. I'll be able to get some of my own when I go back to my apartment. Zane can take me later after I tell my parents I won't be going back to it. Hey, Goldie? I crack the bedroom door open and shout. She comes from the living room and pokes her head around the corner. Her long blonde hair cascades down her shoulders in messy waves, and while her eyes aren't red today from crying, she has dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. I worry about her. She's always so depressed, but so kind and gentle. I don't know how to help her. Hi, Chloe? She sounds unsure of who she is speaking to. Yes, it's me. Jessica would sound way more demanding. Oh, okay. That's good to know. She gives a crooked, tight grin. She tugs on her long sleeves to cover her hands, but not before I see lines of scars across her wrists. None seem new, but just from the quick glance there seemed to be a dozen thin lines across her forearms. What's up? She asks softly, her hands twisting together in front of her. Everything okay? Zipper comes around the corner and places his hand on Goldie's shoulder. He looks from me to her, and if I'm not mistaken, she blushes. Some color burns her cheeks while she nods. Something is between them, that much is clear, but they never steal more than innocent touches. I was hoping Goldie would let me borrow some clothes for the day. I'm so sorry. I'll try to get back to my apartment today to pack so I don't keep bugging you. Oh, it's fine. She waves my concern away. Of course you can. Let me grab some things for you. I'll be right back. Goldie vanishes into her bedroom, and I'm left with my head poking out of the crack of the door and Zipper staring at me with his arms crossed. I do my best not to stare at his mouth, but it's hard not to know why those scars are there. Someone sewed his mouth shut, and while I don't know the entire story, my heart hurts for him. I can't believe the pain he must have gone through. Here you go. Goldie finally comes out of her room and steps into the hallway, breaking the awkward moment between me and Zipper. I don't even look at what kind of clothes she grabbed me. Thank you so much, I tell her. I promise, today will be the last day. It's okay, really, she insists. Zipper rubs her shoulders and she leans against him. We will see you out in the living room? I think Felix decided to put on Dracula. Sure, I've never seen it. I'll see you in a few. I close the door and let out a breath. Zipper makes me nervous. I don't think he likes me or trusts me. Not that I blame him. Jessica isn't the easiest to get along with. I let the towel drop around my feet and place the clothes on the bed. Looks like she gave me joggers, a t-shirt, and a tank top with a built-in bra, and a pair of undies. I'm not too keen on wearing someone else's underwear, but they are clean, and that's all that matters. I get dressed, slipping on the joggers last. Oh, wow. They are soft. I could lounge in these forever. I unwrap the towel from my hair and remember I don't have a brush here, and since Zane doesn't have hair, I doubt he has a comb. Crap. I don't want to ask Goldie. I've already asked too much. But I do have a hair tie around my wrist. I flip my hair over and gather the wet and tangled strands, use my fingers to get the big knots out, and throw it up into an unkempt bun. I hurry to the bathroom and quickly brush my teeth and use Zane's deodorant, then go to the living room. I don't want them to wait for me. The first thing I smell is popcorn, and the previews are playing as the crew sits on the couch. I'm just going to call my dad real fast, okay? Then I'll be there. Okay. Ollie bounces on the couch cushion and stuffs a handful of popcorn in his mouth. I chuckle and hang a left in the kitchen, where the phone is. Reaper installed it yesterday. I grab it and press the green button, then place it against my ear to hear a dial tone. I take a deep breath and dial his number. I should have practiced what I was going to say, but if I did that, I would find a reason not to call, because I don't know what to say. My stomach clenches as it rings, and I nibble on my lip, hoping he doesn't answer. It isn't unheard of for him to go without talking to me for a few days, so hopefully he won't be in a panic. Hello? My mom answers instead, and I can hear the tears in her voice. Mom? What's wrong? Are you okay? She gasps, then starts sobbing. Chloe? Chloe, is that you? Oh my God. Ray, it's Chloe. Mom? What's going on? Of course I'm okay. Chloe. Dad takes the phone away from her, and he is emotional too. Are you hurt, sweetheart? Where are you? Whoever has you, put them on the phone. What? Dad, what are you talking about? No one has me. I'm fine. Is he making you say that? What's he done to you? Dad. I peek over my shoulder to see everyone watching the movie, and I give them my bag. Dad, no one has taken me. I haven't been kidnapped. I'm fine. I'm happy. What is going on with you and Mom? Sweetheart, you've been missing for days. We've had your name up all over the news with a reward to bring you home. You don't know how scared we have been, especially with what happened to your therapist and his wife. Where have you been? I saw on the news what happened. I can't believe it. Did Jessica do this? Is she the reason why you aren't home? I have the entire force looking for you, sweetheart. God, you've taken 10 years off my life. He chokes up and the phone rustles as if he is placing it against his chest and taking a deep breath. It's okay. We are coming to get you. Everything is going to be fine, Chloe. We will get you help and find another therapist. What? Dad, no. I'm okay. I'm safe. I swear. Jessica wanted to dance, and when I finally took over, I had no idea where I was. These people have helped me. There is no reason to panic. No reason to panic. His cop voice takes over. It's darker, powerful, and a bit rough. My daughter has been missing. Someone killed your therapist, which means they could be coming after his client list. Some psychopaths are missing from a mental institution. I bet they are the ones behind Dr. Washington. Just because they have mental disorders doesn't make them murderers. Is that what you think of me? Of course it isn't. You're different, Chloe. You're able to function. You don't have to be in a facility. Your mother and I never wanted that for you. I appreciate that. I'm fine. You can call off your search dogs, I say. We have a lock on her, I hear in the background. Stay right where you are, Chloe. We are coming for you, sweetheart. Something like this will never happen again, he says. I hang up the phone and slam it down on the dock, unable to catch my breath. Oh, God, he's coming here. They found this place. What am I going to do? I can't risk having the cops finding my new friends. Zipper! I shout the name of the one I know will be able to protect and hide them. The floors are slick as I try to run into the living room and my socks slip across the hardwood. I catch myself on the counter, gripping the edge just in time to keep myself from falling.
He turns around, still sitting on the couch, and lifts a brow at me.
Where's the fire?
You guys need to hide, all of you. Please. My eyes widen when I hear sirens in the distance. Those are for me. My dad was tracing the call, and he is the police chief. He knows about you escaping the institution, and if he sees you with me here, he will send you back. You have to hide. Please. I grab Ollie's hand and pull him off the couch along with Goldie. I'm trying to get them to hurry, but they aren't moving. Do you want to go back to the mental institution? If not, get to fucking hiding, because my dad is on his way and I swear he will burn this house to the ground for me. Please, I begged them. The wails of the sirens are getting closer. We don't have much time. I don't want anything to happen to you guys.
What about Zane?
Apollo asks, standing with his hands folded together in front of him. Tell him I love him and that I'll be back. It's impossible not to be sad. I might be back, but I don't know when. I'm glad I got to meet you guys. I know it's been difficult.
You can't go. He will go insane when he sees you aren't here. His mania will take over. He won't give up finding you.
He stares out the window. The sirens are almost too close for them to get away now. His lips curl, causing his scars to come alive.
It isn't safe for you to go.
It isn't safe for me to stay. I shove him backward to get a move on. Go, please. Zipper nods and Goldie is behind him, holding his hand as he leads them to the safe room in the basement. One by one, they leave the room. Ollie is the last one. He pauses and waves to me 3 times before disappearing behind the door. Just in time, too. Red and blue lights bounce off the living room walls. There must be a dozen cop cars outside with how loud the sirens are. I take one last look around the place where I truly fell in love for the first time. At this exact moment, I hate Jessica so much. I feel like she's ruined my life. I'll always need a babysitter. I'll never be fully independent, and I'll never be trusted. Bang, bang, bang. Someone climbs up the steps, and I don't give them the chance to break the door down. I open it. And right there, standing in front of me, is my dad. He's relieved and has fresh tears dripping down his face. He doesn't greet me. He doesn't say a word. He pulls me into a tight hug, and I return it, hating that I've caused him so much distress. His hand cups the back of my head, and then he pulls away, cupping my face as he looks me up and down. He chokes, trying to swallow a sob.
You're okay?
Dad, I'm fine. I place my hand over his and lean into it. I didn't realize how much I missed him until now. I swear I'm okay.
Search the place,
he orders his officers. I slam my arms on either side of the doorway to block them. My mind is starting to get fuzzy, and I know my time with my dad is going to be cut short. What the hell do you think you are doing? I ask, finally coming out of the corners of Chloe's mind. Dad sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose.
Jessica, let the officers through.
No. Do you have a warrant? A court order? I'm here. I'm willingly coming with you. You don't have to ruin his home.
Whose?
He asks. I can't say the truth. I like it here. I like the people, and I will do anything to protect Zane. I'll kill again if I have to. The Ruthless Kings. They found me in the desert. I was going to come home after I felt healed. I lie. I'm good at that. I do what Chloe can't. Sometimes to protect yourself and the ones you love, lying is the game to be played. And if you aren't a master at it, if you don't know how to checkmate, then life will chew you up and spit you out. I'll gladly watch it happen, too.
The Kings?
He breathes a short laugh.
Oh, thank God. Stand down,
he says to his officers, and like good little followers, they put down their guns and stand to the side.
Why didn't they call me? Reaper knows me.
I asked them not to. I didn't want you or Mom to worry.
We will talk about that later. I'll have to let Reaper know I owe him one when we get to the station. Your mother is there waiting for us."
He hooks his arm around my waist and guides me away from the door. The slam of the door has me turning around to see that one of the officers closed it. I'm starting to panic. I don't want to go. I want to stay with Zane. I miss him already. "Why are we going to the station?" I ask. "I don't want to. I want to stay here. I like it here."
"No, you can't. It's time to come home, Jessica. You've had your fun. We have to clear your name from the suspect list."
"You think I killed Dr. Washington?"
"No, I don't. But we have to interview everyone," he says. "Your mom will be there to help you."
Oh, no fucking way am I going to get interrogated. It's time I slink back to the corner of her mind. I won't break. I can't break. If I do, they will send me to a mental institution, and I don't belong there. We don't belong there. I belong here with Zane and the rest of them. My lips are sealed. To my fucking grave, no one will know my truth. I'm okay with people not liking me. I'm okay with people not wanting anything to do with me because they are afraid. None of that bothers me. I'll do what I have to do for us. But I always need Zane to be by my side. No matter where he is, no matter who he is with, no matter what he does, I'll be there. I'll lie, steal, and kill to always be with him. He can't get rid of me. I'm his shadow now.
Once we get this cleared up, we can go home.
I want to come back here, I argue, dipping my head as I enter the back of the cop car. You can't keep me away, I growl. Nothing can keep me away from him.
I will do what's best for you,
he yells, slamming his fist on the top of the roof.
Do not test me, Jessica. And who are you talking about? Who?
I smirk one last time before disappearing, letting sweet, innocent Chloe come out. God, she wouldn't make it a day without me. She's weak. Always has been. Always will be. That's okay. It's why I'll always have her back. Dad? What's going on? I ask him, and he hangs his head. I remember being in the house.
We're going home.
This is my home. Zane is my home. My heart is here, and when I'm not, I'll be lost. I know it.
You won't ever have to worry about getting out of my sight again. I won't allow it.
I'll pull a Jessica if I have to. Nothing will keep me away from Zane. Not even my own family.
Chapter 4. Zane. I hear sirens as I step out of the Continental. My first instinct is to go check on everyone at the asylum, but I know I'm overreacting. I can't jump every time I hear sirens, or I won't be able to live in Vegas. I was wondering when you'd show up, Reaper says, smoking a cigarette on the porch. Like I'd miss out on the fun for what he did to Chloe and Jessica. Jessica kicked his ass. He grins, smoke coming out of his nostrils as he exhales. He reminds me of an enraged bull waiting to charge. Yeah, she's fucking wild, isn't she? I'm glad she's there to protect Chloe when I can't be there, but it's my turn to get my revenge. I don't want him to ever fucking walk again. He won't take another breath if you don't want him to, Zane. He tosses the cigarette to the ground and steps on it with his boot. How's Chloe doing? The familiar inkling in my gut rises up, telling me something isn't right. I don't know. I climb up the steps and lean against the beam. The wind blows, causing the chairs to rock against the wooden porch and the slates underneath the creek. Did you see about that therapist and his wife on the news today? He shakes his head. No, I've been at King's Club this morning helping Tool with inventory. Well, they were murdered, and the therapist was Chloe's. It would have been fine if Jessica didn't react so strangely. I don't know, Reaper. Something is up, but Jessica won't come out to play. Fuck. He whistles and opens the front door to allow me inside. Well, that's when you make her come out, Zane. You wouldn't hurt Chloe, but maybe act like you would. I don't think I could. They are too different. Jessica likes a little pain, Chloe doesn't. I'm dealing with two very different women. You think she has something to do with it? I think Jessica's hiding something, and she is making sure she isn't ever in the situation to tell me. Well, when you get home tonight, you'll figure out a way. Until then, we're here for you however you need, and you have something else to cross off your list. Am I right? Fuck yes, I growl. You have no idea how close I am to fucking losing my shit. You might need to watch me. When I'm in one of my episodes, I'm dangerous to more than one man. You saying you might hurt others while you're here? That's exactly what I'm saying, Reaper. I'll have to make sure Doc is nearby and ready to knock you out if need be then. Reaper says. Well, look who's here. Bullseye crows, wiping the blood off his hands with a rag as he walks down the hall. I was wondering when you would show. Hey, Bullseye. A whoosh of metal rushes past by my cheek, and I pause next to the pool table. I peer over my shoulder to see a ninja star embedded in the wall. Hi, Knives, I grumble, remembering I recently gave him a pretty bad concussion. Like I said, my episodes aren't to be fucked with. No one should get in my way. Hey there, Zane. Knives greets. He is sitting on the bar stool next to what used to be the bar, but they shut it down for Patrick. Plan on giving me another concussion? I still get blurry-eyed. Plan? No. Get in my way? Probably. Honesty the best policy, right? I can respect that. You're a damn beast when you want to be. He rubs the spot on the back of his head that must still hurt. Can I have a go at him too? Tongue asks. I turn left and right, but I don't see him anywhere. He's in a corner. Don't mind him, Reaper says, his eyes peering to the back right corner. I see a glint of a blade in the dark as the light from the window captures it. Let's go. I don't want him here longer than he has to be. Reaper walks in front of me, the skull on his cut staring at me with its empty black orbs. He opens the basement door and starts to head down. The first thing I notice is how much colder it is than the kitchen. Our footsteps pound against each step, and the metal walls vibrate from the force. There's an empty row of beds with top-grade medical equipment and fresh sheets. To the left, there's a bookshelf full of books. I want that for the asylum. We have a few books, but they're mostly Greek mythology, thanks to Apollo. He's cuffed to the chair in the playroom. Reaper informs me when he stops in front of a metal door. Everything that happens in this room stays in this room. When or if you want to dispose of the body, we have miles of desert for it to get lost in buzzards that are constantly hungry. You sure you want to do this? I know this isn't something you've done. I killed 2 guards at the facility to get out. Killing a man that wanted to rape the woman I love won't be an issue. He growls. I understand that. If someone touched Sarah like that, I'd kill him and everyone he loves. Do you want company? You can stay, but no one else, Jesse. I want him to know I trust him, not because he is president, but because he is my family. All right, let's do this. He says and opens the steel door. It's thick, and he has to grunt from how heavy it is. You first. He gasps for breath. I really need to stop smoking. No shit. Do it for you and your kid. I give my 2 cents freely as I step inside the dark room. It smells of blood, a rich iron filling the air, and when Reaper flips on the light, the raggedy man is slumped in the silver chair, blood coating his chest. His dirty hair hangs in his face, and the smell of piss makes it hard to breathe. Wow, they have done a number on you, haven't they? Reaper snorts. Are you kidding? Most of those injuries are from Jessica. My chest swells with pride when I think about her kicking this man's ass. My girl is one tough cookie. It reassures me that she can take care of herself when I'm not with her. Not everyone can have that sort of relief. How are you feeling? I ask him when he groans. I circle around the chair, my boots sticking to the blood that's half dried on the floor. Like shit. He spits, daring to lift his head at me. I pretend to wince at his injuries, hissing like I give a fucking shit. His left eye is swollen shut, his bottom lip is split, and he has a few holes in his chest. That must have been why Bullseye was wiping his hands clean. My head begins to pound the longer I stare at him. My heart races as the image of Chloe fighting him off penetrates my mind. She's scared. She's crying out for me. She's in pain. What if Jessica didn't exist? What would have happened then? I close my eye and turn my neck to the left, a loud crack filling the room. I begin to circle him again, and that's when I see 3 scratch marks down his cheek. Chloe. Jessica's the one that kicks ass. She punches. She doesn't claw. I don't think you know just how fucked you are here. I say, rolling my shoulders as my muscles begin to tremble and bones ache to bend and break so I can grow in power. I want to feel every bone in this man's body break beneath me. I want to hear him scream. I want to feel his tears as he realizes he is going to die. I want his blood. Not as fucked as your sweet piece of ass is going to be when I get out of here. He chuckles. You think you're going to stop me from feeling that tight, pussy? You can do whatever you want, but I'll figure out a way to get my revenge. I grip him by the thin roots of his hair and yank his head back. You are fucking stupid if you think you are getting out of here, and if you do, I rub my nose against his ear. You won't be able to walk. You won't be able to speak. I twist my neck to the other side when the pounding in my head begins to get worse. You won't be able to touch another woman again, I growl. Uncuff him. I tell Reaper, my voice deepening and my muscles begin to swell. Are you sure? I slam my fist against the side of the wall, denting it, and spittle flies from between my teeth as I speak. I said to uncuff him. Reaper exhales, then slams his fist on the button, which has the automatic cuffs and ankle bracelets retracting. I'm going to kill you, the man says, staggering to his feet. His small cock is a nub, barely standing outside the bush of his pubic hair, and I laugh at him. No wonder he is so determined to prove himself. And when I kill you, I'm going to find that sweet piece of ass and fuck her in all the right places. I'm beyond saving. I let go. I snap, and nothing can stop me. A lion's roar leaves my chest as I stomp forward, and I lift my fist and slam it across the face. My vision blurs, and all I can see is him. I can't recognize anything else. All that matters is this man in front of me. All that matters is that he dies for what he has done. His jaw cracks from the force, and he screams in the agony of his bone breaking. He lifts his hand to his jaw, and when he looks up at me, it's crooked. You'll never get your hands on her. I scream, kneeing him in the junk as hard as I can. She's fucking mine, and every time I'm fucking her, every time I'm taking what's mine, no, I'm laughing at you, and you're pathetic. I kick him in the face. Short-lived. My steel toe boot connects with his ribcage and he flops to his back. Existence. I bend down and pick his small body up, hooking one arm around his thigh and the other around his neck. You fucked with the wrong kind of crazy. I say it as a warning, as a threat, because when I'm like this, it's exactly what I am. I spin twice, then toss him across the room. He flies through the air and his back hits the wall. He falls to the ground with a loud thump, and the metal floorboard sings in a high-pitched note. He coughs and tries to get up, but I stomp on his fingers as he uses his hands to push himself to his knees. The sound of bones breaking makes a sardonic grin split my face. He cries, holding his hand to his chest. You think you had a chance against me? Nothing can defeat me when I'm protecting someone I love. I knee him in the nose and blood gushes from his face. One of his teeth falls out. Not that it matters, he seems half toothless as is. I grab the back of his neck, pick him up, then take my other hand and grab his dick, twist it, and lift him over my head and toss him again. This time his back lands on the back of the chair and another sick break sounds. Sweat beads my eyes. The only thing I can feel is rage. The only thing I can breathe in is blood, and my thoughts are consumed with a whirlwind of static. I can't fucking put my thoughts together. I stomp on his stomach and stare at the weapons against the back wall and grab the handsaw. He is pathetically grabbing at my ankle to get me off him. His fingers are bent and crooked on his left hand, while his right is weak because he is a weak man. You think you could have raped her? I step off him and kneel on one knee, taking in his sickly appearance. How many? I place the saw at the base of his cock. No, God, no, please. I can't feel my legs. I can't feel them, please. I need a doctor. Fuck you. I sneer. Tell me, I say softly, then yell, how many? My cheeks and lips shake from how loud I scream. I don't know. Dozens. I swear to God, I won't do it anymore, please, he cries. You picked the wrong woman to try to rape. I sit on his chest and begin to saw his puny stub. His screams are music to my ears. The way he begs for his life reminds me of how Chloe must have begged for hers. I grip his balls and cut them too. The flesh gives, and eventually I'm able to toss the flaccid cock to the side. Massive amounts of blood flow from where his cock used to be. If I wanted, I'd let him bleed out. It would take a few minutes, and a few more minutes is all I need. I stand up and toss the handsaw to the side, the metal clanking against metal. His eyes are rolling to the back of his head. He's about to pass out from the pain. Oh, no. He doesn't get away that easy. I kneel beside him again and whisper in his ear. Any last words? Please, no more, he gurgles. Let me die. I bet that's what Chloe told you. Picturing her begging for him to stop sends another wave of blinding lividity coursing through me. I take his hands and bend his wrist back, snapping the bone. I move to the next arm, then the legs, then his collarbone. I break every fucking bone I can find until he looks like a zigzag pattern on the floor. Blood is coming from his mouth and he's beginning to choke. I get up and grab his useless cock, then shove it in his mouth. If you want to fucking choke, choke on yourself. I shove himself as far as I can until his worthless dick is in the back of his throat. His hands weakly fly to around his neck, clawing at it in languid, painful movements. Oh, he's in pain. I don't fucking care. I reach toward the weapons again and grab the sledgehammer. The last thing that I think about is finding Chloe's dead, naked body. You will never touch her again. I lift the hammer over my head and swing it down. The heavy end makes contact with his head, smashing it until it concaves. And that's all it takes for me to become blind. I wail on him, hitting his body with the hammer as hard and fast as I can. His ribs turn to dust and splashes of blood hit my face. I scream, exhausting myself until he is nothing but piles of mush and chunks of bone. I throw the sledgehammer across the room and it smacks against the wall, denting it and smearing blood across it. Nothing can stop me. I run until I hit the wall myself, punching it, clawing at it, then ramming my head against it. I bite my tongue, my blood, or maybe it's his, sliding down my throat. It fuels me. Uncle Zane. I whip my head around to see someone standing there. Someone in my way. His eyes are wide and he takes a step back when I take a step forward. Uncle Zane, you need to calm down. Breathe. You are safe. Chloe is safe. I charge at him when he says Chloe's name. She's fucking mine. Who else do I need to kill to prove that? I tackle him to the ground and wrap my hands around his throat. Yeah, that's it. Fucking die. My fingers are slick with blood, and I can't get a good grip on his throat because my grip is unstable. My hands slide around his neck, and all I see is the enemy. My vision begins to darken around the edges. Chloe, Jessica, need to protect them. Something sharp hits my shoulder, and when I look down, I see a dart, then lift my head to see a man holding a gun at me. Sorry, Zane. Can't let you kill Prez. I growl as I stand, rip the dart from my body, and toss it on the ground. Fuck. He stumbles back and shoots me again. I stop walking and pluck the needle from my neck. I toss that to the ground, too. Shit! He fires again, and this time it lands in the middle of my chest. The floor rolls, swaying up and down like a wave. Everything is out of focus. Things get farther and closer than they really are, and I slam my shoulder against the wall. There we go, big guy. You'll wake up in a few hours, hopefully. Reaper, I had to hit him 3 times. I crumble to the ground, seeing the man's boots cloud my vision as my cheek falls against the cold floor. And I make a mental note to kill him, too, when I wake up.
Chapter 5. Chloe. Where were you the night of Dr. Washington's death? An officer asks. I stare into the two-way mirror where my father is watching, and I try not to let this hurt my feelings. I know it's a part of the entire process, but I wish he trusted me more. That's all. As I said before, I got done with my appointment with him and I went to my apartment. I repeat for the 100th time. But your dad just found you at some stranger's house. Isn't it true you have multi-personality disorder? Couldn't one of your personalities be responsible? You don't have to answer that, my mom says. And if you're going to speak to my client, you're going to use the correct terminology. It is called DID, Dissociative Identity Disorder. Tomato, tomato. He rolls his eyes uncaringly. That's enough. My dad bursts into the room. If you can't interview my daughter appropriately, then we are leaving. Don't think I won't have your badge, Simmons. Let's go. We can hold her for up to 24 hours, Chief. Or did you forget?
Dad? I tremble, not understanding why this is happening to me.
It's okay, sweetheart. I'll take care of it,
he says, holding my hand with his.
As of right now, she is the last person to see Dr. Washington alive. That makes her our #1 suspect.
Officer Simmons is bigger. The buttons of his uniform are stretched tight, and his thick neck shakes every time he breathes or speaks. He is balding, too. He is one of those men who has hair on the sides and a few strands on top, then combs it over to try to hide the balding area, which only makes it look worse. He has sweat gathering on the top of his lip, and when he eyes me, it's with hate and something else. He licks his lips, and I step away until I'm behind Dad. I miss Zane. He wouldn't let someone treat me this way. I went to my apartment. I swear, I say.
Then why were you in some random's house? You a whore? No judgment, just asking questions.
Dad flies a fist through the air and slams him right across the mouth. His lip bleeds, and even though Simmons outweighs my dad by 100 pounds, he still slams the vile cop against the wall, holding his arm across his neck.
You better listen to me,
Dad warns, getting as close to Simmons's face as possible.
You will not speak to my daughter in that tone. You will not call my daughter a whore, and you are fucking fired.
Dad rips the badge off Simmons's uniform and tosses it on the ground.
I'd like to see you bend over and pick that up if you can. I will be questioning my daughter, since everyone else can't seem to do it without judgment. Riley, get Simmons out of here, and if he comes back, arrest him for trespassing.
Yes, Chief.
Officer Riley nods, guiding him out of the interrogation room. The stale scent of body odor hits my nose from all the previous cops and suspects who have been in this room, along with the faint aroma of coffee. Dad spins around and grabs me by the shoulders.
Chloe, I need you to be honest with me. Did you do this?
What? Dad,
not only are you the #1 suspect, but you are an easy target because of your condition. Be honest with me.
Dad, I didn't do it. I swear. I went home. You know how much Jessica likes to dance in the desert. How many times did you and Mom find me across the street at night because of her? We didn't do this.
Okay, shh, it's okay,
he croons, pulling me into a tight embrace.
I'm going to get you out of this. I don't care what I have to do. Do you hear me?
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Mom glowers at him. Do not say another word. Please do not make me lie and cover up for our daughter, because damn it, Ray, you know I will. Mom buckles her briefcase together and points to the door. Let's go before your job is in question. Remember, you just got promoted. Let's not take it for granted and abuse the power just yet.
Let's go out the back way,
he says, shrugging his jacket off and throwing it around my shoulders. I'm freaking the fuck out, and Jessica is nowhere to be seen. I'm shaking. What if I go to jail for the rest of my life and I never get to see Zane again?
I don't want anyone seeing you when we get out of here. For all I know, reporters will be there, and I'm not about to have you questioned,
Dad says, guiding me down the hall. The carpet is a typical gray with hues of blue, hard under the feet and not soft like the carpet at home. Our feet are a blur as we walk fast. Only glimpses of the white wall on either side of us can be seen out of the corner of my eye. Dad pauses to pull the jacket up over my head before he presses the long bar across the door and swings it open. The sun hits my shoes and 1,000 questions bombard us at once. Did your daughter kill her therapist? Were they in love? Will you treat her the same as any other suspect? Will her disorder get her out of murder charges? Dad shoves me in the back of the truck and locks the door. I peek out of a space in the jacket and see the press swarming around the truck like a bunch of bees. He manages to ignore them and climbs in the truck with my mom. Flashes of a camera go off, and they are still throwing questions at us. It's hard to decipher who is saying what because they are all blending together.
The headlines are going to be terrible in the morning. I can see it now, hot off the press. Police chief's daughter involved in a murderous scandal. Crazy enough to kill. Crazy is as crazy does. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I can't handle this. I don't know how. This is Jessica's kind of situation to deal with. A tear drips to my cheek just as the tires spin out of the parking lot, leaving the hyenas behind us. The burnt rubber smell seeps through the vents, and I curl my nose at the stench, then rip the jacket off my head. I toss it against the seat next to me, and I can't help the tears that flow. I hate this so much. I hate how I'm painted as the perfect criminal. I hate my disorder, and right now I hate Jessica.
Oh, sweetheart, it's going to be okay. You'll see. You're going to come live with us again. I'll protect you always.
But I don't want them. I want Zane. Take me back to my friend's house, please, I mumble under my breath.
No, that's not going to happen. You're going to be with me. I'll call Reaper and tell him any time he needs a favor to call me, but you aren't going back there. It's too dangerous for you not to be home. We will get your clothes from the apartment and you will come back to live with us. I won't lose you to this. I won't.
I want Zane. Take me back to him, I cry, slamming my fist against the door. I begin to rock back and forth, then claw at my head as voices spark inside it. Take me back. I want to go back.
Chloe, no. Calm down. This isn't you talking. It's her.
It's not her. It's not. Let me out. I want Zane. I roll down the window and stick my head out of the truck. Zane! Zane! I sob. I love you. Let me out, Dad. Let me out. He begins to roll up the window, and if I didn't duck my head back in the cab, it would have gotten stuck. I'm going to jump out of this truck right now if you don't stop. I'll do it. I swear I'll do it. I'll do anything to get back to him.
You aren't going anywhere.
Dad locks the door, and I try the handle, pulling it over and over again, hoping the door will open.
Sweetheart, please stop. I'm doing this for you. I'm only thinking of you.
You hate me, I scream at him, my voice cracking and tears flooding my face. I hit the window as hard as I can. You hate that you have a daughter like me. Admit it. I continue to hit the glass. The skin against my palms starts to burn and sting. The window cracks, and I gasp when I see the small victory. I'm getting closer. I continue to hit the window, watching the glass spider with every hit.
Don't ever say that. Ever. I love you no matter what. We both do. You're special. You were meant to be more than one person, and that's brilliant to me. Do you understand?
I love him. You have to let me go, please, I sob, my shoulders shaking. Who, sweetheart? Who? Mom asks. I'm starting to lose strength, and every time my hand connects to the glass, it's slower and weaker. I want him back. Take me back, I slur, because my head is starting to hurt so bad.
No. You see another personality? Sweetheart, no one was there when we picked you up.
No, how could you say that? He had to go to Reaper. He's Reaper's uncle. I watch him and Mom share a worried look. They don't believe me. He turns into the driveway and tosses the keys to Mom.
Go open the doors, all of them, and hurry.
Dad jumps out of the driver's side and runs around the back, then opens up my door. He knows I'll try to make a run for it. I'm desperate. He catches me mid-air as I jump from the seat and drags me across the sand of the front yard. I kick and scream, which is unlike me, and hit his arms to get free. Take me to him! Take me!
You aren't thinking clearly, sweetheart. You're going to be okay. I love you. You'll see. When you calm down, you'll see.
He grunts when my foot lands on his shin. Sand gets in my shoes and the dust clouds around us, which causes me to cough. The soles of my shoes scrape against the concrete walkway, and the side of my jogger catches on a cactus potted in a planter. Dad drags me through the front door and kicks it shut, then climbs the steps to get upstairs backwards. Dad,
You don't know what you're doing. I love him. When we get to the top of the stairs, he takes me to my old room and tosses me inside. Mom grabs the gold handle and slams it shut, then locks it from the outside. No, please don't lock me away. My shoulder hits against the door, and I jiggle the handle. My nails dig into the wood and break off as I claw at the door. Let me out! Let me out! Flashbacks hit me out of the blue. Darkness, chains, not allowed to go to the bathroom. I'll be good. I swear I'll be good, I beg him.
Oh, this hurts me more than it hurts you, sweetheart,
he cries. I don't like the dark. It isn't dark, Chloe. It isn't. The light is on, my mom yells. I take a few steps back and run, charging at the door. My shoulder hits it again, and again, and again.
Chloe, stop it. You're gonna hurt yourself,
Dad states. Chloe isn't here right now, I cackle, spinning in a circle until I'm dizzy. Jessica can't come to the phone right now. Leave a message after the beep. Beep! I giggle again, then run my fingers through my hair. I run into the door again and laugh. I want out. I want him. It's him. Oh, it's him I want. I will get to him.
What's your name, sweetheart?
I am not your sweetheart. I punch the door, sneering at the block of wood keeping me from our Zane. What have we done? Did we do this? Did we create another personality? We don't like the dark, Mom. I twirl again.
Who are you?
Dad's voice bellows, and it causes me to freeze mid-spin. My name is Lydia. The dark doesn't bother me as much as it does Chloe. I creep up to the door and flatten my hand against it. What's your name?
Chapter 6. Zane. My head is killing me. Fuck. I feel like I got hit by a truck. There he is. Jesus, it takes as much medication to wake him up as it does to bring him down. He's like an elephant. Watching him fall was like watching an elephant fall. Did you feel the floor shake? I did. I felt it. It scared the hell out of me. You, Press? Scared? You have a 6'5" giant run at you, and you tell me how you'd feel. I didn't have a tranquilizer gun like you, Doc. I groaned, turned my head to the side, and swallowed to coat the dryness in my throat. Don't mind me. Keep talking about me like I'm not here. I mutter, blinking my eyes to get the focus back. Rise and shine, Uncle Zane. Reaper pops his head over my face and grins, bringing a cup of coffee to his lips. He sips loudly. Ah, that's good. You want a cup? Yes, I grumble. My entire body is sluggish and the mattress under me fucking sucks. Reaper needs to invest. I clench my fist and push myself up into a more comfortable position. How long was I out? What the hell did you give me? What do you remember? Doc says, shining a damn light in each of my eyes. Normal response, that's good. When was the last time you took your meds? My meds? Fuck you. I don't take my meds. Uncle Zane. No. I try to get out of bed, but something binds my wrists, which keeps me from leaving the bed. I'm cuffed to the bed. What the fuck is this? You restrain me? Are you serious? A chair scratches against the cement floor, and I turn my head to see him take a seat. Zane, you had one of your episodes. Do you know why you're here? Chloe, her attacker. I yank against the cuffs again, and the metal digs into my skin. Where is he? I'm going to kill him. Yeah, you did that already. Reaper nods, and his voice is muttered under his hand as he scrubs his upper lip. Actually, you turned him into hamburger meat. I've never had to pressure wash the playroom before, but the bits of... Okay, can you not? Doc interrupts him by slapping him in the chest. What? He deserves to know. You had a sledgehammer. You broke all the guy's bones first. You're going to make me gag. Stop it. Doc, you fucking put bones back together, stitch people up, see blood every other day, and you can't handle to hear what happened? That's different, Reaper. I don't get a play-by-play of someone swinging a hammer. Sledgehammer, Reaper corrects. Whatever. I do my job. It doesn't mean I want the gory details. Anyway, you attacked me and tried to choke me, and Doc here had to shoot you 3 times with a tranquilizer dart. You must be feeling lousy. You're restrained because we weren't sure how you'd wake up, and I didn't feel like getting choked again. No offense. Reaper rubs his neck, and my eyes fall to his throat. It's red, irritated, and turning black and blue. Fuck, Jesse. I'm so sorry. Thanks for knocking me out, Doc. You are not an easy man to take down, but we really do need to talk to you about your medication. You have to take it, or these episodes are going to happen more frequently, and maybe more severely. And what if you are with Chloe? What if you don't mean to hurt her and you do? I would never. I tug on the restraints again. I would never hurt her. She's everything to me. It's why I'm here. Listen, I know you wouldn't mean to, but we have to face the facts here. You hardly remember anything after an episode, and the meds don't have to be the ones from the facility. I can give you different ones. I won't be drugging you like a zombie so you don't have a life. The first few days you might feel tired, but after that, you will have more control of yourself. What do you say? I plop my head against the pillow and stare at the ceiling. I grind my teeth together, hating every word he is saying, but I know he is right. What if I hurt her? What if I kill her? And the worst of it, what if I don't remember? Listen, what you did in there, Reaper blows out a breath. It was almost inhuman. Doc is right, Uncle Zane. If you don't want to do it for you, do it for her, then do it for us. I'd like for you to be around your niece or nephew, but I can't have you around them if you get that violent and don't remember a single bit of it. I stare down at my hands, and the handcuffs shine against the low light of the lamp sitting on the nightstand. There's blood embedded under my nails, and there's a red hue on the palms of my hands. Yeah, okay. I reluctantly agree. Great, I'll write you a prescription. He pulls out his notepad, clicks a pen, and begins to scribble. How long have I been here? I ask, thinking about everyone back at the house. I need to go. They are waiting on me. About 5 hours. You need to rest. I'll call them and let them know what's going on, okay? Reaper taps my arm with his hand, and I pull on the cuffs again. No, I need to get back to Chloe. Something happened. I need to get to her. She needs me. Reaper! A loud voice yells from down the steps. Yeah, Badge? Badge gallops down the steps and stands in front of the playroom door. I watch them carefully, and Badge crosses his arms and stands directly in front of Reaper so I can't see what is going on. The hiss of whispers has the hairs on my arms standing up. Reaper glances over his shoulder while nodding, but then his head snaps forward, and I know something Badge said is bad. What is it? I ask desperately, tugging on these damn cuffs again. They look at me with worry and apprehension. Is it Chloe? Is she hurt? Someone better talk to me right now, or I swear I'll bust out of these cuffs and I'll kill all 3 of you where you stand. Reaper is in front of me in less than a second with his arm against my throat. You will not threaten me in my own home. You might be fucking stronger than me, but right now, I have the upper hand. If you don't want to get put out again, I suggest you calm down. I have women and children here, and the last thing they need is a man in a manic episode. Do I make myself clear? You are my uncle, but you threaten me and what's mine, I'll kill you all the same. I lift my head until I'm nearly nose to nose with him. Fine, just tell me what's going on. I know why people whisper, and it's usually because they are talking about someone near them, and they don't want that person knowing. Secrets don't make friends, Reaper. What is it? Badge just got online for the first time today to check the reports and calls the station gets. I didn't know this until now, but... Reaper groans and tilts his head back. Chloe is the new police chief's daughter. He went there, Zane. And he knows about you and the others breaking out of the institution. Let me out. I yank against the cuffs. Let me go. I have to go check on them. I have to make sure they are okay. The heart rate monitor begins to race, and the edges of my vision begin to blur. I need to get out. Let me out. Oh, God, Chloe. I bend my back and use every ounce of strength I possess. The cuffs dig into my skin until it breaks, and my hands turn a shade of red from the pressure. I need to go make sure she's okay. I need to check on them. We will go check, Reaper says. Please, no. You would look for Sarah. If you take that option away from me, if you don't let me go, I'll fall into another episode. Please, Jesse. Reaper shares a quick glance with Doc, and he pulls out the keys from his pockets. Fine, but Doc is coming with. You begin to lose it, he is dosing you again, understood? I nod. Please, please. I swear, I need to get there. I'm still sluggish anyway. All I can do is hope that somehow she's still at home. It's wishful thinking, but when I get there and she isn't there, Doc will have to trank me again. There will be no chance at saving my sanity. Her father might be the chief of police, but the law means fucking nothing to me when it comes to Chloe. I will kill 100 men with a sledgehammer if I have to. I know the chief. I'll give him a call, but I can't talk about you. They will want to send you back, but I can't have that. Fuck, I don't know what to do. Get me home. 5 hours is already too long, I say. This could have happened right as I left. That's a 5-hour head start. That's too long. Yeah, okay, all right. Reaper slides in the key for the cuffs and unlocks the cuffs around the left side. I roll my wrist in a circle. Pins and needles fill my palm as the blood rushes into it. There is a deep red line indented in my skin. I'm free of the right cuff next, and it dangles from the rail, swaying back and forth like a wrecking ball. Thank you, I tell him, rubbing my fingers around my right wrist to bring life back into it. I swing my legs over the bed and stand, but my knees give out. Whoa, Reaper says, swinging his arms around mine to catch me as I fall. Still getting your sea legs, huh? Yeah, I guess all those tranquilizers haven't quite got out of my system yet. I can't believe you're up. It's impressive, Doc replies, stuffing a few syringes in his pockets. All right, let's go. I'm locked and loaded with medication. Pew pew, he finger guns. Christ, we are all gonna die, Badge mumbles, shoving his left shoulder under my right arm to take some of the weight from Reaper. All right, let's go see what the story is, Reaper says. They help me up each step, and I swear, each one becomes harder than the last. I can't lift my leg all the way to take the necessary step. The tips of my shoes drag along the edge of the stairs, my boots like 100-pound weights. What the hell did you give me? I ask Doc as my head swims. It's a good thing the meds are still in my system, or I might be in the middle of another episode right now. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. You'll be fine. I don't feel fine. I feel heavy. You are fucking heavy. My shoulder is about to rip from its socket, Badge complains. Doc opens the basement door and the kitchen comes into view. The first thing I notice is the empty table, but the smell of something sweet lingers in the air. It smells like cinnamon. Oh, Sarah's making one of her pies again, Doc groans. Damn it. Fucking Skirt is going to eat it all by the time we get back. She'll make more. She always does. One pie is always for Skirt, Reaper explains, giving Doc hope. Save me a slice, I say, and my vision begins to blur to the point where everything looks sideways. I need a minute. I fall forward, my weight too much for the guys to keep hold of. My knees hit the ground. Did you have to hit me with so many tranquilizers? I slur, sagging against a nearby wall to rest. I just need to catch my breath. Do you have to be inhuman? Doc grumbles under his breath. Okay, are you ready? Reaper asks, helping me to my feet. No, but I have to be. I feel like I drank an entire bottle of vodka. Been there. It isn't a good feeling. If I'm remembering correctly, that voice belongs to Patrick. He is an alcoholic, and I'm the ass who just made a reference to it. Reaper and Badge help me through the main room, and Patrick is on the couch with his woman watching TV. She's half asleep, leaning her head on his shoulder. Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Doc overdosed me with elephant medicine. I shoot accusing eyes at him and stumble over the edge of the rug. Patrick chuckles, and Sonny rouses, but only to crawl into his lap and get more comfortable. He kisses the top of her head and wraps his arms around her. It's okay, I'm fine, he says, threading his fingers through her hair and exhaling. I'm just fine. He turns his cheek against her head and closes his eyes, too. Doc opens the door for us to leave, but I can't stop staring at them. I miss Chloe. Reaper gives me a hard tug, and I trip over the slight bump on the floor in the middle of the threshold. Take it easy, I complain, then wince when the sun blinds me. Fuck this day. Aw, someone is Mr. Grumpy Gills, Doc pouts, teasing me. I don't like to be teased. Shut up. I complain, lifting my leg to take a step down, but I miss. I topple forward and take Reaper and Badge with me. My shoulder hits one step, while my knee hits another. Badge flies over the staircase and slams face first in the dirt. Reaper manages to flip down them until he lands on his back, groaning up at the sky. When I finally get to the ground, I'm staring up at the sky, too. And that cloud kind of looks like a bunny. Looks like a bunny, right? Reaper says. Fuck this day. Can you get me to Chloe now? Badge grunts as he stands and dusts off his cut and jeans. She's with her dad, remember? I don't give a fuck where she is. Get me home. She has to be there. She wouldn't leave me. She couldn't. We can't live without one another. Yes, I'm fine, by the way. Thanks for asking. Badge holds out a hand for me to take, and I slap it away. I get up on my own and rub my shoulder, the ache pulsating already. I didn't ask. I got that on video, Doc says, shaking his phone in the air. I'm going to upload this on Facebook. What the fuck is a Facebook? Right, I forgot you are from another age. It's, you know what, never mind. Let's get to the house and check on everyone. Reaper says, holding out his hand. Give me your keys. I hand them over and he spins the keyring around his finger. I limp toward the passenger side at the same time. Badge and I stare at each other, challenging for shotgun without words. I saw him beat a man with a sledgehammer, Badge. You don't want none of that, Reaper says, climbing into the driver's seat. Fine. He jerks open the back door and plops down like a child who didn't get his way. The seatbelt clicks as I strap myself in. Reaper tries to start the Continental, but it whines and sputters instead. Pump the gas 3 times, I tell him. We have to get you a new car that doesn't require a man's touch to start. She's reliable. So are dogs, Badge mutters. Be nice, Doc says, climbing in on the other side. Tires crunch across the pebbles in the sand as we pull out of the parking lot. My knee throbs and my head is still killing me. I feel like I drank too much and got hit by a truck. I never want to be doused in those sedatives again. Thanks, Braveheart. Reaper waves at the young kid that's always watching the gate. He waves, keeping a tight smile on his lips. Reaper eases through the gap of the gate as it slides open. The frame of the car creaks as we dip into potholes, jostling us in the seats so much I smack my head against the window. Why did I even bother fixing the damn things? They always come back. Reaper complains under his breath. I take a deep breath so I don't get too annoyed. I'm doing my best not to think of the worst and fall into another episode. I'm tired from the last one and all the energy I exerted. I'm still too drugged to do anything major, but I feel the mania simmering in my veins. The blinker clicks and Reaper looks left and right, but cars keep coming. Of course, the time I need there to be no traffic, there's a fucking ton of it. There are never cars on this road. Click, click, click. The blinker keeps sounding and another car passes. Click, click, click. My pulse begins to rise and a bead of sweat drips down my temple. Click, click, click. Turn the goddamn blinker off. I yell when I can't take any more of that damn sound. Okay, it's all good, Uncle Zane, it's off, he says, flipping the lever down to silence it. I blow out a breath and nod, my heart rate slowing. Thank you. You okay? Do I need to dose you? Doc asks, maneuvering between the seats with a syringe in his hand. You need to put your weapons away. No need to get trigger happy, I say. Sorry, it was so fun the first time. That's fucked up, Doc. Reaper chuckles as he turns left. Shit, sorry. Doc leans back in his seat and Badge laughs. Can we not do this? Can we not act like everything is fucking great? Chloe might not be home. What am I going to do? What am I going to do if she isn't there? My fists clench when I think about her not being there. Of Felix not being there. Of Goldie, Ollie, Apollo, and Zipper not being there. I bend over and place my head between my legs. My muscles are so tense it feels like I could explode out of my skin. I have to have her. We will get her, Zane. We don't know the entire story, Reaper says, trying to calm me down. My hand snatches out and grips Reaper by his cut. His arm jerks and the wheel turns. The tires screech, and we run off the road, causing me to slide down in the seat. I sit up and see a cloud of dust from the sand. What the fuck? Reaper turns the wheel to the left, and we fishtail when the back tires try their hardest to grip the pavement. We finally manage to get on the road, and Reaper pulls his arm out of my hold. You can't do shit like that when I'm driving, Zane. What the hell? Reaper scolds. I'm sorry. I'm barely holding it together, but it's like right on the edge of letting go because of the tranks. Well, let's hope it's still in effect when we get to the house. No worries, Prez. I have more, Doc says, lifting up the needle again. Reaper takes another left and we head down the long, winding driveway. There's only a path because of the cars that drive in and out of here. We follow the tire tracks, passing cactus after cactus. I don't even wait for the car to come to a full stop. I jump out, stumbling, but I don't fall. My knee is on fire. Chloe? I yell, grabbing the porch rail. Zipper? Goldie? I climb up the steps, and the wind chimes Jessica made ring together as I pass by. Please, let her be here. I open the door and look around, but it's empty. The TV is on, there's a bowl of popcorn sitting in the middle cushion of the couch, and there isn't one sound I can hear. Anyone? I scream. Porter, oh God, I need to go check on Porter. Zane, damn it, Reaper says behind me as I run down the hall and climb the steps. Porter, I trip again, my vision swimming. "Porter, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he finally answers. I breathe a sigh of relief when I hear his voice. When I get to the top of the staircase, he's standing against the glass wall, his palms against it, staring at me with worry. "What the hell is going on down there? I've been screaming for hours for someone to answer me." "What did you hear? Is Chloe okay? The guys?" I ask. He shakes his head. "I don't know. I heard sirens, that's it. It's been quiet, Zane. Are you ever going to let me out of here?" "Now isn't the time for a question like that. I need to figure out where Chloe is. You don't deserve to get out after everything you've done." I head back down the steps and Porter bangs on the glass wall, trying to get my attention. I can't look back. I need to make sure my friends are okay. I need Chloe. "I've been good. I've been on my meds. You've seen the change in me. I even like my brother. Please, Zane. I'm not a hopeless case anymore. Give me a chance, Zane." The sound of his voice gets further and further away, and when I get to the last step, I turn the corner. When I get around the wall, his voice fades until I can no longer hear it. "Well?" Reaper asks, standing in the middle of the hallway with Badge and Doc. "It was Porter. He said he heard sirens. I'm going downstairs." I inform them just as my hand hits the knob to the basement door. "Why?" "Panic room. I'm hoping they're in there, including Chloe." I don't say that out loud because I know the chances of her actually being here. Right as I open the door, Zipper's face appears, and I let out a relieved breath, pulling him into a hug. "Thank fuck. You're okay." "Yeah, we all are," he says, taking a sidestep to show Goldie behind him. "All? Chloe too? Chloe is with you?" I ask, probably too hopeful. A grim expression takes over his face as he pinches his lips together. "No, her dad took her. She gave us a heads up and told us to hide, but she isn't here." She isn't here. I catch myself against the wall. Well, I only catch myself because I've thrown my fist into the wall. "What do you mean she isn't here?" I exhale sharply and do my best to calm down, to figure out my bearings, but there's no way. I grab the front of Zipper's shirt and throw him against the wall next. "What do you mean she isn't here?" "Zane, I don't know. She called her dad and then rushed into the living room and told us to hide. In 2 minutes, the cops were here. That's all I know." Without saying a word, I let him go. It's there. The rage, the strength, the mania. It's right there. It's simmering under my skin, waiting to explode. But I can't let go. It hurts. Everything fucking hurts. I have to find her. I hold onto the wall, using it to scale my way through the house since I can't seem to walk straight. I have to go. "Not so fast," Doc says, sliding that fucking needle into my neck. "We aren't going anywhere just yet. We need to plan. Help me, guys. He's about to fall in 4, 3, 2... There it is." Doc and another pair of arms catch me. "Move him to the couch," Doc orders. And when I wake up, and I will, I am going to kill anyone and everyone who gets in my way of getting Chloe. I'm a madman, a soul that's dimmed by the depths of hell, and I will raise hell to get Chloe and Jessica back. There isn't an edge I won't jump off for the one I love. I'll leap, I'll fly, and if the fall kills me, so be it.
Chapter 7. Chloe.
La 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 la. I hum the creepy song from horror movies as I brush my hair. I gather the strands and start to braid them until it's over my shoulder. This vanity is really nice. We like it. It appears to be oak, vintage, with a big round mirror so my reflection is clear. La, la la, la la, I sing again, reaching for my night cream and letting my mind shift. Mother and Father's house isn't so bad. It's nice here. We could do a lot worse. We like it here. But we love a man named Zane. I've never met him, but I'm excited if my sisters have anything to say about it. A knock at the door has me standing. Posture is important. I fold my hands in front of me and stroll forward. With every step I pause. A lady always takes her time. "Yes, may I help you?" I asked through the door.
Sweetheart, it's your dad. Lydia? Chloe? Jessica?
He calls out for my sisters. "Oh, I do apologize," I giggle. "I'm afraid they are not available at this time. How may I help you, Father?" The door unlocks and swings open. I'm standing there completely indecent. "Father, you could have given me a warning." I reach for my nightgown on my bed and pull it over my head quickly to cover myself up. "No man can see me like this. You know that." Father's eyes well with tears.
And what is your name? We haven't met yet.
"I'm Charlotte. Do you like my braid? The woman down at the saloon parlor taught me."
The saloon?
He asks, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallows. "Yes, her name is Kitty. A wonderful, smart, ambitious woman. A whore, but everyone has to live. I hold no judgment." I sit on the edge of the bed and cross my legs, keeping my shoulders back so my spine is straight. "You must be an inventor of some sort. The things in this room are fascinating." "What is this?" I ask him, picking up the phone carefully as if it is about to blow up.
Sweetheart.
He exhales and reaches for my hand. I lift a brow at him and place my palm in his.
That's a telephone. You are not in some Victorian era. This is the year 2021. You have something called dissociative identity disorder. This personality of yours, it isn't real, sweetheart.
"Nonsense. My name is Charlotte. I pinch my brows together and my heart is racing like the horses the knights ride into town. I look around and begin to panic. I must have been taken. I do not know these people. Where am I? Where have you taken me? I rear my hand back and slap him across the face. "How dare you treat me in such a way? You just wait. My suitor will come to my rescue. You will pay. You hear me? You will." He holds his hand to his cheek in disbelief. I do not care what kind of pain he is in. I give him my back and turn away. I walk toward the window and stare out of it. There is nothing but dirt and a night. He will come. My heart is gone. I know what love is, and I am in love, but I do not know who with. I will know when I see him. He will be big, strong, marvelous. He is the controller of my soul. I do not wield it on my own any longer. Whatever this love is that has forsaken me, I hope he has not forgotten.
Charlotte, it is important for me to speak with Chloe. Right now,
he says. "Chloe isn't here, as you can see. Now, bring me some tea, please. I'll be waiting."
Damn it!
Loud footsteps pound behind me, and when I spin around, he grips me by my arms and shakes me.
Chloe! Chloe! I need to talk to you. Chloe!
He yells at me, shaking me until tears fall to my cheeks. "Father, please." I try to wiggle away from him, but it's no use. He has too tight of a hold on me.
Chloe! God damn it, talk to me!
He snaps his fingers in front of my face, and I blink as if I'm waking up for the first time in ages. "Dad?" I whisper. "Why are you crying? What happened?" I realize I'm still in my old bedroom by the light blue paint. "Your cheek," I gasp, lifting my hand to his face. It's red, and I can see a handprint on it. I take a step away, and the back of my legs hit the bench under the window. I did that.
You weren't yourself, but thank God I got you out.
He tugs me in for a hug, and it's tighter than usual. I'm still mad at him for not taking me to 𝐂𝐻𝐣𝐴, but he is still my dad. I love him. He has saved my life more than once. "What's happening?" I ask, nearly shaking in his hold. He pulls away, and the tip of his nose is red. His kind, warm eyes are swimming, and tears won't stop falling.
You have new personalities, and it's all my fault.
He sobs for a moment before getting himself together again.
Lydia and Charlotte,
Charlotte slapped me. And Lydia is... I don't know. She didn't stay long, but she's interesting.
I want you to take me back to the house, Dad. Zane is there. He's the man I love. I need to be with him. He accepts me for who I am.
No, he is taking advantage of you.
The darkness is edging my vision again.
He is using you because...
I emerge from the space of her mind as if I'm coming out of a fog. Why? Is it so impossible for a man to love me for me? I shoved Dad's chest. My voice has always been lower than Chloe's, a bit rougher around the edges. It's how he knows it's me.
Jessica, you know that isn't what I mean. I don't want you to be taken advantage of.
He loves me. You just wait and see. He loves me. He will do anything for us.
Jessica.
I cup my ears and go to a darker place. La, 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 la. I spin in a circle, giggling and laughing. He loves me! He loves me! I spread my arms out as I sing.
Lydia?
Yes? I chuckle. It's so wonderful in here.
Damn it, Lydia. I need to talk to Chloe.
I grab the hem of my nightgown and twirl. Chloe is taking a break. I wonder what space is like. Don't you want to know? Dance with me.
There's no music.
So we make our own. I'll sing, la, la, la. But he grabs me mid-twirl and his blue eyes lock onto mine. You don't like the song?
I swear, I'm not here to hurt Chloe. I know you guys are protecting her, but it's important I speak to her without interruptions.
You insult her. She's in love. Let her love. Let us love. I stretch my arms above my head and spin. We are happiest with him. He accepts us. I can't wait to meet him. I hope he loves me, too. Before I can say anything else, Dad backhands me, which has me sinking into the dark, afraid. Dad? I move my jaw back and forth. That hurt. I can't believe I remember that. I don't usually, but sometimes I get a sneak peek through the eyes of my side personalities.
Chloe.
He exhales with a tired breath.
I'm not going to waste time. I'm going to get you the help you need, sweetheart. You have to come to terms with these other personalities. You have to learn about them, and I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I locked you in this room, and it set you off just like what happened all those years ago, and I'm so sorry.
He hangs his head in shame. I swallow. I think it was only a matter of time before more happened. But please don't send me away. I can do this on my own.
No, you can't. This is too much. I'm not handing you off to some guy you've known for a second when I've known you most of your life. I am your father. I am your mental health proxy. I make the decisions. You need help. This guy doesn't exist, Chloe. I found you there alone.
He was gone to see Reaper. Call him. Reaper will tell you everything. I'm not lying.
I don't care. You are my daughter. I know what is best for you, and it isn't that man you claim to love.
Claim? I do love him. He is everything to me. How can you say that? God! I step away from him and do my best not to cry. I can't believe you. I can't believe you'd really say that. Is it that awful for you to know that even though someone like me, someone so crazy, can still find love?
Every father wants that for their children. I want it for you. I don't want it to be with a man you met out in the middle of nowhere. And I know Reaper and his men. While they are good guys, they are violent. Whatever kind of man loves you, he isn't the good kind.
This time I get in his face. Not Jessica or whoever else. Me. You're right, I say, holding my tears at bay. He is the best kind. Multiple footsteps come up the stairs, weighted and quick. When two men appear at my bedroom door wearing scrubs, my jaw drops when I stare at my dad. You traitor.
Chloe, this is for your own good.
I don't care. You can't make me go. I run toward the window and click the latch, then try to lift and jiggle it open. I
I won't go. I won't leave him.
Go. Please get her.
Dad orders him, covering his mouth with his hand as he cries. Why is he crying? It isn't his life that is at stake. The night breeze hits me in the face, and there is a palm tree right outside the window. I can make it if I jump and climb down it. But I don't get the chance. Arms wrap around me and pull me back. My bare feet scratch against the windowsill, and my only chance at salvation gets further away. Let me go! I kick and try to pull my arms away, but each man has a firm grip on my arms.
Sweetheart, let them help you in ways I can't. Don't fight them.
I launch myself forward, and I'm about to have my hands around my dad's throat, but they catch me. I hate you. I hate you so much. You're nothing to me. Do you hear me? You don't love me. If you love me, you wouldn't do this.
I'm doing this because I love you,
he says, just as I feel a prick in my neck. Love doesn't hurt this much, I struggle to say through a twisted, drugged tongue.
Sometimes, sweetheart, that's all love is.
My love with Zane doesn't hurt. It doesn't judge. He loves me for me. I might have only known him for a few days, but my soul has known him for so much longer. In past lives we were together. I've no doubt his crazy has always loved mine, and we will continue to love each other in future lives. We always did love, and we always will. I'll see him again. I don't care what I have to do. Zane is real, no matter what Dad tries to make me believe. I won't let him get inside my head. There is no vacancy. All the spaces in my mind have been taken. My heart, on the other hand, only one person owns that. And he will find us. All of us.
Chapter 8. Zane. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Ollie's voice has me rousing from my involuntary sleep. No, Ollie, he isn't dead. He's just taking a nap. Naps are good. Yep. I like naps. Doc chuckles. Me too, Ollie, me too. My hand shoots out, and I wrap it around Doc's throat, then sit up slowly and straight without moving, without flinching. Fuck, Zane! Doc chokes. He hits his hands on mine, and Reaper tries to pry my fingers off, but the more he tries, the tighter my grip becomes. He isn't dead! Yay! 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 Ollie claps, and he jumps up and down. So happy! Ollie wraps his arms around me, and it's awkward, since he is bending over my arm that's stretched out. I can't breathe, Doc gasps. Next time you fucking dose me without me knowing, you won't be able to breathe permanently. Got it? Got it? I let go, and Ollie is next to me, rocking on his heels, grinning wide. Chloe! She saved us from getting caught. Yeah, I'm not surprised. She loves you guys. We like her too, so let's get her back. Zipper replies to me, wrapping his arm around Goldie. I don't know the first thing about where she lives. I don't know where to look. I don't even know who the chief of police is. I swing my legs off the couch and press my palms against my eyes. Fuck, my head hurts. And don't dose me again. I mean it. I feel like shit. 2 episodes, no sleep, no good sleep, and I feel hungover. I'm thirsty. I'll go get you some water. Ollie bolts to the kitchen, all too eager to help me. I take a few deep breaths to center myself. The ice machine in the background clanks as the ice comes out, and then water fills the glass. My mouth is so dry. I feel like I swallowed cotton. Here. Ice cold, Zane, Ollie says, picking up my hand and wrapping it around the glass since I'm staring down at my feet. Thanks, buddy. I take a sip and groan. When I feel the cold water travel down to my stomach, my thirst gets scratched but not satisfied. I chug it. Water drips from the sides of my mouth, but I don't care about the mess. Can I have more, please, Ollie? Yes. I don't mind his OCD. I think it's endearing. He always sounds excited to do something, even though it's a severe disorder that affects his life every day. Ollie never lets it get him down. He's always so happy. I wish I could take a page out of his book. If I were happy-go-lucky like him, maybe I would be able to think clearer. I'd trade mania for OCD any damn day of the week. It's exhausting having a hurricane in my mind, thrashing and destroying me from the inside out. I'm tired of being tired after an episode. I'm tired of feeling insane. I'm tired of the damage it leaves behind. I'm simply fucking exhausted. I don't know how much longer I can live with this strife inside me. Chloe made it easier, but what if I never get to see her again? I lived for years with no purpose behind bars, but now I have a taste of what purpose feels like. I'm nothing without it. I'm nothing without her. And if I don't have Chloe, then I don't want to live anymore. What's the point? This affliction kills me a little more every day, and Chloe makes it bearable. I'm worth something when I'm with her. Luckily for you, you know someone who digs up information for a living. Looks like she has an apartment, and then there's her dad's address. Which one do you want to try first? Badge asks. You have an address already? Yeah. Usually you can get addresses just typing in Google if you know how to look. It's usually pretty easy, but super easy, since it is chief of police, and stories about his daughter are plastered. Oh. Badge scrolls on his phone and hands his phone to Reaper. Oh, that is not good at all, Reaper says, the screen light glowing onto his face. I snatch the phone out of his hand. What? What isn't good? I tap the screen, but nothing is working. It's dark. What do I do? It's black. How do you work this thing? I keep forgetting you're from another time, Badge says and takes a seat next to me. He presses a button on the side and the screen lights up. He swipes the phone, and the background on his screen is of a police badge. Why isn't he a cop if he loves it so much? Okay, then this. He presses another button on the screen, and a white Google screen pops up, whatever the hell that means. The headline makes me jet to my feet. Chief of Police's unstable daughter questioned for murder. What the fuck? She got interrogated? Why? Sounds like it's because she was the last person to see her therapist, Badge explains. And since she has DID, it's going to be easier to point the finger at her because she could have been in another state of mind. I give the phone back to him and lean back, staring at the ceiling as if it has all of life's answers. I expect my mania to hit me, but I'm oddly calm. It has to be because I'm too tired. I feel numb. What's this mean? If she did, which I'm not saying she did, but a big if, she'd be charged criminally insane. She'd go to an institution to get help. To get help? I scoff, mocking him. Is that what they tell all you normal people? That they help us? I push myself off the couch and stare out the window, watching the chimes Jessica made sing their song as the pieces collide from the wind. They don't give a fuck about people like us. They don't know where else to put us, so they put us in cages and keep us drugged like animals. I was there for 35 years. The abuse never stopped. Goldie got beat with a baton by one guard, and Zipper tried his hardest to bust through the cell, but in his efforts to save her, he got beat too. They were mad because she wouldn't stop crying. Ollie has been zapped one too many times with electricity to his head. Everything they do is inhumane. If she goes there, I peer over my shoulder to look at Reaper. I will get her out just like I got us out. She belongs here with me. I'll take care of her. What if she killed that guy? Doc asks, taking a seat on the arm of the couch. You mean to tell me none of you have killed before? Do I need to start naming people that broke the damn law? What about Tung's brother? He's upstairs. Chloe can't have a pass? Hell, the guy probably deserved it. We all know it wasn't Chloe that did this. She's too sweet, Badge states, and it makes the entire room go quiet. He looks up from his phone and catches all of us staring at him. I'm annoyed, even if I do know he is right. Like you aren't thinking it. Please, he chuffs. Jessica has a temper. She's one hell of a protector, and you know it. I know, and with how Jessica acted earlier when I confronted her about her therapist, she shrunk away. She won't talk to me. I think she did it, but I don't care. I've killed, you've killed, most of us in this room have killed. I won't hold that against her, especially when that incident is probably what brought her to me. What if she kills you? Badge asks. Then I'll die a happy man. That's the easiest question I've ever answered. Christ, we really are in a fucked up household. Badge tucks his phone in his pocket and sighs. Okay, well, let's go see your father and see what he knows. He walks towards the front door and swings it open. Who's coming and who's staying? Zipper, Goldie, Ollie, Felix, and Apollo, you're staying here, okay? If the cops come back, hide. Take Porter next time, too. Porter? Seriously? You'd let him out? Zipper asks as Goldie rubs his chest soothingly as he gets angry. If it meant saving us, yes. Remember, he escaped first. They're looking for all of us. Not if you were dead, Badge points out, clicking his tongue. Fuck me. Why didn't I think of that? Reaper groans and hits the side of his head with his palm. We can get that set up in no time. Death certificates, new birth certificates, all that. Really? Goldie asks, and dare I say there is a smile teasing her lips. Really? But we will do that after we rescue Chloe and Jessica. We need a way to get her out of this mess. Well, Badge, we could kill her too, right? I question as I step outside the door. Zipper, no one leaves this house. Got it. He shuts the door behind us, then locks it. And we are not taking that piece of shit car. I'll have Poodle bring me the truck. What did the Continental ever do to you, Reaper? Besides exist? Nothing, Zane. He slaps me in the middle of the back. Badge and Doc walk forward, away from us to call Poodle. We are going to get her. How can you be so sure? What if we don't? We never give up on our old lady, Zane. We walk through fire for them, and this blaze is no different than the others we have had to conquer. Okay? I'm going to tell you right now, Reaper. If we don't get her, I'll kill myself. He doesn't seem surprised. He places his hands on his hips and stares off into the desert. I should think of something clever to say, something life-changing, something that makes you see life is worth living. He starts to head down the steps and stops at the middle one. But I can't. I'd be a hypocrite. I can't say I wouldn't do the same thing without Sarah. I'm not going to try to talk or give a reason, Uncle Zane, but I can tell you, we will fight like hell to get her back. That's my promise. Your family, she's family, and nothing comes between us and family. Thank you, Jesse. We clasp our hands for a moment, giving each other a nod. Poodle will be here in a minute, Doc calls back, leaning up against the front bumper of the Continental. I hate waiting. Every second that passes is a second that matters. Hey, don't look so antsy. We have done this plenty of times. It's all going to be okay. We will have her back by breakfast. What can get done at night? I ask him, voicing my doubts. Everything. Why do you think thieves and kidnappers work at night? No one can see them. We go to her dad's, kidnap her back, and call it a night. A wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Fuck, I need to smoke. Badge! He jumps down the last 2 steps. Give me a light. Hell no. I'm not getting yelled at by Sarah. She doesn't need the no. She has a nose of a bloodhound while she is pregnant. You aren't bringing me down with you. I thought you had his back. I tease Badge to try and get out of my mood. I do, but I care for my life, and Sarah is vicious, like a Doberman. Badge, did you just compare the love of my life to a dog? Reaper asks, lifting a brow and cracking his knuckles. Badge is saved by the sound of a grumbling engine full of a massive amount of horsepower. Thank the Lord, he grumbles under his breath. Our boots kick up dust as we walk toward the truck. Poodle is in the driver's seat, and Reaper climbs into the truck by gripping the handle above him. Sorry, Poodle, you're coming with us, he says. Where are we going? Poodle asks, looking over his shoulder to see the rest of us climbing in the back. Short story, Chloe's dad is chief of police and came and got her. Zane wants her back. Oh, man, Chief must have a death wish because Zane is fucking crazy. He rolls his lips together to shut himself up. Shit, sorry, Zane. I didn't mean crazy. I meant like... Don't worry about it. I am crazy. I shrug, placing my arm on the door's armrest. It is what it is. It's better to accept what you are rather than to convince yourself of a lie. Hear that? Reaper says, reaching around and bumping knuckles with me. Let's go. I can't wait much longer. I'm literally going out of my mind. Poodle slams the truck in reverse and peels out of the driveway like a race car driver. Someone just tell me where to go. Badge hands over his phone with a GPS on, and Poodle makes a right on the road. According to the time estimated to get there, it says 20 minutes. 20 long, excruciating minutes. While the tires hum along the pavement, I massage the side of my temples when I think about what to say to her father. There are many ways this could go. I could be calm, reasonable, and polite. I'll have to figure out how to properly use manners. I've never really had to before, so this could end up being really bad and violent. What if we get in a fight? What if I go into an episode and kill him? Hell, he is a cop. What if he shoots me? My stomach is killing me with anxiety. I haven't eaten in... Hell, I don't even know. I feel dizzy, Sick even, but the thought of eating makes me sicker. When does the cruel cycle end? Why can't we be happy? Why do people feel so obligated to fix us when we are better together? I just want to live with Chloe and Jessica. I want to wake up every day with her lying next to me, and I love not knowing which one I will wake up to. I miss her. I miss her like fire would miss burning everything in its path. I miss her like a serial killer who doesn't get to kill. I miss her like the heart would miss blood. She's detrimental to me. I'm the craziest when she's not around, and I'm most sane with her by my side. If I have to kill her father, if I have to get his blood on my hands, then I will. She isn't his. Chloe belongs to me and me alone. The day she met me was the day her father stopped existing. She's mine. Hey, man, you're breathing pretty hard over there, Doc says. You okay? He places his fingers on the inside of my wrist to check my pulse. I'm not going to dose you again, but you need to calm down. Hunting a cop isn't going to go over well. Well, you have 2 minutes to get it together before we pull up to the house. What's the plan? Poodle asks. I think I should talk to him. Zane, I think it's best you stay in the car. What? Reaper, no. Chloe needs me. Her father will arrest you on the spot. Let me handle it, okay? You're on edge. I don't trust you not to explode. I don't feel like cleaning up another mess of yours, okay? He is right, he is right, he is right. I dig my fingers into the seat in front of me, and against my worst judgments, I nod. Excellent. Also, Doc has my permission to drug you again if you try to get out of the truck. Reaper informs me as we turn down the street her father lives on. I'll die if you do it again. Guess you better not get out of the truck then. Poodle pulls into the driveway and I'm left staring at a suburban-style house. 2 stories with a red door. Looks like something out of a movie. How the hell can I compete with this? I haven't even started working at the club yet. I have to provide for my family. It's the only way I'll be able to feel good about myself. Someone peeks through the window next to the door by moving the curtain to the side. Stay in the truck. Reaper glowers at me and hops out of the truck, slamming the door as he heads down the walkway. Cactuses, palm trees, and a nice bench decorate the yard. They invested. Not much can grow in the damn sand, but they got plants that could make their house feel warm and welcome. There are 2 flags waving in the yard, the American flag and the police flag with a blue line. An older man opens the door, and I punch the seat in front of me and squeeze my eyes shut. I want to know what they are saying. There's a ringing in my ears, and my head begins to swim again. I feel like I'm about to pass out. Hey, your heart is racing, Zane. You need to slow your breathing. You're having an anxiety attack. Look at me. Hey, focus and look at me. Doc orders, snapping his fingers in front of my face. I clutch my hand over my chest when my heart starts to hurt. I can't breathe, Doc. I know. Watch my chest. Watch it rise and fall. Match me. He inhales and exhales slowly, gripping my hands with his. His fingers are on either side of my wrist to keep track of my pulse. In and out. I'm starting to feel better. I do as he says, watching his chest until I'm eventually breathing with him. There we go. That's better, he says after a few minutes. I feel so stupid and weak. I wipe my forehead with the back of my arm and grimace when I feel a lot of sweat. It's a stressful time. There's no weakness in feeling that. Life gets to all of us, ain't? We're human. We aren't always put together. We're meant to fall apart. We just have to be around the right people to help us get back on track. Doc reassuringly pats my back. I glance out the windshield and see Reaper shake the chief's hand before coming back. I can't tell what his expression reads. His face is a mask. He opens the truck door and climbs inside, blowing out a breath while rubbing his palms on his jeans. I'll cut to the chase. He has admitted her because she's gained 2 more personalities while being with him. I hit my head against the seat in front of me and growl. Where? Sloan Canyon, he says with remorse. Of course, when I fall in love, the woman that owns me, heart and soul, ends up in the institution I escaped from. Looks like I'm getting admitted again. And if I have to, I'll kill 20 guards for us to escape.
Chapter 9. Chloe. I start to rouse when the van hits a bump. The air conditioning is on and my skin rises in goosebumps. When I blink my eyes open to try, everything is a blur. I squeeze them shut and open them again, noticing nothing but a large piece of land with a tall fence around it. What in the world? Oh, right. My dad had me committed against my will,
My vision returns to normal, and a tall, imposing building comes to view. Nevada Psychiatric Facility, the sign reads, where minds come to heal. It reminds me of a prison. There are guards, barbed wire on top of the fence, and if the stories Zane told me are true, I'm in for a rude awakening. Dad might have just signed my death warrant. Oh, good, you're awake. Who do we have the pleasure of speaking with? The guard in the passenger seat chuckles as he makes fun of me. I look out the window and blink away the tears. I'm not made for this kind of torment. I can't handle it, but Jessica can. Too bad she's silent right now. The fucking bitch. Maybe all you need is a good fucking to get your mind straight. The guard speaks, chewing around a toothpick. If it weren't for the disgusting words leaving his mouth, he would be an attractive guy. He has a sick head of hair that's combed back and styled, scruff on his face, and blue eyes that are so bright they make me feel uncomfortable. The driver laughs and they give each other a high five. Oh my God, do they sexually assault women in here? Jessica won't allow that to happen to me. I have to make sure the other personalities are kept at bay. I don't trust them. For all they know, they would fuck all the psychopaths in this building. When the gate is open, the guard outside waves us through and we approach the massive facility, its harsh brick corners and concrete edges illuminated by outside light. It's huge. It must be at least 8 stories. The structure reminds me of an old church, and there are only a few lights glowing on each floor, giving it a creepy vibe. I pull on the zip ties binding my wrists together and cringe as the plastic digs into my skin. I wonder which personality is the kinkiest. I can't wait to find out. The guard turns around and places his hand on my knee. I hold my breath, waiting for him to take it away, but his fingers lift my nightgown up my thigh. Fear coils inside me like a snake, squeezing my insides until I can't breathe. A familiar presence fills my mind, and I back away from taking charge. Get your fucking hands off me, I warn the guard, then squeeze my legs together to keep him from assaulting us further. God, men are fucking pigs. And what are you going to do? He slides his tongue across his teeth and sucks. Whatever I do, you won't see it coming, I sneer. You're different. You aren't the other girl we were talking to. Out of the descriptions your father gave. He flips through the paperwork he has in front of him. The paper sounds like a deck of cards being shuffled. Let's see. Chloe is the original. Sweet, a bit timid. Jessica is a prickly bitch, so you must be her, considering Lydia is like a hippie on LSD and Charlotte thinks she's some Victorian lady. Man, you are fucked up in the head, aren't you, girl? The brakes squeak as the van comes to a stop. The driver unclicks his seatbelt and turns off the van. Both of the guards get out at the same time, allowing the cool night air to trickle inside the cab. The door slides open, and the driver, Glenn, according to his name tag, reaches around to unbuckle me. He lingers in front of me and rubs his shoulder against my tits. Nice, he rasps, and his brown eyes lock with mine as he grips the belt. His hand hovers on the release button and he leans in, biting his bottom lip. His eyes fall to my chest as he stares down my nightgown. Keep looking. Keep getting closer and see what I fucking do, asshole, I warn. And what can you do? He tilts his head to the side and stares at my lips. You can't fight us off. You can't stop us. Who would believe you anyway? An unstable woman with multiple personalities? Please, he snorts. The click of the seatbelt releases and he grabs me by the arm to drag me out of the van. I keep my mouth shut. He's probably right, but that doesn't intimidate me. I've killed before and I'll do it again, especially with these creeps. Come on, girl. You have a long night ahead of you.
My feet hit the ground, and he places a hand in the middle of my back, shoving me. I almost fall to the ground, but I catch myself. The wind wraps around my legs, making the hem of my nightgown flutter around me.
You are going to be a sight for sore eyes around here. God damn, I can't wait to taste that.
The guard that was in the passenger seat grabs his puny cock, and I laugh in his face. Really, I can't stop laughing. What a sad bulge. Have your balls dropped yet, princess? Glenn laughs, but the other guy doesn't seem too thrilled about the dig. He stomps his way over to me and lifts his hand, but I rear my head back and slam my forehead against his nose. He screams in agony, stumbling away. Blood gushes down his face, lips, and chin. His scrubs are ruined with red, and it only makes me cackle. When Glenn sees his friend hurt, he smacks me across the face. I cackle again when I taste the blood on my tongue. Here's the thing you need to keep in mind about us crazies. We do crazy things. I'm not going to let you or anyone touch us.
Yeah, we will see about that,
Glenn states. He grips me by the zip tie and pulls me behind him, then helps his pervert of a friend off the ground.
Come on, Rob. We need to get a nurse to look at you.
Fucking bitch. I'm going to get you for that.
Aw, I pout my bottom lip. I'm looking forward to it, honey. I playfully bite the air and let out a mad chuckle. I'm forced up the steps, and the tips of my toes scratch along the concrete steps. The heavy groan of the door fits the haunted description of the facility. It's old, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually haunted. I bet hundreds of patients have died here at the hands of men like Glenn and Rob. Glenn shoves me through the door, and the first thing I notice is how outdated it is. To the left and right are waiting rooms, and in the middle of the lobby is a protected front desk that looks more like one of those movie ticket booths.
Hey, Esther, we need the nurse to look at Rob. This one here got out of hand.
Only because he was touching me, I defend myself. I don't care if it is pointless. I don't care if they don't believe me. I might be one out of many mentally unstable people here, but no one could deny multiple women coming forward about these creeps. I'll have to do some intel while I'm here.
Sure he did, love,
Esther says in disbelief and slides a plain navy blue jumpsuit under the crack in the glass, along with a pair of slippers.
Come to the right and undress, please. We need to search you.
Oh, fun. I skip to the door where she points, and the guys seem less interested in me since I'm so accepting. Are you guys not coming? I thought we were all getting along so well.
Poor thing needs help, Esther.
Glenn sighs, acting like he cares about me. Does Grandma Esther really buy into this? She opens the door, and I take a step inside to enter. It's a plain room with white walls. No one can see me. I lay the items she gives me on the bench, and she helps me out of my dress, giving me a body check like she promised. Her hands are cold. I shiver, and when she's done, she helps me into the jumpsuit. The color goes great with my eyes, don't you think?
I don't care,
she says with a certain bout of disdain that lets me know she hates her job. She drops the shoes to the ground, and I slip my feet inside. They are uncomfortable and thin. I can feel the concrete under me. The luxury life. Great. Esther bangs on the door, and another male guard comes into view. He's older, in his 50s, with salt and pepper hair, and he doesn't look at me like he wants to eat me. A positive.
Take her to D-Wing. The doctor needs to look her over.
Geez, I had no idea I'd be so popular. My name is Jessica. What is yours? I asked the guard, even though I can see his name tag. Jerry. He looks more like a Doug or a Pete. He stares at me, not saying hello, not acknowledging Esther. He just grabs me by the shoulder and pulls me out the door. The metal slams shut behind me, and I look around, still creeped out by the cathedral ceilings that disappear up into the dark. I expect to see glowing eyes staring back at me. The scuff of my slippers echoes in the hollows of the hall. In the distance, I can hear a faint, high-pitched scream from a woman. A bang of something hitting the door to my left gets my attention, and a man with long brown hair and rotted teeth holds up a wooden cross.
"For I am God. I will save you, my child,"
he shouts, and I make the mistake of making eye contact with him. One of his eyes is clouded over, and half of his face sags as if he has had a stroke. "Keep walking." Jerry shoves me forward. Why do the guards think they have the right to touch me? How many noses do I need to break for people to get the point? I pass another room, and an older woman with thinning gray hair stares out the window. She has scratch marks down her face, and her lips are moving at a fast rate, but I can't hear what she's saying. It's like she's in a trance. We stop at the elevator, and Jerry presses the button. I watch as the numbers light up, and the ding of it reaching each floor has me anxious. The lights begin to look like orbs, and I giggle, sinking into a comfortable place inside my mind to let Lydia free.
Oh, gosh! I spin in a circle, dancing to the music of the ring of the elevator. It's like someone is singing a symphony in my soul. Ding! I throw my hands in the air. Ding! Oh, I'm free. Ding! Don't you love it? Oh, who are you? Do you want to dance? I stand on my tiptoes as I stare at the man in uniform. He doesn't seem very happy. Maybe he doesn't like the dings. The elevator opens and it smells of lemons. Oh, I can see them. They are round, a bright yellow, and they are floating in the air. I grab one and bring it to my nose, then inhale. I love the smell of lemons. They remind me of what happiness should smell like. Want a sniff? I lift my hands to the guard's face, and he doesn't even look at me. You're a loss. These lemons look marvelous.
It smells like lemon because they cleaned blood off the floor.
He speaks, staring at the doors stoically. Were they murderous lemons? I gasp, dropping the lemon in my hand, but it continues to float. I'm nervous now. I begin to panic. I need to get out of here. I spin in circles in hopes I get enough momentum to fly, but Jerry grabs my arm.
Lady.
Lady?
I stop moving and strengthen my spine, thrust my shoulders back, and look around this odd contraption that I'm in. I'm Lady Charlotte. Who are you? And what thing are we in? Am I in the future? I hold a hand to my chest as the silver slabs open to reveal a room. Marvelous. What is this? Holy shit, you are something else. Don't worry, a doctor will get to you soon. How dare you use such foul language in front of a lady? Your mother must be so disappointed in you. I pluck off my gloves finger by finger. You must have eaten a lot of soap when you were a boy. He doesn't speak to me, and I huff. You are very rude, sir. Who is your superior? Bring me to him immediately. Here to check one in, Mac. The man in the old uniform says to a woman sitting behind a desk. Goodness, your superior is a woman? I gasp, keeping my chin high. In this time? Wonderful for you, madam. Time? What? She asks, blinking her long lashes at me. Multiple personalities, he explains, then whistles as he circles his finger beside his head. I see. This woman called Mac says in understanding. I am Lady Charlotte. Are you a lady? A loud buzzing has me inhaling a sharp breath, and I look left and right to see where it is coming from. I clasp onto the guard's arm, and he pulls me toward the sound. A door opens, and it cuts the odd plastic off my wrists when I enter the room. What in the heavens kind of accommodation is this? I demand a larger bed at once. Who is your lord or baron? Duke, maybe? What horrible rooms. I suppose it will do for now. I pat the gown, looking for my gloves. Where are my gloves? You weren't wearing gloves, lady. That is Lady Charlotte to you, sir, and a lady always wears gloves. My hands are delicate. They must remain soft. I sit on this thing I think is a bed, and it squeaks. This is dreadful. I demand a better room at once.
There are no windows in this room. I like to see the sunset. The walls are a dreadful white, and the light is bright. It hurts my eyes.
The doctor will be with you soon.
I do not need a doctor. I need to speak with the Duke. For goodness sake, men cannot seem to comprehend anything. The guard closes the door and a loud clink sounds. I try to open it, pressing all my weight against it, but it does not move. I bang on the door with my fists and stare out the window. You let me out at once. This is unbecoming of a man. How dare you? I demand you let me out at once. I continue to slap my hands against the metal, but the man in the uniform walks away without even glancing over his shoulder at me. Unbelievable. I stop begging a few seconds later. It is unbecoming for a lady to beg. I hurry to the bed and sit down, folding my hands in my lap. My heart lurches forward, and the same feeling I had before when I looked out the window returns. A picture of a man enters my mind. He's tall, broad, and bald, but so handsome, with rich brown eyes. When they capture the sun, they look like liquid amber. The ache in my heart has me lying down and pressing my cheek against the pillow. My love for him hurts. Where is he?
Chapter 10. Zane. I fell asleep on the couch last night. I couldn't sleep in the bed and be reminded of her scent. It hurt too fucking much. I stared at my bedroom door and turned right around and came to the couch. A loud scream ripping through the house has me rolling off the couch, smacking right onto the floor. My jaw hits first and my teeth clink together. Fuck. Talk about a wake-up call. What the hell is that? Reaper? I grumble, pushing myself up by placing my palms on the floor. Yeah, me and Doc stayed last night. We wanted to make sure everyone was okay, he says, just as another scream has my ears ringing. At the same time, the doorbell chimes. What the hell? It's too early for all this nonsense. You get the screamer, I'll get the door since I'm closer, I tell Reaper. He nods and heads down the hall. My jaw aches and I move it back and forth as I open the door. The morning light hits my eyes and I wince, bringing my hand up to block the sun. Yeah, I grumble, hoping no one can smell my morning breath. Good morning, sunshine. Tool is chipper as he drinks his coffee. What do you want? It's too early. I'm bringing someone by that deserves to live here with you lot, Tool states as he steps aside. He shows me a young guy, early 20s, blinking at me about 100 miles an hour. Fuck you, I hate bald people. He clicks his tongue and whistles. Shit, I'm sorry. I don't hate bald people. I'm Locke. I have Tourette's, and this is my sister Sadie. A curvy woman steps from behind him. She's a bit taller than average height, but thick everywhere. She's pretty. Fuck, I hope Jessica doesn't kill her. I hold out my hand and Locke slaps my hand away. You can't touch her. He flicks me off again and raises my brows when he whistles again, like a bird coming out of one of those grandfather clocks to chirp the time. I'm sorry. Of course you can. I can't always control my tics, especially when I'm nervous. I'm friends with Patrick. I met him in rehab. I've been traveling around with my sister, but Tool said I have a place with you? And Patrick said, no, yeah, it's fine. All mad souls welcome. I chuckle, swinging the door open wider so everyone can come in. You've come in a tense time. We need to go get my girl. She's in the institution we all escaped from, and I'm going to get her back. We will help in any way we can. Locke twitches his head and whistles again. I can tell he is getting frustrated by his eyes closing and his nostrils flaring. Hey, be yourself here. I have mania, Goldie has severe depression, Felix is schizophrenic, Zipper has PTSD, Ollie has OCD, Apollo thinks he is Apollo, and my Chloe has DID. Seriously, your Tourette's is mild in comparison. He blows out a breath and his cheeks puff out. That actually makes me feel better. He flicks me off again and it makes me laugh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Stop apologizing, it's okay. And you, Sadie, anything we need to know? I sleepwalk. It's pretty bad. Sadie explains, toeing the ground as she pulls her hands behind her back. We might want to put up cameras. Got you beat. We have cameras set up already. Well, another scream has us all jumping and Reaper comes around the corner with a busted lip. What the hell happened? I ask, hurrying to him and tilting his head to examine it. Are you okay? I'm fine, Uncle Zane. Felix is in a bad way. He's asking for you. My way isn't working. Where's Doc? Sleeping, Reaper says. He can sleep through a bomb. Wake him up. Tool, can you help them find a room? I ask him and try to get my thoughts together. My mind is oddly clear today. I bet it was all the damn sedatives Doc gave me. I bet the crazy in my mind is still asleep. Yeah, no problem, Tool says. You're going to want to go this way. Come on. He picks up some of their luggage and I head down the hall toward Felix's room. I hear him crying and immediately I want to give him a big hug and tell him everything will be okay. I tap my knuckles in the door. Felix, it's Zane. I'm here. Zane! He yells my name again and opens the door. He looks frantic. He has wet cheeks and his eyes are swollen. He throws his arm around me. They won't go away. They keep coming. He sobs. It hurts. It all hurts. I wrap my arms around him as if he's a fragile child and hold him tight. I know. I croon as softly as my voice lets me. Tell me what's going on. I lean away but keep my hands on his shoulders. We are gaining a crowd now. I can feel a few people behind me, but I don't care enough to see who it is. My focus is Felix, but as soon as he's calm, I have to figure out a way to save Chloe. The rats are everywhere, and they have these really long fangs and red eyes. They fly, Zane, and then they disappear into the walls. Just when I think they're gone, they come back. I don't want to be in here. I want a different room. It reminds me of how I need to be better and talk to Doc about giving everyone medication. The correct doses, when we aren't out of our minds and drooling. Felix can't go on like this. Everything is changing today. I can set up some rat traps and spray some poison. How about that? I know how much you like this room. You like the cactus outside because it talks to you, remember? He sniffles and nods. I don't want to leave Hank. Zane. Doc says my name to get my attention. He sneakily shows me the sedative and I nod, telling him to go for it. I feel so fucking bad. The guilt is going to eat me alive. Okay, this is what is going to happen, Doc explains to Felix. In order for the rats to go away, they have to see you aren't a threat or afraid of them. So I'm going to help you rest, okay? When you wake up, they will be gone, and you will be so happy. Zane? Felix asked me for reassurance. Do it, Felix. It will feel so much better. Oh, okay. He squeezes his eyes shut and Doc plunges the needle in Felix's arm. His body goes limp 2 seconds later and he falls forward. I catch him instantly so he doesn't hit the ground. I lift him into my arms and step into his room. It's bare for the most part. He doesn't like objects. They come to life and attack him. He has his bed and his clothes are folded on the floor against the wall. I place him in bed and cover him up with his blanket. That's how a sedative is supposed to work. See how fast he went down? You took 3. Doc yawns, then stretches his arms out. Okay, I need coffee and grub. Someone feed me. It's been a crazy morning. Literally. I laugh, closing Felix's door behind me. Let's go. There's a crowd of us heading toward the same place. Zipper is with Goldie, Ollie is next to Apollo, Locke is with Sadie, and when we get to the kitchen, everyone takes a seat as Tool heads to the coffee pot. I'm making a rule, guys, I say as I grab an apple from the bowl. Doc will be prescribing us medication, but only so we cope and deal, not to make us sleep, drool, or make us weak. No more of this struggling. We can do this right, okay? Okay, Zane, Goldie whispers. Whatever you want, Zipper nods. All right. That's what Matthew McConaughey says, Ollie states. Madison can't cure genius. I'm forever Apollo. Apollo grins, wearing his damn toga. I'll get those to you later today, Zane. I think that's a good choice. Thanks, Doc. Coffee begins to brew and the aroma alone is enough to wake me up. I inhale, my mouth watering when I think about a big hot cup. I want to figure out how to save Chloe. I want her home by tonight. I can't go another night like yesterday. It was unbearable. Yeah, we can do that. Tool pours everyone a cup of coffee and gets the creamer out. Okay, line up. Get and fix your shit how you want it, he announces. One by one, we get and fix our shit and head to the dining room table. We still have 5 spots at the table open, one belonging to Chloe, but for some reason, I think of children sitting there. What the hell do I know about being a father? Nothing. But I want to be with Chloe. I want us to have a family. Hey, we are going to find her. Look, Tool says, pulling something rolled up from his back pocket. Reaper called me. He takes a long gulp of coffee. I grabbed a few blueprints of the city and I want to show you something. He flicks them and they roll down the table. Okay, when I needed to rescue my damsel in distress, I had to go through these underground tunnels. How could I have forgotten that? Reaper slaps his hand on the table, then shakes his finger at Tool. My VP is brilliant. Tool bows. Thank you, he says with zero flair. Anyway, the tunnels. They are old and have been there for years and years, probably for smuggling stuff back in Prohibition, but some of these here extend all the way out to Sloan Canyon. He points. They go to the institution. Rumor has it, or history, is that patients secretly made these tunnels to escape. They lead right to it, man. He lifts the map and places it on the blueprint of the tunnels. It's like a maze, and it will take a few hours, but it can be done. But what do I do when I get there? I lean back, wondering how the hell I'm going to manage.
We disguise you, Sadie offers. We give you hair, maybe make your nose bigger. It's easy to do with the right makeup. When you get there,
she twists her hand in the air.
You kill one of the guards, drag him to the tunnel, and steal his clothes.
She nods to herself, and her tongue sticks out from between her lips.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Locke chokes on his coffee, and all of us stare at Sadie, surprised.
Or not,
she grumbles, slinking in her chair. I think you're going to get along just fine with us. I lift my coffee mug to hers. To one hell of a plan. That's what we are doing, guys. Where do we get the makeup?
I have some. I was a makeup artist before everything happened. Whenever you're ready to get the show on the road, I am too.
That was easier than I thought it would be. Tool states, sitting back and relaxing while he drinks his coffee. I bite into the apple, and the juice bursts over my tongue as the crunch statics my ears. I swallow and shake my head, disagreeing with him. I think this is going to be harder than we think. Who the hell knows their way through the tunnels? Because I don't. Tool groans and bangs his head against the table. Fine, I'll do it. Thanks, Tool. You owe me. Those tunnels are nasty. Tool negotiates. I'll cook you breakfast. Deal. Tool saps his stomach and purses his lips. I'm starved.
Me too,
Doc seconds.
Me three.
Ollie bounces in his seat. Looks like I'm making a feast. This is an ugly nose. Tool is right, it is an ugly nose. I look fucking weird with hair. I'm glad this isn't permanent, or I'd have an identity crisis. I know. I'm unable to take my eyes off the mirror and the visor. I'm a new person. Sadie fucking killed this look. She's talented. She needs a job on the strip working as an artist on one of the shows because this is incredible. Well, this isn't a mission to make you look pretty, Reaper says from the driver's seat. We stop at a red light and a light mist of rain hisses against the windshield, followed by a boom of thunder. We're nearly there. You're going to have about 3 miles of tunnels. There aren't a lot of entry points, and most of them are blocked. The only reason why this one isn't is because of us. I'm glad you didn't block it again, I say, tearing out the window and watching the drops drip down the glass. We thought we might need it one day, Tool explains. Reaper pulls over and parks on the side of the road and stares at a half-burnt-down house. The ground is black, and there's debris everywhere. I hated that night. Tool growls and opens the back door, stepping into the rain. What happened? I grabbed the handle to get out, so Tool isn't grabbing the sewer grate alone. I know those are heavy. This is where Juliet was taken. It was an underground sex ring. We got her out and Boomer blew up the house. It was a rough night. I hope tonight isn't like that. Me too, but history has proven that nothing is easy when it comes to our ladies. You better get going. I'll be here. Earpieces are in. Stay in touch. If you get in trouble, let me know. I'll get the guys down here in no time. I open the door and the rain hits my arms. Reaper, what about all the other people in there? It's a terrible place. One step at a time. We get Chloe, and we will deal with the rest later. We won't let them stay there. We will make sure they are sent somewhere else and that place is shut down for good. I slide out of the truck and slam the door. The rain is cold, but I put the baseball cap on so I don't mess up my makeup. There's a thought I didn't think I'd ever have. Tool grunts, sliding the heavy metal from the road. It scratches against the pavement, and the friction causes a few sparks, since the roads aren't wet enough to put embers out. Ready? He asks. Damn right. Let's go get your girl, Zane. Tool dips into the small circle in the ground and slides down the ladder that takes us underground. I follow his lead and climb down the ladder, but pull the grate above us to keep the road even. It's dark down here, and it fucking stinks. Water drips down the sides of the aged, slimy concrete of the sewer. My boots hit the floor, and dirty water splashes along my jeans. I don't want to think about why it smells so bad and what could possibly be in the water. Tool turns on his flashlight, and both of us jump back when a rat scurries toward us. I wasn't scared, Tool says. It just caught me off guard. Yeah, me too. I hate rats. They are disgusting creatures. The tap of their nails scratching against the floors, along with their tiny noises, has my skin crawling. Come on, this way. There will be a fork. Left continues the sewer, the right leads to the tunnels. He shines the flashlight against every corner of the dark space. There are roaches climbing the side, while the rats pause next to them to take a quick look at us. The light reflects off their black eyes, and I decide to keep my eyes forward instead. The creepy crawlies stay to the side, and as long as I stay in the middle, sloshing through the water, they can't touch me. When Chloe is with me, I'll make sure to put the fear aside so I look like a big, strong man, but until then, I'm allowed to have my weaknesses. Mania doesn't count. It isn't a weakness, it's a strength, especially when I need to use it. So you and Chloe, you've known each other for a hot minute, right? I don't know, a week, maybe? It's my longest relationship. It's serious. Tool trips over his feet, nearly faceplants into the filth beneath us. A week? Yeah, is that a fucking problem? The familiar burn in my veins tells me he is reaching a subject that is better left not talked about, because I do not need his input or judgment. No problem. I guess it's intense when I hear that at first, but I can't say I'm not surprised. I did the same thing with Juliet. Love is love. You don't have to be mad either to be madly in love. You a fortune cookie now? Shut up, I'm being supportive. He chuckles, his laugh echoing through the sewer. And the rats laugh after him. I'm man enough to admit I shiver when I hear them. Fuck, no, this isn't good. Tool rushes forward and shines the light at the fork he told me about earlier. He shines the light left where the sewer continues, but the right is blocked off by chunks of fallen rock. There is no way in. No! Chloe! I roar and ram my shoulder into the blocks and dirt. The force shakes the top, and dust and small rocks fall from above us. Chloe! You're going to have to get fucking mad, Zane. Can you break it down when you're in an episode? Yeah, but I can't just flip it on like a light switch. It isn't how it works. Chloe might be getting abused, he throws out there. What did you just say? What if those guards are putting their hands all over her? What if they are fucking her right now? What if she likes it? He taunts me. No, I know what you're doing. It isn't going to work. But I already feel my heart racing at the thought. I press my shoulder against the blockage again and try to ignore what Tool said. What if they are using her? One by one, running a fucking train on her, and there's nothing she can do. All her different personalities show, all of them call out for you, but you never show. You don't save her. She's stuck there being a fucked up ragdoll for their pleasure. And no one is going to believe a crazy chick. The problem with my mania? Anyone who is around me is in the path of its wrath.
Chapter 11. Chloe. I wake up with a start and try to sit up, but I can't seem to move my body. I start to think it's some kind of sleep paralysis. I'm in a bad dream. It's the only thing I can think of as to why I feel like someone is holding me down. I lift my body from the small bed, my arms pressed against something thick and rough. It scratches me, which has me snapping my eyes open from the sleep I'm clinging on to so desperately. Oh my God! I gasp in horror when I see the restraints across my body holding me down to the bed. I wiggle and push my body as hard as I can against the straps, but they don't budge. With a frustrated grunt, I push again, harder this time. The leather creaks and groans, but it doesn't give. I'm trapped, staring at a blank ceiling. Alone. It's dangerous to be alone with yourself in a place like this. The monster of affliction roars in my head, and my thoughts clash against one another, eating away at the determination and hope. Isolation is where madness is created. And madness is the first crumb of pure, wild, untamed insanity. Everything is okay. Everything will be okay, I say to myself. My eyes burn from staring up at the light in the middle of the ceiling. It's a bright fluorescent, and the longer I look at it, the quieter this room becomes. I can hear the air conditioning kick on. The electricity buzzes. My heart hammers. A trickle of sweat dribbles down my temple, even though it isn't hot. I'm afraid. I don't want to be here.
Being here doesn't help the people who need help. The crazed becomes the crazed, and the real insanity begins to grow. Then we truly become the unstable ones. We become the ones to be feared. It makes sense for everyone to think we are better off alone, but we aren't. I've been locked up before, and I can't go through that again. I won't make it. I'm not strong enough to survive something like this. Being held captive day in and day out isn't a way to live. I'm not an animal. I want my friends. I want Zane. I want my life. I'm capable of having one. I've proved it by living on my own. I struggle against the restraints again, pushing my shoulders against the straps. The door unlocks and boots scuff against the floor. They aren't Zane's boots. I know because they are too shiny and black. Zane's aren't like that. Zane's are cowboy boots. They are all scuffed up and worn from him wearing them every day. I love it. I love him. I want to go home. My bladder screams at me, pulsating and pressing against my insides. There is a toilet in the corner. If I could just get to it, I wouldn't be on the verge of peeing myself. God, that's just what I need.
Who do we have today?
The guard, Glenn, if I remember right, drags his feet across the floor. He stops at the edge of the bed and his finger grazes down my cheek. I flinch away, turning my head in the opposite direction so he isn't touching me.
Aw, what is it?
He grips me by my chin and forces me to look at him. I fight with every ounce of strength I have in me, but nothing and no one can beat being restrained. My wrists are purple and bruised from the zip ties being so tight yesterday. I don't know what's going to happen to me in here, but I know it won't be good. These guards look at me like I'm breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert.
I know you don't like my friend, but you were a bit nicer to me, so I think that means something.
It means nothing, I say, grinding my teeth together. I don't remember much from Jessica being present, but I remember Lydia and Charlotte. I don't understand why or how, but if Jessica was nicer to Glenn, I wish I could kick her ass. He backhands me across the cheek, and a flash of a memory hits me. I was hit yesterday, too. Jessica got slapped for slamming her forehead against Rob's nose.
Oh, I think it means everything.
His voice lowers to a crawling depth, carving a dreadful path in my future. And when I say future, I mean anything happening after the next second passes. His hand slides down my neck, and he unclasped the top button of my jumpsuit.
Rob is right. You are the prettiest damn thing we have seen in this place in years. The men and women who come here are usually homeless-looking, but not you. You are all put together, pretty and perfect. It's like you were delivered with a big...
He plucks another button free.
Red.
He unbuttons the next one and slides his hand over my right tit and grabs it.
Bow.
He groans as he kneads the flesh, and with his other hand he begins to touch himself, rubbing his small erection through his uniform.
Fuck, they are real. You are perfect. You are going to make coming to work worth it, aren't you?
The familiar fuzz edges the side of my vision, and I'm wrapped in the warmth of safety, tucking me in the blanket that's the space in my mind.
Why don't you bring that over and see what I'll do to your puny little cock?
Here, I'll even help you out. I gather some spit in my mouth and launch it at the hand that he is grabbing us with. There, now you don't have to jerk it dry.
You fucking bitch,
Glenn sneers, backhanding me across the face again. Joke's on him. I love the tingle and burn of my skin and the blood pooling in my mouth. I laugh at him and smile, no doubt showing my blood-stained teeth. I think you remember me, right? I'm not Chloe.
Jessica.
A gold medal for the guard. I had no idea you had the ability to think.
Is that why you're in here? Pretending to take care of us because there is nothing in this life you are good at? So you decide to take advantage of those you find weaker? Let me tell you something. I jerk against the restraints. You and I both know if I wasn't strapped to this bed, I'd have the upper hand. His Adam's apple bobs, and he takes the baton from his belt. He swings it in the air and slams it against my side. I double over and cough, but still manage not to moan, so he knows nothing he does to me will bring me down. I'm the wrong bitch to fuck with. I killed Dr. Washington, and given the chance, I'll kill Glenn, too. Do it again. I play bite the air and arch my body in the air when he swings the baton again. The butt of it hits my shoulder. Again! Again! I manically laugh, thrashing my head back and forth while kicking my feet. Beat the fucking life out of me, Glenn. Do it. You know you want to. I lick my lips and stretch the top of my body as far as the first strap allows. What is it? You aren't used to your victims asking for the pain? He grunts when he lifts the baton again and brings it down right on my stomach. And I need to pee, so I piss everywhere. I let it go. Thank you. That feels so much better. The warmth of the liquid soaks into the clothes I'm wearing. It ruins the bed and drips onto the floor. Glenn jumps away from the growing puddle on the floor. You're so nasty. Do you have any idea what trouble you've caused? We have to get you new clothes, a new bed, new sheets. But my favorite? He reaches around and unlatches my right hand, then my left. I can't move much because the tops of my arms are still strapped down. He binds my hands together again and hooks a zip tie around my wrist, tying it as tight as it will go. One by one, he loosens the restraints, and I'm able to swing my legs off the edge of the bed until my feet hit the floor. We get to hit the showers. He bends down, his ugly face closing in on mine. I can see the pores on his nose and the small dots of acne on his cheek. His breath smells like beer, and his eyes are hungry to see me naked in the shower. So let's go and get you cleaned up, Buttercup. He grips me by the back of the neck and pushes me forward. Ooh, can't wait, I purr, smirking as the door opens. He has no idea I'm already thinking about how I'm going to use this opportunity to escape. I have to be smart about it. Glenn continues to hold on to my shoulder and directs me out of the room. My shoes squish against the floor, wet from urine, and Glenn guides me to the left down the hall. We need cleanup in room D43. New bed, sheets, and floor need to be cleaned, along with the hallway leading to the showers, he says into his radio. He lets go of the button, and white noise sounds for a split second before turning off. His palm begins to sweat along my neck, but he doesn't let go. The hallway is long, and it seems never-ending. There are cobwebs in the corners where the ceiling and walls meet. Cheap paintings hang crooked on the walls. They are black and white, some of Fields, some of the mental institution early in its day, and then they change. On the right, there is a portrait of a person crying. That's disturbing. I look to the left, and another picture hangs there. A woman is lying on a bed, and there are doctors hovering over her. I continue staring at this artwork that they seem so fond of showing, as if what they are doing is glamorous and changing lives. They actually believe they are helping us. Each photo shows another story, a story that shouldn't be allowed to be told. A woman is sitting in the corner of her room, legs pulled to her chest, and hides her face into her knees. The real monsters are the people who work here. They are showcasing people's pain. I wonder if they take pictures of all the patients here at some point. He tightens his hand on the back of my neck and stops in front of a door that has the word showers stamped across it. The aged blue-gray paint is peeling, showing the old, rotten wood of the door. Glenn pushes it open and flips on the light. It's a big room, and someone must have used it recently because steam is hanging in the air. Even with the light, the room is still dark. The shower stalls don't have privacy walls. The shower heads are evenly spaced apart. There are no lockers, just benches, and they glisten with water, too. Privacy doesn't exist here. "Are you going to go so I can bathe in peace?" I ask, knowing he isn't going to go. I actually plan on him staying. I want him to. I peer over the curve of my shoulder to see him lock the door. The click reverberates through the room, and he readjusts his belt. "I'm not going anywhere, Jessica." Glenn digs into his pocket and pulls out a knife, slipping it through the space of the zip ties. He cuts it, and plastic pops free from my hands. "Oh, look, you're all fucked up." He rubs the indentations around my wrists and brings them to his mouth, giving them a quick kiss. "Now get undressed and get in the shower before I make you." He grabs his baton again and slaps it in his hands. Well, if he wants a show, who am I to deny the man? I back away, bite my bottom lip, and undo the rest of the buttons on the jumpsuit. This is what you want? I kick off the slippers and slowly take off the pant legs, then toss it on the floor. I'm in white cotton panties and a sports bra. Nothing special, but Glenn seems to like what he sees. Men can be so stupid and gullible when a body comes to play. I play with the hem of my panties and give him my back. I take a deep breath and try to calm my nerves. I might be a lot of bark, and sometimes, very often, I bite. But I have to keep my head on straight. This can't go wrong. I have to go through with it, even if it means having his hands on my body. I hope when I get out of here, Zane will forgive me for doing what I have to do. I don't have all night. Glenn takes a step forward out of the dark, and his villainous face is illuminated by the dim light. You're testing me. I'm teasing you, Glenn. You want to know why I've been so nice to you? I tug down my panties and wiggle out of them, tossing the ruined underwear to the side along with my sports bra. It's because I want you, Glenn. You want to come join me? I turn the knob of the shower head and the hot spray comes on. At least it has good pressure. Things could be worse. No, they couldn't. What the hell am I thinking? I'm naked in front of a guard who wants to do more than fuck me in a mental institution. Things cannot get any worse. I tilt my head back and open my mouth, letting the water run down my face. My hair sticks to my skin down my back. I doubt the hot water will last long. I stare into the steam, and I lift my arms to run my hands over my head to slick my hair back. I hear the drop of his pants and the clatter of his radio and baton hitting the floor. I narrow my gaze at him, watching as he hurriedly undoes his shirt. He has a smooth chest and a beer belly. I was right. He has a small cock. Glenn slips on the floor as he walks to me, and I catch him, acting like I care that he doesn't fall. That was close. He steps into the shower with me, and his belly bumps against mine. His erection slides between my thighs, and I hold back bile. His knuckles graze my sides, and he flattens his hands around my stomach, sliding them up and over my tits. You are crazy fucking hot, he says. No, I state, wrapping my hand around the back of his neck. Just fucking crazy. I lift my knee, and his erection crunches and his balls flatten with the quick hit. I made sure to put all the force I could into it. He doubles over and vomits into the drain. You are 100 shades of stupid if you think for 1 minute I'd ever fuck you. I ram my knee again, but this time it's against his face. His head snaps back and blood fans over his head as his nose begins to pour rivers of red. I rear my fist back and slam it into his jaw. A tooth pops free and clatters on the floor, clinking against the drain. You are fucking nothing to me, to us, to me and my sisters. I hit him again. You were the crazy one for thinking a woman like me would want anything to do with a man like you. I grip him by the roots of his hair and have to bend down since he is on his knees. Even crazy has standards, motherfucker. I punch him in the throat, and his windpipe gives. His hands cup his neck as he gasps for air. I press my foot against his chest to drop him to the floor. I get on my knees, the hard tile digging into my bone, and the scalding hot water hits my back. You were so gullible. I thought you'd at least put up a fight. He tries to speak, but groans and gasps for air are the only sounds leaving him. I lift my head and my sights fall on his baton. I push myself up into a standing position, saunter over to the weapon and pick it up. I see what you like about this, I say. It reminds me of a bat. I smack it against the bench, and a loud whine leaves his pathetic throat. I curl my lip and hit the bench again. The loud crack of the baton has my nipples tightening, wishing Zane were here to pluck them. Do you want to know what that crack feels like? I ask, a bit more exhilarated than a woman who is about to kill a man should be. But this isn't my first rodeo.
Please,
he manages to say.
Get help. I won't.
I stomp over and hit him across the chest with the baton. The loud smack bounces off the walls, feeding my desire to see him take his last breath. You what? You won't touch me again? You won't tell? I don't fucking believe you. I bring the baton down again, cracking it over his wimpy cock. He pisses himself and blood tints his urine. I watch the Red River tornado down the drain, disappearing from sight. I straddle his waist and rub my thighs against his chest. Is this what you wanted? You wanted a ride on the crazy train? I bend down and kiss his cheek while he cries. Pussy. Karma is a fucking bitch, and right now she's me.
What's wrong, Glenn?
I sound like a child as I pretend to pout, poking my lip out.
Were you hoping to have Chloe? Sweet and subdued?
Here's the thing, Glenn. I pronounce his name clear and hold the ends for a bit longer than necessary. I place the baton across his neck and brace my elbows against his chest while he tries to buck me off like an angry bull. See? A rodeo. I apply more pressure to his throat, gripping the baton as hard as I can while he tries to kick and flop. I whisper in his ear, "The thing with crazy is, you never know what you're going to get." I kiss his cheek again. "And if you knew anything, then you'd know I protect Chloe. She'd probably be face down, ass up while you raped her right now. But see, I won't allow that to happen." I hear a sick crunch in his neck, and his face begins to turn red. His struggle is becoming weaker. That's too bad. Want to know a secret? I bring my lips over his and pretend I'm about to kiss him, teasing a slight caress. I've killed before, and I'll do it again. I promise you this. When I get out of here, and I will, our friend Rob is going to be under me just like you are, squirming for his fucking life. I toss the baton to the side, and he inhales. But I don't give him time to breathe. I lift his head and smash it into the ground over and over again. His skull crunches, and blood pours from his ears and mouth. "You'll burn in hell for what you've done," I say as the blood gurgles in the back of his throat. "And one day, I'll see you there, and I'll kill you all over again." I smash his head against the floor one last time, and the gurgles finally stop as his eyes take on a vacant look. Rest in fucking shame, Glenn. I pat his chest and get up, head over to the shower, and actually bathe. La, 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 I sing, sinking into the darkness to let Lydia come out to play. I giggle when I see the body. A sacrifice. High power, hear us, save us, send Zane. I twirl in a circle and poke Glenn with my foot. He doesn't move. He's dead. La, 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 la.
Chapter 12. Zane. "How's your shoulder?" Tool asks when we are halfway down the tunnel. He can't see me, but I give him the side-eye through the dark. "How's your fucking jaw?" I grumble, rubbing the spot where I hit against a rock and it cracked in half. With my anger, I was able to throw the rocks out of the way in no time. It also led me to punch Tool in the face after the things he said about Chloe that got me all worked up in the first place. I haven't voiced anything out loud yet, but I'm exhausted from having so many episodes back to back. I don't usually have them so close together, and I can barely keep my eyes open. My brain feels like mush. I can hardly process a thought, and a killer headache is forming at the base of my skull. I need to sleep for days after this, but I know I won't be able to rest until I have her home. And I will have her home soon. I have to. "That's fair, Zane. I'm sorry. I know that I shouldn't have done that, but it was the only thing I could think of at the time. I hope you can forgive me." "It's fine. Don't worry about it. We got through. That's all that matters." I say, which is true, but I hope to never be put in that position again. I want to always keep the mania inside me, lurking, quiet, and peeking out from behind my eyes. I'm dangerous, and when that danger is unleashed, unspeakable things can happen. Have happened. We're getting close. God, the smell down here is making me sick. "Smells like death," Tool agrees. We stop walking at the same time and my fists clench together in frustration. Standing before us is a big cement wall. There is no door, no window, nothing. It's blocked off. What the hell is this? I flatten my palm against the wall, then curl my fingers against it. The cement digs into my flesh, and the pain reminds me to stay calm. Pain keeps me human. Being numb is what brings the mania. "What the fuck is this?" I yell so loud Tool has to cover his ears as my voice ignites across the walls and shakes the foundation. It amplifies, carrying down the tunnel and disrupting the rats and roaches. "Tool, what the fuck is this? You said..." "Calm down. Look." Tool shines the light to the wall next to me. I follow the beam of light to see a lever. "Shut up. They made a lever? Come on." I bitch, finding it a little hard to believe. It looks more like a natural bump in the wall than it does a lever, since it has camouflage. I grip it and pull it down. The rock rubs together, sounding old and unreliable. Dust falls from the handle as we wait for anything to happen, but it doesn't. I expect the wall to magically move or a secret door to appear, but nothing. I'm never going to get her, am I? Even saying the words out loud spirals me down the road to madness again. "Don't fucking say that. We aren't giving up. We will get committed if we have to." "We?" I shake my head. "This isn't your battle. I would never ask you to go with me." "Your family," he says, as if that answer is obvious to me, but it isn't. I only have a sense of what a family should feel like now, and I'm getting used to it. I love it, but it's still new to me. "Doesn't mean you have to risk your life," I say, pressing my hand against the wall to see if it will move. "That's exactly what it means, Zane," Tool grunts. He shoves his shoulder in the wall and the top of it begins to scrape along the ceiling. Dust and debris fall on top of us, and I duck my head so none gets into my eyes. My frozen heart melts into goo from his words. I try not to let it affect me so he can't see how it's making me tear up. I've never had a real family before. Ever. Some of that damn dust got in my fucking eye. I grumble, glancing away so he doesn't see me drying my eyes with my shirt. "Yeah, it's a bitch," he says, continuing to push on the unforgiving cement. "A little help here? I think it's jammed." I press my palms against it and push, applying all of my weight against it. Finally, with a heavy scraping that shakes the very tunnel we are in, it moves. The bottom and top rotate to the right until another tunnel comes into view. Holy shit. My people really knew what they were doing. I chuckle, making a joke about myself and the crazy people. "I don't know whether or not to laugh at that because you might kill me, and I want to go home to Juliet." Tool squeezes his way through the tight space between the walls since it won't rotate further. He fits without an issue, but I'm 3 of Tool. I don't know how I will fit through that section. I duck my head so I don't hit the top of the wall and wiggle myself in until I'm stuck, just like I knew I'd be. Damn it. "You better suck in that gut and tighten those ass cheeks. We are too close to stop now," Tool states, pointing a flashlight to the ladder that leads up the sewer grate. "Fuck you, I don't have a gut. And that's not me being proud. I'm in great shape. I'm just thick. And don't talk about my ass." But I do as he says and clench, which allows me some room to wiggle. Tool gets impatient and grabs my hand and yanks me. My shirt gets caught on the rough concrete and pulls the material. I'll be lucky it doesn't rip, but my stomach gets scratched from the force of being yanked out of a spot I was never supposed to fit into in the first place. After what feels like forever, I finally slip my way through to the other side. I double over, placing my hands on my knees and sucking in a deep breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. "We don't have all night," Tool gripes, dropping my hand from his. And I thought I was the grouchy one. The tunnel is humid from being cut off from the rest of the sewers. It's difficult to breathe. From behind us, I hear the familiar sound of rats scratching along the ground, and I slap Tool's arm. "Fucking climb. I do not want to be rat food." "I don't either. Don't rush me," he hisses at me. "Hold the flashlight." "Oh, God, they're getting closer." He shoves the light against my chest and begins to climb. I begin to bounce on my feet, and I turn the light from the ceiling so he can see the grate to the tunnel. "Oh, fuck." I curse and begin to climb behind him. I push against the bottoms of his legs. "Go, go, go. They're coming. I see their beady little fucking eyes. Shoot them." "Oh my God, Zane. I can't just waste bullets on rats. How close are they?" "They're about to sink their little fucking teeth in my fucking ankle. Go, damn it." I push him, and his head hits the metal of the grate. He groans, and the force of his body against the lid has it moving. "Stop rushing me. They can't climb," he mumbles. "Do you know anything? Of course they can." I push him again, this time with so much force I nearly throw him half out of the hole above us. He lifts himself up and out. His face pokes from the side and stares down at me with judging eyes while I climb up the ladder. "Well, we weren't quiet. The entire place probably knows we're here." "Don't care." I climb out next, and the cold, rainy night hits my skin, which cools me down. I was feeling nauseous down there in the tunnels. I slide the lid in place and sigh in relief when the hole is covered. "This stays between us, Tool. I'll fucking kill you if you tell anyone." "You think this is my proudest moment? I'm not telling anyone this. Juliet thinks of me as a big, strong man. I'm not jeopardizing that. I'll take this with me to the day I die," he says. "Good. Then we agree. Can we steal a van so we don't have to go down there again?" "Fuck yeah, we can. But we need to get going. We're out in the open here and someone is going to see us," Tool says, pointing up to the building. There it is. The institution I spent so many years planning to get out of. And yet here I am back again. So many memories rush forward. So many nights drugged where I couldn't walk. So many nights where the guards beat me and denied me food. So many nights where they would watch me shower, touch me inappropriately, and I couldn't do anything to stop them because I was so fucked up. "Hey, you okay?" Tool asks, placing his hand on my shoulder. The simple touch is enough to yank me out of my thoughts. I clear my throat and nod. "Yeah, I'm fine. I hope whatever they did to me, they don't do to her, that's all." It's nearly midnight. We only have 10 minutes before the new guards come out for shift change. I begin to power walk to the edge of the building, where the shadows from the spotlights overlap in a tiny spot, and place my back against the stone. Tool does the same on my left side as we survey the area. It's eerie. The ground is wet and the sky is full of black clouds as thunder rolls in the distance. I wouldn't think anyone is here with the silence, but I know better. Silence doesn't mean absent all the time. Silence can be anticipation for something bad to happen, and that's exactly what this is. "Reaper, we're almost inside," Tool says into the microphone he has attached to the top of his shirt. "Okay, let me know when you are in and Zane is in uniform, and I'll tell Badge to kill the electricity. He has access to the main power grid." Reaper's reply is full of static, but I'm able to understand what he says. "Will do," Tool whispers, then lifts his eyes to mine. "Okay, Zane, it's your show now. Lead the way." "How's my makeup? Is it coming off?" I ask, touching my face to make sure my fake nose is still attached. "You're still ugly. Let's go." "Dick," I utter while sidestepping to keep my body as flush as I can with the wall. I glance up to see the top of the building, but it has disappeared in the dark sky. All I can see is rain falling in the glint of wet windows. I sling my arm out and keep Tool pressed against the wall when I hear the squeak of a door open. "What do you mean you can't find her?" a very familiar voice asks. Hearing him has my blood boiling. I should have killed him when I had the chance, but he wasn't at work the day I escaped. If he was, I would have stomped on his body until every bone was crushed under my feet. "I don't know. I can't find her or Glenn. I don't know what to tell you," another voice replies. The smell of a cigarette being lit has my eyes fluttering. Fuck, that smells good. Well, don't worry about it. She's a fine piece of ass, and he's probably getting his way, Rob explains, ending his statement with a proud laugh. This time it's Tool grabbing a hold of me so I don't blow our cover yet. I don't think he will be able to keep me back. The worst part inside me is clawing against the front of my skull, begging to come out and play. I can't wait to feel that pussy. I bet she's so damn good. You know that girl in F12? Man, I just got done with her this morning, and what's great is she won't remember it tomorrow due to her condition. I'll be able to use her every fucking day, and she won't even know. I fucked the woman in F12 last week. She's a fighter, his friend replies, and the way they are talking about us, about Chloe, I can't wait anymore. Don't. Tool warns, keeping his hush as quiet as possible against the rain. Maybe we can tag the new psycho bitch together, hell. Her personalities probably will like it. It will be like fucking 4 different chicks at once, Rob says, exhaling the cigarette smoke. It rolls in the air like clouds, mimicking the storm above us. I step out from the shadows and Tool curses behind me, knowing he has to follow. I start at a slow jog, then sprint, my boots splashing against the wet ground. Rob and his friend turn their heads, but they don't have time to see me as I launch through the dark. I tackle Rob against the walkway, and we land on the concrete heavily. I don't give him time to think, to breathe, to speak. I break his neck. No long, drawn-out death, no mercy, no last words. I lift his head until his ear is close to my lips, and I whisper, "You won't be going near her, ever." I turn around to see Tool shoving the screwdriver in the temple of his friend's head. Lightning cracks across the sky, and for a moment, it seems like Frankenstein is being born. Tool rips the screwdriver from the man's head and flings the blood and brain off. Come on, let's hide them before an alarm goes off. We need to be in and out as fast as we can. Tool picks his guard up by the shoulders and drags him, but I pick Rob up by his broken neck and drag him through the door. I steal a glance behind me at the storm wrecking the outside as rain and wind begin to pour. It makes sense the weather would fit the occasion. When it rains, it fucking pours, right? In here, Tool whispers, opening the first unlocked door he comes to. It's a janitor's closet. Perfect. I toss Rob's useless body inside and Tool kicks his guy to the corner. I peer out the door to make sure no one is around. The ghost is clear. I speak over my shoulder to Tool. What? A ghost? Do you mean the coast is clear? He corrects me. Why would the coast be clear? That makes no sense, Tool. Ghosts are clear. The ghost is clear, meaning we have the go-ahead. If it weren't clear, it wouldn't be a ghost. I shut the door and cross my arms over my chest before turning around and glaring at him. I know I'm right. Coasts are on the ocean. Ghosts are see-through. Tool pinches the bridge of his nose and his black hair falls across his face as he shakes his head. That's not it at all. I don't have time to argue about this with you. I squat down and undress this perverted fuck. This uniform is going to be tight, but it will have to work. There isn't enough room in here for both of us to change. Figure it out, Tool. Don't have time to baby your feelings. I'm starting to get grouchy. I want to be in and out of this fucking place. I'm starting to feel the doom cloaking over my skin, causing it to crawl. I actually feel crazier being inside these walls. I fucking hate it. As I'm shucking off my jeans, my ass hits Tool's. His cold flesh rubs against mine, and it has me almost shouting, but I straighten. I flex my ass and my entire body tenses. What the fuck, Tool? I said there wasn't enough room, he quietly scolds. He balls up his jeans and throws them in the corner. That's what happens when 2 men change in a closet and don't wear fucking underwear. I thought you didn't have time to bitch. Get dressed, and this will be something else we take to our grave. Fine. I jerk on the uniform, trying to forget what his ass felt like against mine. Fine, he mocks me. I leave the name tag off, deciding that the chance of getting caught would be increased if they saw the name and then a face that didn't belong. Tool straightens his belt and the buttons of the blouse look like they're about to burst. They are hanging on by a breath, a very small breath. Ready? Let's do this, Tool says, sliding the baton out of the belt and slapping it against his hand. I carefully turn the knob and peek my head out of the door. There is someone at the end of the hall who is walking from room to room. Okay, ghost is clear, I state. He exhales heavily. Good to know, Zane. Let's go get your girl. I swing the door open and turn sharply to the left, away from the side door that leads to the outside. Okay, cut the power, Tool whispers into his shirt. In 5, 4, 3, 2... Reaper counts down, and when it gets to 1, the hum of electricity descends to silence.
"Oh my goodness,"
an older woman shouts. "Fuck, what happened to the electricity?" A deep voice questions, annoyed. "We need the generator." "Kill the generators," Toole says to Reaper. "Done," he replies. The man and woman turn their heads when the heavy pound of our footsteps hit the floor. When we get to the intersection of the hallway, I lean against the desk. "Where's that new crazy bitch that came in today? Rob said I needed to have the doctor look her over."
"She already had the doctor look her over," the woman explains. "I'm sorry, are you new?"
"Yes, ma'am. It's our first night here." "Poor you," the man says, leaning against the counter. "This place sucks. In about an hour, we have to dose all these lunatics again because they scream and moan." It disgusts me these people are supposed to be here for us, for people who need help and who count on them to make us better. And these assholes act like they are so bothered by it. If they don't like it, why are they here? I twist my neck to the side and pop it, doing my best to give a short laugh so they know I'm not bothered. Toole does a great job at tossing his head back and laughing. He slaps his hand on the counter. "Right? I bet half these people don't even need help." "Me too. They should be put on the streets and figure out life for themselves," the guard says. I growl in the back of my throat and Toole kicks me in the back of the leg. "Wasting people's money, am I right?" Toole jokes, punching the guy on the shoulder. "Hey, later you want to get a smoke? Tell me the ins and outs of this place?" "Fuck yeah, man. Let me know when." They give each other a quick handshake, as if Toole has been there his entire life and fits right in. I was here my entire life. I escaped from this institutional zoo. I'm back and nothing has changed. It's still a zoo, but this time I'm going to save every soul I fucking can, starting with my Chloe. "So, can you tell us where she is? Rob wants us to keep an eye on her," Toole says, nudging the guard. "If you know what I mean." He whispers so the older lady in front of us doesn't hear. "Oh, you dog, you," his new friend jokes, laughing so hard his huge belly shakes. "Yeah, she's in the D-wing. I can't remember the number, but just look through the window on the door. You can't miss her. She's fucking..." He kisses his fingers, as if she's an Italian dish waiting to be devoured. Stay calm. Think of Chloe. "Thanks, man, I appreciate it," Toole says, guiding me down the hall as he turns on his flashlight so we can see where we are walking. This place hasn't changed a bit. High ceilings that remind me of a church. There's a lot of empty space for the screams to echo. I don't miss hearing that at night. It's a sound that will haunt me forever. Since the elevators don't work, we take the stairs. "You got pretty chummy with that guy," I say after a few moments of climbing the second staircase to level B. "You have to be in a place like this. The people who work here are all the same. They're assholes. You have to act like one of them to be accepted as one of them. And now, we are on our way to Chloe. We will be in and out of here in no time. Guys, you have 20 minutes. Reaper whispers in our ear, and then the lights are going to come back on. "It won't take long for someone to find those bodies either," Toole states. I'm starting to have doubts this is going to work. I want my Chloe. I want my sweet girl and my little rebel in my arms again. I run up the steps, desperate and needy. I fucking need her so goddamn bad. I can't breathe. I fucking can't take it anymore. I can't be in this place longer than I have to. It's making me crazy. It makes me crazier than I already am. "You need to calm down," Toole warns, gripping the edge of my sleeve to pull me back. I slam him against the wall, and since the power is out, everyone has made themselves scarce. "You don't get to tell me to calm down. You didn't live here for your entire life. The reason you breathe isn't trapped in here right now. I'm in the same space as her. I can almost feel her need for me. Don't fucking tell me to calm down." I shove him against the wall for good measure before letting go of his collar and climbing up the steps to level C. "Fuck, Zane, I'm sorry. You're right. I was a dick. I don't fucking care. Let's go. Anyone that gets in our way, kill them." I pass a large window to the right and the rain pellets against it. Large drops drip down the window pane like tears from a fallen grace. Like I said, the weather matches the pain. And right now, I'm tormented. I'm finally on level D, and I'm huffing for breath. Cardio is never my strong suit. I hate running. I place my hand on my hips and look left and right. It's quiet. No noise, no footsteps, no screams. It's just us. My inner voice is whispering because it's so quiet. I look left down a winding hallway, then right down. Each side is never-ending, and there are doors on either side. It's going to take forever to look. "You go left, I'll go right." Tool points to the two sides. We can cover more ground that way. Okay. I swallow the thick lump of nerves in my throat. A tendril of fear snakes down my spine, rolling across each knot of my vertebrae as it slithers. We part ways, and as his footsteps get quieter, mine gets louder to the point that they're all I can hear. I peek my head into the first room, seeing a man staring at the wall. He has messy hair and skin sores. I try the next door and see a man standing there reading. He looks normal, but the longer I stare at him, the longer I notice he isn't flipping the page. I head to the next door, and the next and the next. I'm running to each door now, peeking into the rooms, but I don't see Chloe. This can't be happening. I sprint down the hall, and Tool is running toward me too, shaking his head. No luck, he says. Maybe you try this side and I'll try the left, just in case. I wouldn't miss her. She has long, beautiful blonde hair that I love to grip, and eyes... God, her eyes are beautiful. She's beautiful. I wouldn't miss her. I know that, but maybe in the panic and chaos she was missed. He glances at his watch and grimaces. We have 10 minutes. They have to be able to give us more time, I say, running my hand over my sweaty forehead. I'll talk to him while you go look on the other side, okay? Yeah, okay. Thanks, Tool. We will get her, I swear. We won't leave without her, he says, before taking off down the hall and peering into each room. With panicked breaths and salt stinging my eyes, I cup my hands into the window carved in the door. Instead of a man, I see an older woman napping in bed. Nothing serious. I zig to the other door, seeing a man putting a puzzle together, then zag to the next to see someone playing checkers with themselves. It's a lonely life in a cage, knowing freedom is so far away. I get to the end of the hall and blow out a breath with worry, lacing my fingers together at the top of my head. What do I do? What do I do? I mutter to myself as I spin in a circle. I'm at a dead end with nowhere to go. Where are you, sweet girl? Where are you, my little rebel? I hold my hand over my heart when it starts to hurt. It feels like Reaper has dug his knife into my chest to rip out my heart to own my soul. I'll let him, too. If I can't find her, if I can't have her, then I'll never want the damn thing to beat again. He can have my soul, and the earth can have my body, because fuck this life without love. Fuck this life without her. Being insane alone is hard enough. Being in love while being insane, it's a whole other level of lunacy. No one can have what I feel without experiencing it. I believe people like us feel life differently. We live on a higher frequency of the world, and it's hard for our brains to process. So when we love, we fucking love intensely. Isn't that the only way to love? La 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 la. I hear in the distance. It's muted, a voice behind a door, but I can't tell where it is coming from. I tilt my head forward and listen. La 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 la. She sings again, and I find myself in front of a door that says showers. I go to open it, but it's locked, so I knock a few times. She giggles. This room is taken. The water is so hot. That's Chloe's voice, but it isn't Chloe. It isn't Jessica either. I don't know who it is, but I know that's my girl, and I need to get in there. Open the door, sweet girl. I've come to take you home. She laughs again, sounding like she's high. Tool comes to a stop next to us, gasping for breath. It's her. She's in here. I'll watch it. Go get her, he says, standing watch like a professional guard. I slam my shoulder against the door and expect steel to stop me, but it's wood. It snaps easily, and I'm assaulted by a thick fog of steam. In this cloud of steam, my girls are here, and I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
Chapter 13. Chloe.
I haven't wanted to leave this room because it's so warm. I have all the shower heads on, and I'm dancing under them like they are wild waterfalls in a rainforest or a jungle. Oh, how pretty would that be? I want to be surrounded by green grass and trees. I want to get lost and never come out. The door is locked when the baritone voice of a man sounds over the rush of water hitting the tiles and dead body. And then there is a loud crack making me scream. I shrink in on myself and feel the need to disappear. I don't like loud sounds.
Chloe? Chloe?
I blink through the water rushing down my face. I'm getting glimpses of what just happened, and I stare down at the dead body on the floor. I wait for the hysteria, but it doesn't hit me like it did with Dr. Washington.
because this man was cruel and was going to do horrible things to me. And then Jessica took over and saved me like she always does.
Chloe?
I hear the voice of my savior and lift my head on a gasp, peering through the veil of steam. Zane? Zane, oh my God, is that you? I begin to cry, unable to hold back how relieved and happy I am. He steps through the hot, thick clouds. He rips off what looks like a wig and a fake nose as he looks me up and down, hunger filling his eyes.
Sweet girl, I've been worried sick.
In 3 large strides, he steps on Glenn's head to get to me. Another gut-wrenching crunch sounds, causing my stomach to curl. But I don't care. He's here. He pins me against the walls, soaking himself with the shower, but it doesn't stop him from kissing me. He moans down my throat as he wraps his arms around me and cups my ass.
I fucking missed you, sweet girl. Let me look at you.
He steps back and spins me, sneering when he sees the bruises on my body from the baton. His thumb and forefinger grip my chin as I face him, and he tilts my head, finally seeing the bruise on my cheek.
Who the fuck did that? I'm going to kill him. Who hurt you?
Jessica took care of it, I whisper, unable to tear my eyes away from his when I point to the body on the floor.
Are you okay?
He asks, sliding his palm up my jaw to cut my face. I am now. I missed you so much. What they almost did. They touched me.
Where?
The gravel in the back of his throat has a throb pulsating my clit. My breasts? I admit with shame. I couldn't get them away. I was strapped down. I'm sorry. I begin to cry. I would never do that to you. I love you so much. I swear. He presses his mouth against mine again, licking the slit along my bottom lip to lick the blood off when the cut opens.
I love you too, sweet girl. I'm going to get you out of here. But first things first.
He backs away from me and pushes Glenn across the floor until he is flush with the wall.
I'm going to fuck you in the way he wished he could.
He lifts me into his arms, and I wrap my legs around his hips as he fumbles with the button of his pants and lowers his zipper. He takes a step and balances himself on Glenn, all while the tip of his cock finds my entrance.
I'm going to fuck you with how much I've missed you. You're mine, Chloe.
He thrusts his hips forward and sinks into me. Every large, wide inch of him fills me to the brink. I stretch to the point of pain, and a moan of ecstasy leaving my lips ricochets off the walls. Oh, God, Zane. I curl my arms around his neck and kiss him, never wanting to take my lips away from his. My clit rubs against the material of his shirt, and when he withdraws, he shoves himself back in, barely able to fit inside my tight heat.
You feel so fucking good, Chloe.
He presses my back harder against the wall so he can fuck me harder.
I can live without a lot of things, sweet girl, but I can never live this crazy life without you. I fucking need you.
He grunts as his cock touches my depths.
I need you like the mania inside me needs release.
He picks up his pace, rips his mouth away from mine, and tilts his head back. The water rushes down his face, and he opens his mouth to take a few gulps.
I never want to leave you when we are like this. I fucking belong inside you.
He plants himself as deep as he can, lying his forehead against mine.
Nothing else matters. Nothing else exists. Just us. Just our world, sweet girl. I'll take care of you. I'll always come for you.
I whimper when he slides out just to slide back in. I bring up an image of his fat, veiny cock with a wide, flared tip penetrating me. His palms cup my tits, and he growls with appreciation as he bends down to suck each nipple.
And I'll always come in you because my cum won't be wasted, will it?
He asks, controlling my head by gripping my neck and biting my bottom lip. Never, I answer breathlessly. I dare to look down to see more blood leaving Glenn to disappear down the drain. Something about that makes me wetter, knowing that he can't hurt me anymore, knowing that Zane is claiming me right here and now. I love that he will fuck me anywhere. He will claim me everywhere, and he will love me always. He quickens his pace, and his thickness owns me, reminding me of who I belong to for the rest of time. My back slides against the wet wall, and I lift up to get more comfortable, wrapping my legs around him again. I'm higher than his head, so I'm able to rest my cheek against his forehead. My eyes close, my brows dip together from the pleasure, and my mouth drops open with every hard, unhinged thrust. To everyone else, this might be the wrong place and time to have sex, but for us, this is the perfect time.
Chloe, God, I missed you,
he rasps, clutching his arms as tight as he can around me. He turns his head, and his cheek lies against my chest. His hips continue to move in a perfect rhythm, and his feet stay balanced on Glenn as he takes me to new heights.
You'll never be away from me again. You're going to marry me, like we planned, remember? Do you remember, sweet girl? You're mine forever.
Yes, I reply on a choked breath. The orgasm building inside me hinders my ability to speak.
Is this what he wanted to do to you?
Zane asks hatefully, licking across my chest until he sucks a hard, pink bead into his mouth.
He wanted to feel this tight pussy. The pussy that's mine, that I've claimed, the virginity that bled along my cock.
I nod, and when I breathe in, water goes down the wrong way and I choke, coughing to try to clear my airway.
Did he want to make you choke and gag on his cock?
I nod again. With a savage growl, he plucks me off his cock by picking me up and setting me on my feet. I look down to see his massive dick pointing straight at me, wet with my juices and the water dripping down the length. The tips of my toes dig into Glenn's back, and I feel something crack under my feet. Zane spins me around and presses my face against the tile. I stick my ass out and my cheek glides against the uncomfortable tile.
Did he want to fuck you like this?
Zane squeezes my ass before guiding his cock between my cheeks and slipping inside me again. His size in this position robs me of the ability to breathe. He is deeper this way, and I curl my fingers against the scum-ridden tiles, clawing at them and standing on my tiptoes to try and get relief. At the same time, I don't want relief. I want more of the delicious pain from him taking up every inch of my insides. I can feel the pressure of him in my stomach, and I press my ass against him and fuck him that way. I need to come. He shoves my head against the wall and brings his lips to my ear.
That's too fucking bad, because only I fuck you in every position.
A loud bang hits the door.
Zane, we need to go.
Who is that? I ask, looking over my shoulder to see Zane's brown eyes locked on where we are connected. He watches his cock sink into me and he licks his bottom lip.
Don't ask about another man while I'm inside you, Chloe.
I groan. Please, Zane, fuck me. Make me come. Let's get out of here.
Whatever my sweet girl wants, she gets,
he growls, gripping my hips almost violently and slamming his pelvis against mine. Yes, harder, Zane. Faster, I beg.
When we are done, I better meet my new girls, or the next time I fuck you, I won't let you come.
Our skin smacks together, and his fingertips dig into the globes of my cheeks, and I know I'll have bruises tomorrow. I love being marked by him. I nod, arching my back as my orgasm tinkles through my body, warning me that I'm about to combust. I tighten around him, my orgasm possessing my body to the point where I have no control of myself anymore. I don't have the strength to hold myself up, and Zane holds me up while he hammers into me. A scream releases my passion, but he holds a hand over my mouth to silence me, shoving the needed relief down my throat. I need it out of me.
He will not hear you scream while you come. I don't care that he is dead. Those sounds belong to only me,
he growls, grim darkness edging his voice. His dominance sends another orgasm ripping through me. My body spasms, squeezing and milking his cock to pull his cum to my womb.
Fuck. Oh, fuck, I've missed this. I've missed feeling like this with you. Chloe! Chloe! Chloe!
He chants my name, and with each jerk of his hips he comes. His hot seed soaks me to my core, bathing me from the inside until I feel him dripping out of me. He moans and kisses the middle of my neck.
Mine.
Yours. He flips me around, and I know I have an indentation on my cheek from the grout in the tile, but he doesn't notice, and if he does, he doesn't stare. He kisses me passionately, holding the back of my head to press our lips harder against one another. His cock is flexing inside me, and while he waits for my pussy to drink the last drop of his cum, he turns off the shower.
I'm going to pull out and zip up. Do you know what you're going to do?
I shake my head, blinking at him through wet lashes.
You're going to stand on Glenn, legs spread, and you're going to let a few drops of my cum drip on him.
I blush from how harsh it sounds, and dirty. Zane! I gasp in disbelief. I don't know if I can do that.
Sweet girl, I want him to know that in his death, you are mine, and him threatening you means he gets disrespected. Jessica killed him, but I need this.
We groan in unison when he pulls out and takes a step down from Glenn's body. His clothes are soaked, and he tucks his cock in, careful as he zips.
Spread 'em,
he orders. I do as he says, placing one foot on the back of Glenn's neck and the other on his tailbone. It doesn't take long for the first dollop to fall since he came so much. When it lands in the middle of Glenn's back, I go to step off, but Zane stops me.
More,
he says. But I want the rest, I pout. Glenn took enough. Zane's nostrils flare as he adjusts his cock, wanting to fuck me again.
Fuck.
He curses, picking up Glenn's old clothes.
Put these on. Temporary. I don't want Toole seeing you naked. You're
mine. I know, Zane. I get dressed and the clothes begin to soak through since I don't have a towel. I wring out my hair the best I can and twist it up, tying it in a way where I don't need a hair tie. Zane intertwines our hands and drags me to the door, swinging it open. Toole is there in the middle of the hall, standing over 4 dead guards, each with a puncture in their neck or head.
About fucking time. You couldn't fuck when we got home?
He glowers. His crassness has me embarrassed. I know it wasn't the best time, but I couldn't help it. I needed to feel him after being felt and threatened by Glenn and Rob.
Would you?
Zane asks.
No, but I only bought us 10 more minutes. That's all we have to get from here to the van outside. Try to keep it in your pants. Come on.
Toole wipes the screwdriver on his pant leg and steps over a body. We make our way down the hall, and we aren't quiet. We are running with loud steps, and Zane's are wet, squishing with his boots full of water. Another guard comes to view, and Zane doesn't waste a second. He grips the man's head and snaps it to the side. The guard falls to the ground in a useless heap, and Zane grabs my hand again to lead me the rest of the way. The staircase comes to view, and we skip as many steps as we can while we descend. I slip on water from Zane's boot, but he has the quickest reflexes of all time. He catches me before I hit the ground, and the jolt has my vision going fuzzy. Zane, I whisper in warning as my head spins.
What? What is it?
He asks while we hit the platform of level B. Haunting moans and painful screams fill the institution, and as much as it makes my heart hurt for the people stuck here, I know there isn't anything I can do for them right now. But there is no way I'm leaving them here forever. And in a quick flutter of an eye, I am astonished at the horrid pieces of cloth I'm wearing. They call these clothes? I'm a lady. I cannot be caught dead in attire such as this. And who are you? I question the man who is dragging me down the steps just as the tattooed fellow in front of us kills someone. Oh, my goodness me! Who are you two? When the man in front of me turns around, I'm stunned by who I see. It's him. It's the man who owns my heart.
You are in these clothes because I'm here to get you out of here?
He poses the statement as a question. I curtsy, making do with my manners like mother and father taught me. Lady Charlotte. He takes my hand and brings it to his lips.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Charlotte. I'm Lord Zane Rowlands. I'm here to rescue you.
Adored, in awe and in love, I press my hand against my chest. Oh, he is perfect. He is everything I've ever wanted. I love him. The unknown and uncertainty I felt is gone. I knew my heart was taken, and looking at him I know why. He is the perfect man.
Come, my lady, we do not have much time.
Of course, my apologies. I'm so happy to see you is all.
The feeling is fucking mutual, my love,
he says to me, stealing a quick kiss. I don't usually like a man who curses, but with him I don't seem to mind at all. He tugs me off the second-to-last step, and we break out into a run down a hall, just as a horrendous clatter of horns sounds off inside the building. I've not once been in a place like this before, but I don't have time to question it. I can't. As Lord Zane said, there is no time. When we hit the last step, 2 men come from nowhere, and one manages to punch the man that's helping us. He takes a small workman's tool of some sort from his ear and presses it into the man's heart, while Lord Zane breaks a man's neck. My hero. If I had time to sigh like a love-struck fool, I would.
Come on.
Lord Zane tugs my arm and yanks me down another hall. When his friend kicks open the door, the rain is pouring, and there are more footsteps closing in by the sound of it.
Sorry, Zane. No time for a van. It's got to be the tunnels. Damn it,
Zane hisses. Tunnels? Oh, that's a problem. I hate the dark.
Chapter 14. Zane.
I love the rain. Can't we be out here forever?
Chloe, no. Lady Charlotte, no. I don't know who the fuck this is. She's a high hippie from the looks of it, and I fucking love it. But there's no time to truly appreciate it right now. She twirls in the rain, while in the distance there are 3 circular lights telling me the guards are coming. They are holding their flashlights. Police sirens wail in the distance, and I have no doubt they are coming for us. Sweetie, we need to go. I reach my hand out for her to take, but when her palm slides into mine, she lifts our hands and spins as if we are dancing. We are going to get arrested at this point. I love you, and we can play in the rain at home, but I need you to trust me and follow me, okay?
Okay, she says wistfully. Who are you? Are you Zane?
She asks, giggling.
My heart explodes with happiness every time I look at you. It's like 1,000,000 stars surround you, and I can't stop looking.
I am. I answer. I'm getting a little tired of waiting for her when the guards are running across the field. We don't have time for this. I tug her to my chest and we lock eyes for a split second. As the rain falls around us and her hair is in wet strands with drops of water falling from her bottom lip, I want nothing more than to kiss her. She might be a hippie, but looking at her makes me high. Who are you, sweetie? I lift her into my arms and run toward where the tunnel is.
Lydia.
That's a pretty name, Lydia. Get her in there. Tool barks, pulling out a gun from his waistband. He cocks it and lets loose a round. The loud crack of the gunshot combines with a strike of lightning. Go, he yells at me, firing off round after round. Climb down, sweetie. We have to hurry.
Okay.
She agrees happily and hops onto the first step.
Oh, it's dark in here, Zane. I don't like the dark.
I know, sweetie, but I'll be right behind you. You'll be okay. I reassure her, watching as the last guard falls to the ground by a bullet between the eyes. Christ, how many guards are here? We had to kill most of them. They're like roaches, Tool. They just keep coming. Well, right now, this is our chance. Let's go so we can get a head start, Tool says. He doesn't have to tell me twice. Rain hits the back of my neck as I tilt my head down and try to watch my steps. Even though it's fucking dark out, and in the tunnel, it only gets darker. I can't see my own feet as I take the ladder step by step. I jump down to the ground when I'm halfway to make room for Tool. He comes in after me and blocks the rain, and then closes the grate again. Let's hope no one saw us come in here, he says, wiping the rain off his face. Come on, let's rotate the wall again and break that fucking lever so they can't get to us. Good idea.
It smells down here, but surprisingly, I'm not sickened by it. Lydia awes, reaching out to touch the mold-ridden wall. I stop her by gripping her waist. Who knows what's on that wall? No way am I letting her get sick. Come on, Lydia, let's go home. I'll go anywhere with you, with how you make my heart feel. She wraps her arms around my neck and kisses me. Her lips are soft, and I can feel the smile on her face. I take a second to pull her close and kiss her in return. I've never kissed Lydia before. Lady Charlotte kisses properly. She's a bit stiff and composed. Jessica is dominant and wants more every second. Chloe takes what I give her, and Lydia is soft and eager. Every personality feels different against me. Lydia's lips are like velvet, smooth and slow against mine between smiles. You taste like peace and happiness, she giggles. I chortle, feeling at peace, and she's with me again. She could have 100 personalities, and I'd love every single one of them the same. Fiercely, intensely, obsessively, and to the point of madness. Tool helps Lydia through the small space that I had trouble fitting in earlier, when there are muted shouts above us right now. It won't be long before they are down here. Okay, you know the drill. Clench that ass, Zane, Tool jokes. You have no goddamn right to talk about my ass when your hairy one touched mine. Excuse me? My ass is as smooth as a baby's bottom. It's your ass that's hairy, Tool says, as a matter of factly. I wiggle my way through the tight space and get stuck again. I'm not surprised, so Tool grabs me by the wrist and yanks me through, scratching the same spot as it did before. It's tender now. Okay, let's close this thing. The sound of the lid moving above us has Tool and I kicking our asses into gear. We push against the other side of the rotating wall. Wait, there has to be a lever on the other side, too, Tool notices. We don't have time. We have to make time. Tool dips in the space again and searches for the lever. Come on, he mutters to himself. Come on, Tool, fucking hurry up. I'm trying. Shit, he grumbles, firing off another round of bullets. Tool! I peek my head in the space, but I can't see much of what is going on. I jump back when he and another guy begin to fight, and they slam into the wall. I found it, he grunts as the guard smashes his fist against Tool's stomach. Well, stop dancing and come on. Yeah, 'cause I'm having so much fun. He drips with sarcasm, ducking so he misses a punch aimed for his face. He takes the screwdriver from his ear and jabs it in the guy's neck while reaching for the wall. He uses the guard's head to smash the lever, breaking it in half. He drops the guy to the floor, and I get out of the way so he can slither in the tight space. You okay? I ask him, tugging him free like he did with me. Fine. Let's fucking go, man. Together we use our combined strength to close the wall. The bottom and top scrape, and when it is flush, I slam my forearm down on the lever, causing this damn thing to be stuck for the rest of time. Oh, I made a new friend, look. Lydia grins at us while holding up a big fucking rat with a long pink tail. It stares at us like we are cheese, and she's petting it like it's a dog. I smack it out of her hands, and the rat hisses at me. I didn't even know rats could hiss. Lydia begins to cry, and Tool hangs his head, hands on his hips, clearly judging me. What? I can't let her hold a rat. They have diseases. We are all creatures, and we should all be treated the same. She sobs, shoulders shaking with big fat tears that make me feel like a piece of shit. Sweetie, I'm sorry. I don't want you to get sick. They aren't vaccinated like regular pets. So when we get home, I could get a pet rat? She sniffles, blinking at me with those big, beautiful eyes. Tool begins to walk, chuckling and kicking the water that's flowing down the middle of the tunnel. Oh, this is going to be a fun walk back, he says on a happy exhale. You want a pet rat? I try not to sound nervous and like the big, strong man she sees me as. She nods eagerly. I'll call him Bruce Springsteen. Please, oh, please. She begs, skipping down the tunnel as if she weren't just trapped in a mental institution, and Tool and I didn't have to kill a dozen of them. Lydia's going to keep me on my toes, that much I know. Anything you want, sweetie. I gulp, thinking about that fucking rodent escaping its cage and crawling on me. God, why? And what if Jessica wants a snake because she's vicious? Then Chloe will want a bunny, and you know what snakes eat? Yeah, rabbits. I bet that thing wouldn't last a day. Our house is about to become a damn pet store. My gut is telling me to be prepared, but I won't be. La 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 la. Lydia sings, twirling her happy little heart out in the sewer. So, Lydia's different, Tool notes. I bet she'd be a blast to get high with. Get high? She is high, Tool. But I love her. It doesn't bother me.
You're really okay with so many different personalities? How do you deal with it? Isn't it hard? I oddly don't feel defensive at the question. It's reasonable, and I don't know how to explain it. Maybe for other men it would be difficult, but for me, it's so far from being hard. I watch Lydia chase the rats down the sewer, her poor feet clogging around in boots that are too big. She's all smiles and laughs. She looks at everything like it's her first time seeing it. She holds an innocence like a child has. I mean, she likes rats, for fuck's sake. No, it isn't. Maybe it's because I know what difficult really is. I spent more than 35 years at that fucking place. Every day was about survival. I relate to Chloe, Jessica, Lady Charlotte, and Lydia. I try not to smile around Lady Charlotte's name, but I find it fascinating that I'm a lord all of a sudden. It's fun for me to learn about them. I find it beautiful and unique that Chloe is like this. Her personalities are so different from one another, and I mean fucking hate how they came to be. But I'll protect her. From here on out, she'll never have to worry about being alone in the dark again. What do you mean? How did they come to be? I thought she was born like this. Sorry, I don't know a lot about mental illness. Boomer Reaper's son, I know you don't know about him, but he has OCD. It isn't like your friend Ollie. He doesn't really have compulsions. He has obsessive, intrusive thoughts, and if he gives into his compulsions, they're usually violent. He tried to kill himself one time. I hate to say that's very common. People with intrusive thoughts just want the obsession of dark images and repetitive sentences to stop in their head. Yeah, I can't imagine how maddening that is, Toole says sadly. So most of the time mental illness is brought on by trauma. It isn't often someone is born with it. Some mental illness are genetic, like bipolar disorder and depression, but someone with DID... Huh? What? Toole sputters when he doesn't understand. Dissociative identity disorder. It's what Chloe has. That happens usually at a younger age when something traumatic happens. My mania, it's a form of bipolar disorder, but I was abused when I was younger, so I shrug as if it isn't a big deal. I'm sorry. Don't be, I'm not. It allows me to resonate with Chloe. I understand her in ways normal guys like you don't. No offense. None taken. She has 2 new personalities, so something happened when she left with her dad. She might even gain more over the years. So many. That's normal? Oh yeah. The brain will do whatever it needs to in order to protect itself. Wow. So if she had 15 personalities, you will be by her still? Are you kidding? Give me 300 of her personalities and I'd love them all the same. You're a good man, Toole says, clapping my shoulder. I'll be honest, I don't think I'd be able to do it. That doesn't make you a bad man. It just means you know your limits. I tell him, trying to make him feel better.
What is this dreadful place? Lord Zane, do you live here? This will be problematic.
Lady Charlotte looks around the tunnels with disgust. Toole snickers. And just like that, Lydia is gone. That's usually how it is. No, I don't live here. We are escaping that institution, remember? My home will be more than suitable for your beautiful needs. I say, brushing my fingers over her cheek.
A charming man with a sly tongue,
she purrs, puckering her lips. Lady Charlotte. I begin to say while Toole climbs up the ladder to slide the sewer grate to the side. You have no idea what I can do with my tongue. She places her hand to her chest, as if her sexual prowess is sensitive.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
Fuck. Men have no idea what they are missing out on when it comes to a woman with multiple personalities. I'm one lucky lunatic. Chapter 15. Zane. I watch as she climbs out of the hole in the ground and study her surroundings. She's shocked when her hand lands on a black hardtop that makes the ground. She crawls on it and places her ear to it.
What is this? Is this a road?
She glances at the large metal objects with wide eyes.
Those wheels have black circles on them. Are those wagons? Where do the horses go?
She thinks she doesn't know of this century. Toole asks, stunned and staring at her like she's an alien. Nope, everything is new. Isn't it awesome? I ask, then take her hands in mine to pick her up from the ground so she is standing. This is Las Vegas, my love. Nevada. United States of America. About time, you guys. Reaper greets us as he gets out of the truck, slamming the door. Chloe? He nods at her. Glad to see you're safe.
I'm sorry, Lord.
Lord, what? Reaper's eyes find mine, and Toole muffles a laugh with his hand. Lord Reaper. I barely manage to say without chuckling, but Toole is in fits, holding his hand on his stomach. This is Lady Charlotte. She's not from around here, you understand? I try to hint that Chloe has a new personality. Oh, I see, he says while nodding his head slowly. Lady Charlotte, I'm Lord Reaper, he grumbles. That sounds fucking ridiculous. You could have said my first name. It's funnier that he didn't, Toole chimes in. You are his friend? Charlotte asks Reaper. He's my uncle, family. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Reaper. Lord Zane has gallantly rescued me from that horrid place. Reaper grins. Good. Let's go before they find us, yeah? Don't have to tell me twice, Toole says, running toward the truck. He opens the door and hops in the truck. The rain has lightened up, the road sheen with what looks like glass as the lights of the street lamps reflect against the water. It's warm, but cool enough to need a light jacket. Charlotte stares at the door and pokes the handle of the truck. My hip props against the truck as I watch her try to figure out how to open the door. Reaper opens his door and she watches, smiling with pride when she opens her own door. She climbs in the truck, and my heart is so fucking full and happy I could burst. Hey, Uncle Zane? Yeah? I'm happy you brought her home safe, he says before placing his foot on the step and lifting himself up into the driver's seat. Me fucking too. Oh my heavens! Lord Zane, what is this type of carriage called? She turns her head to Toole to ask him. A truck, he answers, amused. A truck? This truck is so comfortable. You must get in. She waves her hands eagerly. Reaper and Toole continue to laugh, but not to make fun of her. It's just an innocent moment to witness. I climb in the back seat and slam the door, which has Charlotte jumping. Hey, sexy. Lady Charlotte is long gone now, and my little rebel is back. I wrap my arm around her and turn her head. I fucking missed you, I say. She pushes her hands against my shoulders and throws her legs over my lap, smashing her lips against mine. Jessica's hands move to my face as she kisses me, owns me, and claims me right in front of the guys. Fuck me, it feels so good. This is so interesting, Toole says, as if he is watching a movie. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him watching us as Jessica ruts against my hardening cock. I want you so bad, she mutters against my mouth, sucking my bottom lip between her teeth. Right here, right now. The truck swerves and Reaper clears his throat. Can you not? He's my uncle, it's weird. We are 10 minutes away. By all means, go ahead, Toole states. Toole, Juliet would kill you. She'd act like she'd want to kill me, and then she'd fuck me later. Toole's voice deepens at the thought, which sounds awesome. I'm not fucking you right here, I say to Jessica, hating that the fire in her eyes vanishes. No one is seeing what is mine, okay? Okay, she agrees, but she does not stop touching me. I killed that guard in the shower. Her fingers scrape down my chest and pluck a nipple. My cock jerks. Christ, we need to get home before I blow in these pants. I tempted him, teased him with my body, and when he got close, she nips my ear. I killed him. I smashed his head against the floor. Did you kill Dr. Washington, too? I ask, tensing when she grips me through my pants. He deserved it, she admits. He led Chloe on. He was a bad husband to his wife. I put them both out of their misery, and I'd do it all over again. So fucking cool. I smacked Toole on the head to shut him up. It wasn't cool. Dr. Washington most likely did nothing wrong. Jessica's a loaded gun, a sharp knife, a bomb ready to go off. She's a killer, and she's the personality to watch out for. She's more than protective. She's a murderer, and I find that so fucking hot. How long before we get there, Reaper? I grip Jessica's hips and rock her against me. I might fuck her in this truck after all if we don't hurry. 5 minutes, you animals. He mumbles and turns on the radio, blaring rock music to drown out the moans and whimpers leaving her mouth and the grunts leaving mine. I thought of you while I killed him. She bites down on my earlobe, turning my head to the left violently, and my eyes lock with Toole's, who is smiling like a damn fool, hands under his chin as he blinks at us. She licks up my neck. He was naked, small cock hard and ready to fuck me,
but he wasn't expecting me. She evilly cackles, and for some insane reason, my cock leaks for her to tell me more. My fingers dig into her hips, and I pull her over my erection, needing the friction to feel some sort of relief. I showed him no compassion. I know I had to get back to you. I bring my hand down on her ass, the hard slap filling the cab as Reaper swerving on the road again. You did good, little rebel. You did so good. I always want you to do whatever you can to get back to me. I clutch her ass in my hands and groan, needing to be inside her again. It's been too long. I have 3 of her personalities to fuck through before the sun breaks across the sky. Fuck, Reaper, hurry up, I'm dying. I need to be with Juliet. It's like watching porn. No wonder Bullseye, Skirt, and Dawn are so fucking happy. Bullseye gets to watch shit like this all the time. Tool readjusts himself and leans his head against the passenger seat headrest. We don't want to get pulled over, right? Did everyone seem to forget we have the police chief's daughter in the truck? He's probably going to be looking for her now. So keep your damn pants on. That goes for you too, Tool. Tell them to stop dry humping like teenagers.
Never,
Jessica says, licking the outline of my lips.
I wouldn't listen to him anyway.
I believe that, Reaper acknowledges.
You're the only man I'll ever listen to,
Jessica states, licking my chin as if I'm a savory sweetness she can't get enough of. We pass the turn that takes us toward the strip, and busy lights glow into the sky, flashing red, green, and blue. It reminds me that I need to take her down to a chapel and get married. I want her bound to me. She's mine. Mine to have, mine to love, mine to fuck, my madness to adore. She's fucking mine.
When we get home, maybe you can order me around in the bedroom. I'll bend over and spread my ass cheeks. Do you want that? Maybe you want to fuck my ass, baby?
She croons, teasing my cock as she rocks against my aching cock. She's going to make me come in my pants like a fucking teenager. I'll never hear the end of it from the guys if I allow that to happen. I bet they have come in situations where they shouldn't. Fuck them. If I come, I'm coming. And it's going to be goddamn glorious, because Jessica's erotic, wanton behavior caused it. Better believe when we get home, I'm putting her in that straitjacket again.
Feels like you'd like that.
She grips the seat behind me and fucks me. If it weren't for the clothes between us, I'd be 10 inches fucking deep and filling that sweet cunt with my seed all over again. You two are fucking filthy, Tool says. Jessica straightens and licks her swollen lips while circling her hips against me. She smirks at Tool.
You want to join? I bet you do, but that's too bad. I'd probably end up killing you. Or maybe your girl can join in. Fun, right?
Get me out of this fucking truck, Reaper. Tool yells while Reaper laughs so hard his arm hits the horn, causing it to go off. Tool plasters himself against the door when Reaper turns onto the driveway. Nearly every light in the house is on, and Zipper is sitting outside with Goldie on the swing. When he sees us, he stands up and smiles, which is rare, and it looks different since he has those scars through his lips. Okay, I'm glad everyone is safe. Hopefully, we won't have too much fallout, Reaper informs, spinning around in his seat. Jessica scoffs and swings her blonde hair over her shoulder while reaching for the door handle.
Who cares? We will just kill them too. Oh, and thanks for saving me. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to go get naked, get on all fours, and get ready for Zane to fuck me in every way possible.
Jessica hops out of the truck, blowing me a kiss. She tucks her hands in her back pockets and saunters away.
Hi, Zipper. Hi, Goldie.
She greets, and each of them gives her a hug.
So glad you're home,
Goldie says. And safe, Zipper adds. Zane, Jessica is a handful. What are we going to do knowing she killed Dr. Washington? Tool asks. Nothing. All of us have killed. Let it be her hall pass. Okay, I don't care. I just want to go home, Reaper groans. Go sate your woman so I can go home to mine. You got it. I hold up my hand toward Reaper. Thank you for helping me bring her home. We shake on it, and I reach out to Tool next. Thanks for everything. I know we aren't easy, but you guys are good at dealing with us. We don't deal with you, Uncle Zane. Your family. We will always be here. We aren't doing you favors. You don't owe me, okay? Yeah, okay. I smack him on the shoulder and slide out of the truck, then shut the door.
The headlights shine a spotlight on Zipper and Goldie as Reaper reverses out of the driveway. The tires sink into the sand, and for some reason, the further away he gets, the more I'm able to breathe. Zipper isn't ever the first to show his emotions. He saves those for Goldie. But when he sees me, he runs up to me and gives me the biggest hug, almost choking me. "I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried for you going back there," he mutters against the nook between my neck and shoulder. "I don't know what we would do without you." I hug him in return because the truth is, I don't know what I would do without them either. They were my family before I found out I had Reaper. Blood runs deep, but madness runs deeper. These people will always be my family first.
Chapter 16. Chloe. I run into the bedroom and shut the door, careful not to wake the entire house. I strip out of these nasty clothes and make a mental note to toss them in the trash or burn them. Knowing I haven't had a decent shower in what feels like days, I head toward the bathroom. I need to take a quick shower and wash that institution off me. I've missed it here. I run my fingers over the bathtub's edge before turning into the shower stall. I love how clean the tile is. The shower head is wide and attached to the ceiling. I flip the handle and it begins to rain from the ceiling. It's good to be home. I tilt my head back and let the hot water hit my face. I already feel better.
"I thought you were going to be waiting for me on the bed, ass up,"
Zane asks outside of the shower stall. "I wanted to be clean for you," I say, grabbing the body wash from the corner shelf and squeezing the blue gel onto the loofah. I felt so disgusting. He rips his damp uniform off and steps into the shower with me.
"Give me the loofah. I want to take care of you,"
he says. Without question, I hand him the sudsy orange ball. He starts at my chest, rubbing the loofah over them. The material scratches my nipple. I inhale from the touch and watch as he squats down, rubbing the loofah over my legs and feet. My skin awakens from his slow touch. The end of his calloused fingertip scratches against my inner thigh. I clench my legs together and run my fingers over his head. "I want you to eat me out. Write your name on my clit, baby." I yank his head between my legs, but he fights me, slipping the loofah between my legs first. My eyes roll to the back of my head as he moves it back and forth over my clit, acting like he isn't trying to turn me on. Zane makes sure to rub my clit every time before sliding the loofah through the folds. When he's done, the water washes the soap away, and he turns me around to wash my back, slipping it between my ass cheeks. I gasp when his finger rubs over my puckered hole, a place no one has been. I want him there. I want him everywhere. I want to feel him splitting me in two.
"Jessica."
Zane makes sure it's still me. "Yes?" He slips a finger inside me and I tense, clenching my muscles around his digit.
"I'm just making sure it's still you. Because when we are clean, I'm going to fuck this ass. I doubt Chloe would like that."
"I want you there. I'll like it." He pulls his finger out and stands, washing his body off next. The suds slide down his body and over the globes of his ass. I squeeze them, moaning at the firm meat I have in my hands. Such a good ass. I lift my hand in the air and spank him, watching as the ass jiggles. He turns around and spits out the water gathering in his mouth.
"You have 10 seconds to get on the bed. Ass up like you promised before I bend you over and take you now. Pain be damned,"
he growls, standing there in the buff as his hair sticks to his chest from the water. He lifts his eyes, and the droplets fall from his lashes like tears.
"No,"
he barks. I jump, excited and nervous as I run out of the shower.
10,
he begins to count.
9, 8, 7.
I snatch the towel off the rack and squeeze my hair out first before I dry off my body.
6, 5, 4. He turns off the shower, and I drop the towel on the floor and run to the bed, squealing as I jump on the bed. 3, 2. I get on my hands and knees and place my head against the mattress. 1. The number hangs in the air with anticipation, and liquid heat drips from my pussy. My nipples are hard, scraping against the mattress. There's my little rebel. Zane fills the room with his dominating presence. I sway my ass in the air the closer he gets, and the bed dips when he kneels on it. His right palm feathers over my left cheek, and an appreciative hum leaves his lips that puffs against my skin. My whole flutters, and goosebumps pebble over my skin. My fists clench in the sheets in my hands, and I'm dying for him to touch me. I want to feel your mouth on me. Please, I plead, rocking my forehead against the mattress. He spreads my cheeks apart, and the wet touch of his tongue hits my crease. I gasp, moaning as he probes it against my hole. You taste good, he says, like he wants more. Zane, I whimper, letting my dominance drop and finally submit like I always want to do. I never get to submit. I'm always dominant. I'm always alpha out of all of us. I get so tired of being strong, of being the muscle, of being the one that always needs to take care of everything. Chloe always needs something when she can't handle the situation. I appear, and it is exhausting. But with Zane, I can give in. I can submit. I don't have a worry in the world when I have him dominate me. God, you're fucking beautiful. This hole is so pretty, so pink and fluttering for me. You don't even want me to go slow, do you? You want me to shove my cock in this tight hole so you feel the pain and stretch, don't you? Yes, God, please, Zane. He shoves his tongue into my tight hole, then pulls away, blowing cold breaths along the puckered skin. A shaky breath escapes me, and his mouth locks onto my forbidden muscle again. His tongue strikes me, plunging into my wicked depths. I moan as he clutches his fingers onto my hips, pulling me against his face as his nose nestles into my crease. I shout in euphoria, clawing at the bed to get away from the unique pleasure. His hand sneaks between my legs, and his fingers pinch my clit. An electrical storm zings through my nervous system. I can hardly keep my balance from the pleasure. Zane slips his fingers through my folds and slips his finger into my wet pussy. He's double penetrating me, and it's nearly too much for me to handle. Another finger slips inside me, stretching me, and his cum is still inside me from earlier when he fucked Chloe in the shower room. You taste so good. I don't know what I want more, your pussy or your ass, he states. What do you want, little rebel? I have to think because I don't know. My brain is totally scattered. How does he expect me to make a decision when he is making me feel so good? Do I need to put on the jacket and make the decision for you? Yes, I say instantly. I don't want to have the power to make a decision. I want to give him all the power. Take it. Drain me. Own me. Submission will be the goal, and I want to meet it. The warmth of his body leaves from behind me, and I make a noise of protest, wanting him back. I want the jacket, but not if it means him leaving me. He kisses my left cheek and spanks my right slightly. I'll be back, little rebel. Don't worry, he says. The bed dips when he leaves, and he walks to the closet. I turn my head, my neck aching in the uncomfortable position to watch him stroll to me again. His cock is long, hard, and pointed to the ceiling as he holds up the white jacket. I remember when I wore it last time, and my pussy clenches and my ass flexes, quivering for his thick cock. Is this what you want? He holds up the jacket while the tip of his cock glistens from the clear bead of liquid dripping from the slit. Yes, please. You want me to take all the control, don't you?
I nod eagerly, presenting my ass to him like a bitch in heat.
It's going to hurt when I fuck you. I haven't stretched you enough.
I don't care. I need it, I beg, dropping my hips to the bed and rubbing my clit against the bed. I hump the mattress, whining and moaning when it gives me the sensation that I need. He doesn't say anything as he lays the jacket over me and begins to strap me in. My arms are crossed on my chest, and the fear of not being able to touch him or fend for myself has me panicking. I love it. I love fighting against the need to protect myself, because it is instinct. But I know he will take care of me. Submission is a process, and I can't wait to feel it when he makes me feel it. It's freedom. It's a high. It's a fucking privilege.
Look at you.
He praises me, which has me feeling proud.
So weak against me right now. So willing. So goddamn perfect.
I hear the drawer open and close and the click of a bottle opening. He drizzles the lube onto my star, and his hand is pressed against my tailbone as he guides his cock between my cheeks. Oh God, this is it. No warning, no stretch, no nothing. We are doing this. I can't wait to feel the pain.
Do you want slow, or do you want me to sink into this ass in one stroke?
Do it all at once. As soon as the words leave my throat, the tip of his hot iron rod presses against me, and with one hard push, the flared tip of his cock penetrates me. My breath is stolen, and tears prickle my eyes. I can't breathe. I'm about to tell him to stop, to get off me, that I changed my mind, but he thrusts in. We both shout. Mine in pain, his in pleasure.
Oh, fuck, you are so goddamn tight. I'm not going to last long, Jessica. I can't. Not when you feel like this,
he warns. His heavy sack is nestled against me, and when he slides out and shoves back in, a tear drips down my cheek. It hurts. His sack is nestled against me, and he begins a steady rhythm. My cheek rubs against the comforter with every thrust, but on the 5th stroke the pain fades and I moan, especially once he shoves 2 fingers into my pussy. Zane fucks me simultaneously, his cock in my ass and his fingers stretching me. Harder, more, faster, I find myself begging. I want the pain. I want the soreness. I want to feel completely wrung out. His palm cups the back of my head and he flattens my body onto the bed, fucking me hard and fast. Zane, I'm going... Zane! The orgasm hits me out of nowhere. I come harder than I ever have. My muscles clench on his cock and fingers, and I lift my head to shout. Tears stream down my face from the vicious pain, fullness, and stretch. I'm addicted. I'll always need this from him. There's submission, but him taking me like this is different. It's a vulnerability that I'll never be able to give anyone else, trust with anyone else, because there is no other person that I'd trust enough to take me like this. Not that I'd let them. Zane is my one and only. His hips sputter when he gets close. He cries out my name, shoving his length as far as he can go, filling my ass with his hot seed. My arms hurt from the struggle to bust free from the jacket. My ass hurts from the pain. But I've never felt more fulfilled, more subdued, and more relieved in my entire existence. It enables me to close my eyes and sink into my head. I'm at peace. Chloe is safe now. We're home.
Chapter 17. Zane. I'm in the kitchen the next day making coffee as I watch Chloe wiggle against the bar stool. Her ass is sore, and it makes me puff my chest in pride. It's fucked up, and I shouldn't even consider feeling that way, but it is what it is. I don't regret a fucking thing. If she asked me to fuck her again and pulled down her pants and spread those beautiful globes, I'd sink into that sweet butt right now. Guys, Zipper says, turning up the volume on the TV. You need to see this. I know what it's about. I stir the spoon in my coffee and hers, then toss it in the sink and place the mug in front of her. I bend down and kiss the top of her head before I take the seat next to her. We both turn toward the TV, and a woman with long brown hair takes over the screen. The wind blows and her hair dances along her shoulders. She shoves the mic against her lips and grins as she stands outside of the mental institution. Hi, this is Nicole Yale from Nevada News, reporting from the institution in Sloan Canyon where multiple guards were killed. We have confirmed a patient has escaped. She is considered dangerous considering she has multiple personalities. If you have any whereabout of this woman... A picture of Chloe appears in the screen. It's pretty. It looks like a headshot her parents got done for her. Her hair is in waves down her shoulders, and it's a beautiful bright pale blonde against her red shirt. Her lips match and are just as bright, while her breasts are big and full. An image of her breastfeeding our children with her perky tits has my cock stirring. Please contact the Las Vegas Police Department and ask for Police Chief Ray Jones. This woman missing is his daughter. He describes her as kind, afraid, and timid, and to please contact him with any information. He is worried that she was taken instead of escaped. Zipper turns off the TV and everyone sitting on the couch turns around to stare at us. Chloe sighs, sipping her coffee in silence. What's there to say? It's too much to process, too much to understand. My dad must be worried sick. Just as the words leave her mouth, there is the sound of a car door slamming. Stay here, I say, pressing my hand in the middle of her back as I stand. I take one last sip of my coffee mug and set it on the counter. I'll be right back. I kiss the top of her head and inhale her scent. God, I love you. She melts, the tension leaving her shoulders as her hazel eyes blink up at me. I love you too. It isn't the time to ask, but I want to know why Charlotte and Lydia don't stay around long enough to have sex with me. This morning I woke up to Lydia, but got into the shower with Charlotte. But when things get heated, sex happens with Chloe or Jessica. It's happened 3 times so far since getting home last night, and every time they fade away. Do they not like me? It makes me nervous. I need them too. I'll be back, sweet girl. Okay, she says, curling in on herself and dropping her chin in her hand while her elbow props against the counter. My bare feet pad against the floor, and I look out the curtain to see her father staring up at the house while he leans against the front bumper of his police car. Fuck, I snarl. It's your dad. Do not come out until or if I say otherwise, do you understand? I stare over my shoulder. She nods and Goldie gets up from the spot next to Zipper and makes her way over to Chloe's side to be a supportive friend. I unlock the door, not opening it all the way so he can't see inside, and slam it behind me. The wood of the porch is cold against the bottom of my feet as I walk to the edge of the staircase. Can I help you, Police Chief Jones? I lean against the beam and cross my ankles over one another. I know you have something to do with last night, he starts. I debate on lying, but I don't admit anything either. You made a mistake sending her there. You have no idea what they do to people like us. You might as well send her to her death. Can you just tell me if she's alive, please? I'm not here on official police business. I'm here as a father. I know who you are. You escaped that place. You have bolos out for you and a few other people. I bet they're here, and I know the Kings are behind it. You're related to Reaper. The connection is there. I stomp down the steps and ignore the stabs of cactus needles and broken twigs when I stand in front of him. She's here. I would kill 1,000 people, including you, if it meant keeping her safe. She was nearly raped there. It isn't a good place. It isn't a place for people who need help. I'm going to be getting a live-in psychiatrist here. She's better off with me. I love her. She loves me. I love her for who she is. All of her. All 4 of her personalities. 2 of which are your fault, so don't try to act like a martyr with me. Did she kill her other therapist? He asks. I shake my head, denying the cold-blooded murder. No, she didn't. It must have been someone else. Another crime of passion. Maybe he was having an affair on his wife. You'll keep her safe. Can I still see her? I love my daughter from the moment I saw her. If I have to choose the law or her, I'll choose her every time. Please, don't keep her from me or her mother. How do I know you're genuine? His eyes are red, and he has dark circles under them telling me he hasn't slept. I've only ever cared about her well-being from day one. I made a mistake sending her to Sloan Canyon, but I was scared when I saw 2 new personalities. I didn't know what to do. I'm going to marry her. So if you're serious, you're going to have to get used to us being around. And as far as you're concerned, we are all dead from a car accident. I don't care how you have to make it look, but we are happy here. This is our home. We won't cause trouble, but if you don't hold up your end of the bargain, you've seen what I do for the ones I love. Father or not, if you aren't good for her and her well-being, I'll kill you. I understand, he whispers, kicking the sand with the tip of his shoe. The door behind me closes, and I know without looking that it is Chloe. I should have known she wouldn't have listened. I huff, but take a step aside so her dad can see her. Sweetheart, he chokes and begins to cry. I'm so fucking sorry. I'll never be able to forgive myself. I'm so damn sorry. He runs up to her, climbing the steps 2 at a time before he gathers her in his arms. I love you. Whatever is best for you, you have my support. I'm healthiest here with Zane and my friends. You sent me to that place. They touched. They did things in the short 12 hours, and if it weren't for Jessica, I wouldn't have survived. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive you for that. It will take time. You gave up on me when I needed you. You've never done that before. I know, and I don't know how to make that up to you. I fucked up, but I swear it won't happen again. I'll make sure to give all of you a new identity, legally. I have my ways. I care, baby. I'll do anything to prove it to you. I'll work hard for your trust again. He cups her face with both hands and dips his head to meet her eyes. You've been my world since you were a little girl, and you're still my world all grown up. I love you. I love you too. She wipes her cheek with the sleeve of her blue sweatshirt. I think it's best to let a few months pass without contact. I suggest taking my place by her side. Just in case. No contact for legal reasons, and when everything is finalized with our deaths and we can be reborn, I think that's when things will be different. Can you wait to get married so I can be there? He asks. I want to walk her down the aisle. Please. She's my only daughter. I can see the want and hope in Chloe's eyes, and I know everything he is promising means he is breaking all types of laws. But if he's willing to do them for her, then that's good enough for me. Of course, I wouldn't take that from her, I state. He grins, the stubble on his face not seeming so heavy, and the dark bags under his eyes seem to lighten. Great. Okay, 2 months from now. It will be torture, but it will be worth it, he says, snatching her in for another tight hug. I love you, sweetheart. All of you, all of your sides, and I'm so glad you're safe. Your life is all that matters to me. Everything else can die for all I care. Dad, she whimpers, throwing her arms around his neck. I don't want you to go. Well, I cough, clearing my throat when I feel a large amount of awkwardness. You can come in for coffee. You can meet everyone. I'd love that. Really? He asks. I swear this isn't police business. You're safe. Anything for Chloe. I swear on my life. I believe you. And if I didn't, not even a little bit, I'd kill him. Chloe is my priority. Jessica is my salvation. Charlotte is my breath of fresh air. Lydia is my escape from reality. Our love grows the most in chaos, and that's what we live in every day. Madness can be beautiful, if you know where to look.
Epilogue. Chloe. 2 months later. The police have run out of leads, and the trail has fallen cold in the case of the therapist Dr. Washington and his wife. As far as the police are concerned, the suspect is still at large, so they are asking for everyone to lock their windows and doors. The number 1 suspect, the police chief's daughter, has died, along with the other members that had escaped the mental institution originally in a horrible, fiery car accident. Remains have not been recovered. Well, I'll be damned, I say, twirling the ring on my finger while watching the news. We got married yesterday, and now Zane and I have the same last name. We died, but we have been reborn again. Mr. and Mrs. Zane Newland. And what's even better is everyone that lives with us has the Newland name. We are a family, a real one. I have brothers and sisters and a husband. I almost can't believe this is my life. I'm at peace. I still see Mom and Dad when they come over for lunch every Sunday, and I think Dad has a new outlook on mental illness now that he has seen it more. He realizes we are just like everyone else, and it's important for us to live normal, everyday lives.
It's officially over. We can breathe without worry,
Zane states, wrapping his arm around me. I lay my head against his chest and sigh. I almost can't believe it. And all the other patients that were in the institution have been moved into a better facility, one where they are actually taken care of. Reaper made sure of it. He really went out of his way to make sure they had a good life. It surprised me, and it shouldn't have, since he is so kind to us here at the asylum house.
You better believe it, sweet girl. I love you and you're all mine. I think it's time we start making that baby we want so bad.
You mean the one you want so bad? I giggle when he tackles me against the couch and slips his fingers under my panties to touch my wet folds.
You want it too?
I do, but I'm not sure if we would be good parents. I'm nervous. We have so many problems, but if we don't try, I know I'll regret it.
Does Charlotte or Lydia want to come out and play?
I shake my head. When it comes to sex, it's me or Jessica. I think Charlotte and Lydia exist when I shut down from real life, but when I'm living in reality, I'm me or Jessica.
I'll get them one day.
He nips at my bottom lip. It's his life mission to coax them out, but it isn't about them not liking him. Every side of me feels safe with Zane, and if I didn't, that's when Charlotte and Lydia would take over. I only ever need me and him. He's my chaos in a world of havoc. There's no place else I'd rather be. I'm proof that anyone can be loved, anyone can be accepted, and everyone deserves a chance. Zane is mine. Well, ours. Thank you for listening to Chaotic, Book 3 in the Ruthless Asylum MC series. Written by 𝐂𝐮. Narrated by Aaron Shedlock and Tieran Wilder, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Candace Lawrence. Post-production by Ron Lipkin. Copyright 2021 by Ruthless Underworld LLC. All rights reserved.